Chapter 8. The Resurrection and the Life. Case Studies by States. They called it Ghana. One black state defied the slow onslaughts of the Sahara for over 2,000 years, hanging on to its fringes far into historic times, just as though it was determined to let the world actually see how all of its sister states in that vast wasteland had died. Furthermore, its very antiquity and the similarity of its advanced institutions to those of the Ethiopian Empire in the east has raised the question of whether it was a western outpost of that empire. There is, of course, no question about the travels of blacks between the eastern and western Sudan. The geographers were among the first foreigners to arrive in the region in the 10th century A.D. The Arab and European practice of naming countries and peoples often displayed both ignorance and arrogance. They did not condescend to inquire of the people about the name of their country or the meaning of the titles they held. So they called this country Ghana, which meant the leader, head of the state, or in Western terms, the king. The people who migrated into the country from all directions had every reason to believe they were far enough into the interior to be free and secure at last in a kingdom that had never been conquered, either by the forces of nature or of men. And its history was long. As citizens, they could help in the further development of the general prosperity and the education which was an integral part of the national program. Ghana's actual history goes far back beyond its known record. That record listed 44 kings before the Christian era, and this alone would extend Ghana's known history beyond the 25th dynasty, when the last black pharaohs ruled Egypt, 7th century BC. Holding on and holding out against a slowly but steadily expanding ocean of sand, the now 3 million square miles of the Sahara Desert, it had nevertheless reached a high level of greatness in the 11th century and was an empire comparable to most European states at that time. It surpassed many others in social organization, military power, economic wealth, and in the promotion of higher education. This African empire had expanded territorially by both conquest and peaceful alliances with neighboring countries, including dependencies such as Sama, Garentel, Gadiaro, Galam, present-day northern Ghana area, Diara, Soso, and Tekrur. The desert tribes of Berbers were made tributaries. The Zanaga, Lemtuna, Gadala, Masufa. The empire, known as the Land of Gold, became great not only because it controlled the greatest source of gold for both Europe and Asia, but also because of its iron mining and iron manufactures for over 1,000 years. Leadership in iron industry made her a dominant power over less progressive peoples in the Western Sudan. This mastery of iron also meant the development of a mighty military power, equipped with awesome weapons over which it had a monopoly. These weapons were heralded abroad, striking fear among neighboring states. Some were annexed without resistance, others had to be conquered. Control over caravan trade routes to the north, east, Ethiopia, and Egypt was probably the most important factor in the ever-growing wealth of the nation. There were import and export taxes, a system of weights and measures, and control of inflation by limiting the flow of gold. Kumbai, the capital, was a twin city of stone mansions, temples, mosques, and schools, along with the thatched roof huts of the masses. The larger towns and cities were generally located on or near lakes, rivers, and lesser streams such as creeks. The Niger was the most important river for trade, travel, and war boats. It was a mixed economy of agriculture: wheat, millet, cotton, corn, yams, cattle raising, cows, horses, goats, camels, and sheep. The iron industry, mining, and numerous crafts were organized as guilds: blacksmiths, goldsmiths, jewelers, coppersmiths, stone masons, brick masons, water diviners, carpenters, weavers, sandal makers, dyers, cabinet makers, furniture makers, and potters. The soil was more favorable for millet than wheat. Much wheat was imported. Other imports from African countries and abroad were salt, textiles, cowrie shells, brass, dates, figs, pearls, fruit, sugar, dried raisins, and honey. The chief exports were gold, ivory, rubber, and slaves. Under the Emperor Tenkamenin, the imperial army numbered 200,000, 1060, of which 100,000 were mounted and 40,000 were expertly trained bow and arrow brigades. It was not a standing army, rather it was somewhat like a national guard, trained and ready to answer the call when needed, but otherwise following their usual occupations. The most famous schools were at Kumbai Saleh. Footnote: also known as Kumbai Kumbai. Likewise, the Jen is a variation of Jen. End of footnote. And Dejen. The world-renowned University of Sankore was at Timbuktu, north of Ghana. All this and much more passed away like a dream. What happened? This was a great civilization. What happened to it? The country and its capital was visited by the great Arab geographer El-Bekri sometime after 960 AD. He described a vast country of fertile fields with rivers and lakes, woods and green plains, of busy villages, towns, and cities of stone. Yet, when Bonel de Mézières visited the city in 1914, all he saw at first was a level wasteland of rocks and sand as far as the eye could see. What happened to the city of stone? Where were the green fields, the green trees? Where were lakes? And above all, what became of the great Wagadu River that flowed near the capital? How could any of these things ever have been true? If there is any such thing as the unbelievable, here it was. Yet, oral history insisted that this was the area where Ghana's ancient capital city once stood. So, digging unbelievably, the excavators finally reached and began to unearth the city that had been entombed by the desert sands for centuries, and the very idea that it ever existed had almost been forgotten. Here then, buried under tons of sand, was the answer to one of the greatest riddles of history. To understand it is to understand one of the most powerful forces in the decline of African civilization, and why so many of the continent's famine-crazed people sank into barbarism and the life of savages. The fall of Ghana's empire was merely a prologue to the fate of the still greater empires of Malai and Songhai, that later spread over much of the same area and beyond. The culmination of the process of disintegration was being slowly reached in each of these countries, even while they were expanding over vast areas. Flushed with all the glories of wealth and power, we might here observe that nearly 1,000 years later, the illusion that bigness, wealth, and military power are sufficient to guarantee security and permanence still persists. Indeed, power and wealth tend to make rulers both obstinate and blind in the face of obviously undermining forces. The destruction of the capital by the Muslims in 1076 and the Great Migration from the country are part of the story, but only a part, because the Muslims did not stay in force. This invasion was simply another major factor in the process of slow disintegration and expedited it. It certainly stepped up the mass flights of Ghanaians southward into the forest and to the coast. A second factor that affected the stability and growth of the country was the continuous raids by the Semitic nomads of the desert. Bear in mind that some of the attacking nomads were tributary subjects, mostly Berbers and Arabs. Footnote: a reminder, Berbers and Arabs generally included black Africans, Afro-Berbers, and Afro-Arabs, all converted to Islam. The most fanatical Muslims were often the blacks and mulattoes. End of footnote. The aims were booty and destruction, not conquest and settlement. The desert people hated settled, civilized life, regarding it as feminine. The raiders appeared suddenly in surprise attacks and disappeared as suddenly. Settled communities were deserted and migrations developed en masse. The refugee movements within the country created internal tensions and conflicts, while movements from the country further weakened it. A chain reaction set in, and some of the internal causes of conflict and disintegration may be noted as follows. 1. Dissatisfaction with a central government that tended progressively to undermine the traditional constitutions of both the parent nuclear state and of the formerly independent states, which now made up the empire. 2. The desire for independence on the part of these states, or more security in an alliance with some other seemingly rising power, such as Malai. 3. Hard times. Drought leading to famine was becoming more frequent, almost a permanent condition. Farming, the occupation of the masses, was becoming too difficult to support life as the soil itself was dying. 4. The decline of trade. Stepped up Arab-Berber raids on caravan trails, the lifeline of the empire. 5. Failure to capture Wangara gold mines, leaving the state in the now precarious position of a dependent middleman. 6. Civil strife over successions to the throne. The ruling class had become Muslim, introducing revolutionary changes in traditional constitutional practices. 7. Weak leaders on both local and national levels. Wisdom, courage, and ability were no longer tests for high office. 8. Religious conflicts. Muslim kings versus non-Muslim masses. This meant war on time-honored religious beliefs and practices. The African masses, of course, were regarded as infidels, but the ruthless program of forced conversions to Islam failed as more and more of the people fled the country. Islam eventually triumphed over this whole area, which is today what was French West Africa. 9. The increasing death of the soil. Deforestation, erosion, and the uninhibited southward movement of the Sahara. The gradual drying up of streams and sinking of lakes and rivers were death knells for a civilization that was already decaying for reasons which I have just outlined. 10. Changes in climate. The quick evaporation of rainfall, leaving the soil as dry and thirsty as ever. Maurice Delafosse, in his Negroes of Africa, declared, "The region where Kumbai was built is now very arid. In truth, it rains here every year, but there are now new rivers, and except at a few points where pools and sheets of not very deep subterranean water exist, the vegetation, although fairly thick in spots, is reduced to thin pasturage, gum trees and other spiny bushes. Halligan. The region contains no villages, and is traversed only by nomadic Moors and hunters of the nobodies. But very numerous and extended traces of former habitations and burial places which turn up at every instant show that the country was formerly inhabited, in part at least, by sedentary peoples, and lead us to suppose that it was better watered than it is today, and more suitable for tillage. Besides, Beckery speaks of vast and prosperous fields which extended to the east of Ghana, the capital city, and local traditions are unanimous in attributing the decline of the kingdom and the dispersion of its inhabitants to the drying up of the Wagadu and consequent famine. This early conclusion by Delafosse with regard to the reason for the disappearance of one highly civilized African state has not only been confirmed by later investigations, but the same major factors explain the collapse of other African states. Malay. Malay was the second of the great three West African empires that became well known in the medieval world. Although its history has been traced back to Paleolithic times through rock paintings, carvings, and other archaeological finds, such as the Ashlar Man in 1927, the empire rose in the 13th century with the decline of Ghana. Kangoba was the small kingdom of the Mandinka people on the southern border of Ghana near the mouth of the Niger River. It was a tributary state and held the strategic trading position of dominance over the gold mines of both Wangara and Bore. Among the contestants for succession to the disintegrating empire of Ghana were two of its rebelling provinces, Kaniaga and Diara. These were overcome by the nearby kingdom of Tegrur under the leadership of Sumenguru, who succeeded in capturing the capital of Ghana, Kumbai Saleh, in 1203. He undertook the task of rebuilding the empire, proved to be unequal to it, and was defeated by the Mandinka king Sundiata at the historic battle of Karina in 1240. The battle's outcome was the beginning of the Malayan Empire. Under the emperors Sundiata Keita and Mansa Uli, there was systematic reorganization and consolidation of the former empire and expansion beyond it, so that when Mansa Musa came to the throne in 1312, he had a solid foundation upon which to build what was to become one of the greatest empires of the time, and to be recognized as such around the world. But two things should be noted here. The first is that both Ghana and Malay included strong Arab-Berber tribal states under their rule. Most of these were united desert societies. They occupied the surrounding strategic points of power. They were able to harass and raid the great caravans conducting the vast import and export trade of the black states across the Sahara. The armed escort guards were powerless against them because they could throw a mile-long caravan into disarray and confusion by the tactics of sudden attack and withdrawal, until the heavily laden fleets were at their mercy. These caravan trails, the lifelines of empires, were regularly under attack or threatened. One solution of the problem, it was believed, was for black kings to become Muslims. Embracing Islam became not merely a policy of expediency wherever Arab and Berber Muslims gained a dominant foothold in black Africa, but it became a compelling means to economic survival. The Muslims not only controlled the all-important caravan trails, but all African ports of trades with the world. The fact that many of the desert tribes were nominally a part of the empire or tributaries to it made matters worse. Pretending to be loyal to the emperor when this served their purpose, they could play it both ways. They therefore always had their separate communities in the capital city and all-important trading towns. As Muslim brothers, they secured important posts in the government. Protected caravans moved unmolested. What it means is that the loyal Arabs, as advisors to the king, were in a position to collect tribute from him to pay off potential raiders. Here, as elsewhere, brotherhood and integration were most beneficial for the whites, even when they were in a politically subordinate status. The second important fact to be noted is that the Arab-Berber position near and within the empire was the base from which the fanatical Almoravids spread the Islamic religion in West Africa with an uncompromising aggressiveness unmatched in the history of religion. Their proselytizing brotherhoods were camps of militant missionaries. They were hostile to the black masses because the masses actively resisted conversion to Islam. Here again may be an example of why so many Africans, and especially Afro-Americans, think of Arab as colored people, for the well-known Almoravids were indeed predominantly mulatto. Strong black Muslim kings protected their people. Baran Mindana was the first Mansa king of Malai to embrace Islam in 1050 AD. He urged that all succeeding Mansas do the same. Arabic historians therefore list him as the first king of Malai. The history of the country began with Islam and the pilgrimages to Mecca, another aspect of the blackout. The emperor kings who came after Baran Mindana did indeed become Muslims, mainly for reasons mentioned above. Some became as fanatic as any of the semi-barbarous Almoravids of the deserts. Such was the great Mari Jalik, known to fame as Mansa Musa. It appears that his driving ambition was to be known worldwide as the greatest black Muslim in all Africa. He succeeded, and it paid off on all fronts except among the masses of common people. International trade now moved freely in all directions over the caravan trails. Between 1307 and 1332, Malai evolved from an expanding kingdom to an expanding empire. It extended north over the desert, extending its authority over the all-important salt mines of Taghaza. Eastward, it reached the Hausa states of Nigeria, and westward, it covered the strong Tigray and the countries of the Fulani, Afro-Berber, and Tukulur peoples. The remarkable expansion of Malai meant the remarkable expansion of Islam in the western Sudan and in countries outside of the empire. The spread of Islam replaced African traditional laws. The Quran was now the constitution. All this made for increased internal discord, rebellions by conquered groups, and migrations from the country. Here we have to remind ourselves that we cannot have it both ways. Many of the black kingdoms and empires about which we sing with pride became great by riding roughshod over another black state and people, and thus sowing even more seeds of hate to grow among black generations still unborn. The decline did not begin until after 1400, when, under weaker successors, the Ghana story of internal disunity and strife repeated itself. After 1550, Mali as an empire was little more than an inspiring memory. There followed the usual array of numerous small and independent states, each ripe for easy conquest by a stronger power. Islam was that power. It continued to spread as various black rulers followed the example of Mansa Musa and became Muslims. Just as Mali had spread over the former Ghana Empire, Songhai was to spread over Mali. Songhai. It is almost like retelling the story of Ghana and Mali. The Songhai people were the nuclear group that was to build their name to the greatest African empire of the 15th and 16th centuries. Their small state, with its capital at Koukia, was east of the Niger River, then between Gao and Agadez. Its history under a long line of Dias, kings, can be traced back to the 7th century. The 16th ruler, Dia Kasoi, was crowned at Gao early in the 11th century, and the capital moved there. The capture of that city-state from the Sorko people in the 7th century was the early beginning of Songhai expansion. The Songhai were one of those unique peoples who as a whole can be characterized as highly intelligent, industrious, and aggressively invincible, both as traders and warriors. With the capture of Gao, their success was assured, for this was the important caravan center for international trade. It dominated the commerce of the central regions of the Western Sudan, controlling the flow of gold and ivory from the southern forest and the precious salt trade from the Taghaza mines in the northern desert. This was an intolerable situation for the still powerful Mali. Therefore, in 1325, Mansa Musa sent several divisions under his ablest generals to bring Gao and other Songhai territories within the empire. The defeated Songhai pretended loyalty and wholehearted allegiance to the Mali Empire while busily rebuilding and reorganizing their armies and political structure. They discontinued the rule of the Dias in 1335 and started a new leadership with the kingly title of Sunni. The second Sunni of the new line, Suleiman Mat, was able to break away from Mali and declare Gao independence in 1375, just 50 years after being under the empire's rule. There followed a long period of relative calm and inaction. The record indicates that the fortunes of the nation rose or fell according to the character of the leadership. So it was that rapid expansion in all directions was resumed when Sunni Ali, perhaps the greatest of Songhai emperors, came to the throne in 1464. He became a nominal Muslim for the same economic reasons that influenced other black kings. The Muslims not only controlled trade with Asia and Europe, but they also dominated trading activities in towns and cities through resident merchants. The wealth of the nation depended very largely on cooperation with them. The African people, on the other hand, were generally anti-Islam. The problem of all African kings was how to be a Muslim without alienating the people. Sunni Ali was powerful enough to play it both ways. It became clear to the Arabs and Berbers that his real loyalty was to the traditional religion of the Africans. They never forgave him. However, at the close of his 35 years of leadership as a great general and statesman in 1492, the Songhai Empire rivaled that of Malai in wealth and territorial expansion. The two principal seats of learning, Timbuktu and Jenne, had been included in Songhai's northward and westward sweep. It was at Timbuktu that two of the great African writers of the period wrote their famous histories in Arabic. Tariq al-Fatash by Mahmud Kati and Tariq al-Sudan by Rahman al-Sadi. The most famous African scholar during this period of Songhai's intellectual flowering was the biographer and lexicographer Ahmad Babo. Footnote: some writers, including E.W. Boyle, classify him as Berber or Afro-Berber. End of footnote. Born in 1526, they all wrote in Arabic, just as black Americans all write in English, and for the same reasons. The Black Revival of Learning. Songhai's greatness was due to something more than the remarkable expansion of its empire over a territory larger than the continent of Europe. That was great, but greater by far was the grand scale on which the revival of learning spread among the blacks of West Africa, the Western Sudan, or land of the blacks. Three of the principal centers of learning were at Jenne, Galle, and Timbuktu. At the head of the educational system at Timbuktu was the world-famous University of Sankore, drawing students from all Western Africa and scholars from different foreign countries. It was especially noted for its high standard of scholarship and therefore exacting admission requirements, about which there were some complaints. The university structure consisted of a 1. Faculty of Law, 2. Medicine and Surgery, 3. Letters, 4. Grammar, 5. Geography, and 6. Art. Here, art had to do with such practical training as manufacturing, building, and other allied crafts. After the basic training, the expertise required was through the traditional apprenticeship system in the various craft guilds. There were thousands of students from all parts of West Africa and other regions. We have no record of the exact number. The accounts also mention the large number of scientists, doctors, lawyers, and other scholars at the university without giving the exact number, perhaps not considered necessary in the 15th and 16th centuries. And there is something else that simply had to exist underneath this university system for which there is no record, account, or even a passing reference. This was the West African elementary and secondary school system, without which there could not have been a University of Sankore with such high standards for admission. As we have shown, the Muslim religion and its Arabic language had spread over much of West Africa and had been embraced particularly by black rulers, notables, and merchants, along with the immediate followers of all of these. The masses held on to the African religion, although thousands of these also found it expedient to pass as Muslims in towns and cities. The Arabic language, unlike any other in the world, had a three-way advantage in its spread. Like Latin in Europe, at the time, it was the language of religion and learning. But unlike Latin, Arabic was also the language of trade and commerce. This last use made it more widespread among the blacks than it would have been otherwise. Arabic, therefore, was the language used by black scholars in West Africa, whether they were Muslims or not. But the study of the Islamic Quran, law, and literature was at the core of the university's curriculum, and all this made the widespread revival of learning in Africa appear to be an entirely Muslim affair. The fact is that the thirst for learning was so compelling that the introduction of any written language after the loss of their own native writing was welcomed as a godsend. To be able not only to read and write again, but also to advance to higher education was far more important to Africans than the vehicles of religion as media, whether Muslim or Christian in orientation. For the Muslim and Christian missionaries, religion was the main objective, but for most Africans, education was the main objective. It may not be without significance that the Renaissance in Africa occurred at the same time it developed in Europe, between the 15th and 16th centuries, and that both in Europe and Africa, Islamic sources were the catalyst. For the Arabs, like the early Greeks, had advanced their civilization by systematically drawing heavily on the cultures of pre-existing civilizations with which they came in contact as they spread out from the deserts of Arabia to distant lands. They enriched and expanded their own language in a well-organized enterprise in copying the most important literature they could find. The most important classical manuscripts had disappeared from Europe entirely during the so-called Dark Ages. The only sources extant were those copied and preserved by the Arabs, and without which, scholars generally agree, the great European Renaissance could not have occurred. In this region of Africa, as elsewhere wherever Asian and European influence prevailed, the destruction of black civilization was real, not imaginary. But in this widespread destruction, something was generally missed, enough to give posterity a clear idea of the state of things which were. So, of the period, only 3 great black writers escaped the blackout: Mahmud Kati, Rahman Es-Sadi, and Ahmad Babo. Who were the others? Babo, the last black president of the University of Sankore, tried to tell us in his series of biographies. But these too were destroyed along with 40 other works of which he was the author. There seems to be no question at all about Babo being the greatest and most prolific African writer and scholar in the 16th century. Perhaps African should be dropped here, for who else, Asian or European, authored a comprehensive dictionary and 40 other works during this period? His fame as a scholar-educator spread to distant lands. In the Muslim destruction of the Songhay Empire, the main centers of learning, with all of their precious libraries and original manuscripts, were destroyed first. Then the age-old practice of seizing all men of learning and skilled craftsmen for enslavement and service to the conquerors. Foremost among those captured and carried off to the Maghreb was Ahmad Babo. There he was treated as an honored guest and instructed to use his great learning in the service of his conquerors, the Moors. Now again, just who were the Moors? The answer is very easy. The original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans. As amalgamation became more and more widespread, only the Berbers, Arabs, and coloreds in the Moroccan territories were called Moors, while the darkest and black-skinned Africans were called Blackamoors. Eventually, black was dropped from Blackamoor. In North Africa and Morocco in particular, all Muslim Arabs, mixed breeds, and Berbers are readily regarded as Moors. The African blacks having had even this name taken from them, must contend for recognition as Moors. We do not know whether Babel continued to write and publish any more books during the remaining years of his captivity in Morocco, as indeed we are ignorant of even the titles of the 40 books he is known to have written. But suppose just 4 or 5 of his works had escaped destruction and came down to us, or even just 1. And yet, we are only considering what the African race has lost from just 1 man, and not the countless others whose very names were erased along with their works. It should be needless to point out in this connection that just as blacks profit from the best works by white scholars, whites can and do profit from the contribution of blacks to the advancement of knowledge. Therefore, the destruction of Babel's works and those of the other blacks was the destruction of an essential part of world civilization. In considering the flowering in learning in West Africa and its brutal interruption by the Moors, certain important facts should stand out because they run through the entire field of black history. The first, and perhaps the most important fact, is that the general enslavement of Africans, proclaimed to the world as savages, began during the very period and in the very West Africa, the center of which held one of the great universities of the world and other colleges. The second important fact is that black Muslims were not spared from destruction by non-black Muslims. The third all-important fact was the non-enslavement of mulattoes and their classification as white, Egyptians, and Moors. This crucial fact must not be glossed over, as it has been throughout our history. First, because there were many tribes or societies in Africa which were exclusively mulatto, to use the term loosely. Nothing was more characteristic of the mixed breed clans, tribes, or societies than their unceasing efforts to emphasize their separate identity and their constant fear of being considered Negroes or black Africans. Hence, their over-anxious crusades or jihads against black states and their spearheading most of the slave raids in Africa. They further emphasized their ethnic difference by always retaining thousands of black slaves in their own service while selling the others. The white man, by driving his offsprings as a wedge into the black race, is not only able to keep it weak by keeping it divided, but he is able to maintain effective control over it without the necessity of his own presence. The most murderous of the mulatto slave traders was Tipu Tib, with his slave empire headquarters on Zanzibar. His slave trails extended in every direction from the east coast far into the interior where white slave traders feared to go. But Tibbs' agents and slave caravan leaders were generally colored like himself. And since black slave armies were always both the backbone and spearhead in European and Arab adventures, the record should be clear in identifying all of the participants in the slave hunting crusades in Africa. There were, therefore, more significant factors in the destruction of this larger-than-Europe Songhai Empire and its advancing educational system than is evident from a summary statement that it was destroyed by the Moors. The Black Muslim Triumph and the End. Sunni Ali was succeeded by Sunni Baru in 1492. He refused to compromise with Islam at all, defended the African religion, and thereby lost the support of the towns and cities which were the centers of Muslim power. He was deposed after a year, thus paving the way for Sunni Ali's chief minister, greatest general, and most ardent and sincere black Muslim, Muhammad Toure. He became emperor in 1493 with the military title of Askia. He matched Sunni Ali not only by reigning 35 years, but by extending the empire eastward over the Hausa states across northern Nigeria, northward over the Sahara, beyond the Taghaza salt mines, and westward to the Atlantic Ocean. He had earned the name by which he is best known, Askia the Great. At the age of 80, he was deposed by his eldest son in 1528 and died 10 years later. His successors were generally weak and had short reigns. Weak leaders and short reigns led to internal conflicts and social, political, and economic disorganization. These conditions were signals for revolts by conquered states and attacks by others. In 1582, the Hausa states regained independence, and within a few years, the Masai states renewed their attacks. The Sultan of Morocco, Moulay Ahmad, now saw his opportunity to capture the salt mines of Taghaza and the gold of Songhay. Armed with guns and cannons, then unavailable to African armies, the Moroccans met the army of Songhay under Askia Isiaq at Tondibi, 1594. Spears and arrows had to give way to gunfire. Thereafter, the Songhay forces split up into small units to harass enemy garrisons and outposts in surprise attacks. These attempts to dislodge the invaders lasted over 70 years, but the Songhay of glorious memory was no more. The armies of Islam continued their triumphant march in Africa, destroying its basic institutions wherever they could do so. The remarkable Masai. They never called it an empire. They called it the Masai states. We let it go at that. But it was in fact an empire if the same definition is applied as it is in other areas of the world. It was a union of kingdoms, similar to other core groups, whose expansionist proclivities create empires. It differed markedly in the pattern of centralized authority. The traditional African political system of local autonomy was maintained in the independence of the individual states that made up the empire. There were 5 core kingdoms: Ouagadougou, Yatenga, Fada-Gurma, Mamprusi, and Dogamba. Each had become a kingdom independently of the others, each as powerful as the other. Therefore, the union of these states was inspired by the bonds of kinship, a common Maasai origin. Although located southward between the great arms of the Niger River and almost surrounded by the expanding empires of Malai and Songhay, neither was able to subdue and bring the Maasai within their empire. Quite the contrary, with the greatest and most dashing cavalry forces in Africa, the Maasai carried the war to them. The Maasai nation is another case study because it is also a typical example of migrating blacks who united to form new and larger political entities, conquered the people whose homeland they invaded, and at the same time showed wide cultural variations while holding steadfastly to the fundamentals of African constitutional principles. They were reflected not only in the political organization of African states, but also in the conqueror's respect for the land rights of those whose original homeland it was. In short, the rights of conquest did not include ownership of the land, a fundamental constitutional principle. I have emphasized the difference between two main types of migrations: the slow and almost leisurely movements of people over countless centuries because of the no longer tolerable conditions of climate and soil, and the stepped-up migrations amounting to refugee flights because of increasing invasions from Asia and Europe. It is these latter causes with which we are now dealing. They increased as the Arabs overran the eastern Sudan and became a period of crisis between the 12th and 17th centuries. This was the long period during which migrating blacks undertook to form new and stronger states all over the continent, and succeeded, while other refugee blacks found themselves in areas where just to survive at all required all the energy they could muster from day to day. Progress? What progress? How progress? Blessed, then, were the migrants who, unlike those, found territories where progress was possible. Blessed were the Maasai. By 1500, they had become a dominant power and one of the most industrious nations of the period. Africa-wide concept of the basis for legitimate rule was held to as a means of social control and national unification, as well as the basis for all authority, high or low. As elsewhere, it all traced back to the founders of the nation. In this case, Wodreogo and Wobre. They had the Nam, the God-given power to lead men. All of their descendants should inherit this power and therefore inherit the right to rule. Implicit in this, or certainly in the ideas developed from it, was the right to conquer and rule. The idea of royalty evolved from the same source, further illustrating how a fact and a commendable idea, such as honoring the founders of a nation, may be elaborated through time to a grand old myth. But in Mosiland, the Nam seems to have been carried to extremes. Everyone seeking recognition or even a minor office claimed to have the Nam. This bestowed the title of Naba, ruler, so-and-so. The extent to which the political structure was based upon the Nam made Maasai society somewhat unique among African states. Since the Nabas of the 5 core states claimed equality and were all fiercely independent in both spirit and action, the early contests were over what state should become the leader of them all and provide the Mogho Naba, king of kings. Ouagadougou finally won. Although it was not senior in the Nam line of descent, it won because it had become the center of economic activity and therefore national prosperity, and because the Ouagadougou people outdid themselves in screaming praise and praise songs for their Naba, who was the ruler of the whole world. His dominions were boundless. He was God's son, and therefore sacred. No one must look upon his face. All must prostrate themselves before him. Supreme justice can be found only in our Mogho Naba, all of which was too much for the other states to overcome. The Ouagadougou Naba thus became the Mogho Naba of the United Maasai Kingdoms, principalities and chiefdoms, each of which was virtually autonomous. The Mogho Naba had no real authority outside his own Ouagadougou kingdom. Unity was achieved through negotiations, friendly persuasion, or, all else failing, sometimes by force of arms. More national unity seems to have been achieved, however, because the various states voluntarily followed the successful example of Ouagadougou in social, economic, and political organization, and the ritualistic splendor of a court that claimed rulership of the world. The political structure did not vary from the traditional African constitutional system. The village chief and council, district chief, Naba, and council, province governor, Naba and council, and Magho Naba and council. The Woidi Naba, prime minister, was next in authority under the Magho Naba. Each important minister in the national government was also the Naba, governor, of a province, another variation from traditional practice. There were other variations. Some were highly important. One was the minister of Muslims. For, unlike so many other African societies, the migrating Maasai had learned something from the history of the blacks in their relations with Arab and Berber peoples. No foreigners could settle in Maasai territory, but since the Maasai themselves were great traders, they needed the far-flung outlets which the Muslims everywhere controlled. Muslim traders were therefore admitted into the country under the strict supervision of the Ministry for Muslims. All Muslim activity was restricted to trade. The religion of Islam was rejected, its teaching or conversions to it forbidden. In short, the Maasai saw Islam and Christianity as the white man's vehicles of conquest. It was the only black nation to see this in time. Indeed, Maasai prophecy held that when the first white man appeared in the land, the nation would die. The time had not yet arrived. The Maasai policy of excluding whites or rigidly limiting the number and controlling their activities in the country further illuminates an African experience that is already so clear that it should require no additional light. All African states that began to develop again after the great dispersions, rebuilding and expanding, were prosperous and advancing as black states, as long as they barred the relentless, aggressive whites from their countries, and their destruction became certain only when they abandoned this policy and let the Asians and Europeans in. On this, the record is entirely clear. The Maasai held on steadfastly to their own African religion and African institutions and survived over 500 years, survived into the 20th century until it was finally overrun by France. A few more of these all-African institutions should be mentioned to further frustrate the external influence school. We are dealing with a land and a people where a white face would have been a curiosity, and white influence, even under the disguise of religion, was barred by law. Few things could be more remarkable in the history of the black people than the rigid adherence to a body of principles that indicates a humane and spiritual level of advancement that pointed the direction to real civilization. One of these reflected in the Maasai conquerors' recognition of the principle that no matter how powerful the conquerors of a territory might be, the land belonged to the people whose homeland it was. They were recognized as the rightful owners of the land, and therefore negotiations for settlement of newcomers were carried on with the chiefs or priests of the earth, who represented the indigenous people. Their political system, highly democratic, was unsurpassed by any state anywhere in the world. That system was developed by Africans. The family was the smallest socio-economic and political unit. The extended family council, for example, settled all cases involving offenses by members which affected only the family or were not serious enough to be carried to the village courts. Bad behavior by one member was a reflection on the rest of the family. The Western creed of fierce individualism had no place in this society. What one did was either a credit to his family or a dishonor. Footnote: even the author is annoyed by the number of inescapable repetitions which occur in any comparative study of a representative sample of societies or states, where the focus is on the common origin, sameness, and universality of all basic institution. The description of these, state by state, means repetition after repetition. End of footnote. The village was the next political unit, with an elected headman and a council of elders. The elders were the representatives of the various family sections or wards that made up the village. The village council was the center of authority, subject to the will of the community. The districts were the next and larger divisions, varying in size and having many villages and towns. The district Naba, chief, was a very important official. Any number of districts made up the provinces and kingdoms which formed the nation. The great Nanamse, plural for Naba, headed provinces and kingdoms. All had governing councils. All from the village chief to the king of kings, Magho Naba, were elected by their respective councils and subject to their will. This latter fact was generally well disguised by ceremonial phraseology, ritual and autocratic sounding decrees from the throne. Indeed, it was a general practice for both the council ministers and the people to proclaim that the Magho Naba has all power, is the most powerful king in all the world, over which he rules. These fictions seem to be one of the delights of the people. For did not these same fantastic claims help to make the Wagadugu Naba the Magho Naba? Indeed, during the periods African societies were most democratic, every effort seems to have been made to make it appear that the supreme power was exercised by the rulers, never by the people. Upon the death or removal of the Magho Naba, for example, there was the constitutional fiction that his successor must be chosen by the Woidi Naba, prime minister, and the Woidi Naba made the public proclamation with all the ceremonial pomp and splendid ostentation befitting one charged with such an awesome responsibility as that of naming the next emperor. Yet everyone knew very well that the Woidi Naba was merely announcing an election that had already been made by the Council of State. In addition to these councils on various local levels, the Maasai developed another way of controlling the behavior of rulers. This was the practice of moving from one unsatisfactory village or district to a more favorable one. Whole villages might move from one district to another. No district chief could afford this direct reflection on his ability to keep the people. Footnote: an African leader's oath to keep the people meant protecting and promoting the welfare of the people. End of footnote. The most important of his inauguration oaths, it also tended to undermine the economy of his area. The question of absolutism in traditional Africa is interesting because it so often means the very opposite of what is understood by the term in Asia and the West. In 7 Different societies covered in my field studies in different regions all declared that their traditional kings had absolute powers as rulers. Follow-up analysis revealed that what was meant was that the chiefs or kings had absolute power to carry out the clearly understood will of the people, which of course is a far cry from self-assumed absolutism. There was no absolutism in Western terms. Even Shaka of the great Zulu Empire complained because the council failed to check him in his excesses. He expected some control and guidance. This control was not attempted by a council overawed by his greatness as a leader. As indicated elsewhere, my studies show that factors such as the Zululand situation helped to explain the decline of ancient African democratic systems. Asia and Europe were not responsible for everything that happened adversely. The Maasai became the outstanding horse breeding country. The finest, swiftest breeds became their specialty. It was probably from this fact that they had dashing cavalry forces that so often carried them to victory and protected their land from conquest for over 500 years. There was a great outside demand for Maasai horses and donkeys. These became an important factor in one of the most economically advanced countries in Africa. We turn next to their economic enterprise and the prosperity that flowed from it as still another illustration of what black people can do on their own initiative without the aid of or even having seen a white man. It was a basically farming society. A superficial or even a non-expert look at the reddish-brown soil would lead one to think that this would or could not be a land for a flourishing agriculture. It gave the lie to my description of what in appearance seemed to be unproductive land in other parts of the continent, hard brown soil robbed of its topsoil and moisture. Here in the Maasai states, just about everything grew: cotton, millet, wheat, corn, peppers, yams, rice, peanuts, cola nuts, onions, tobacco, etc. Their industries included tanning, fine leatherworks, cloth making, basketry, straw hats, iron, lead and antimony and copperware, mats, jars, pots, pans, soap, and dried fish. All of this production meant that the 6 caravan routes that crisscrossed the country were the highways for a thriving export and import trade. They imported salt, coffee, tea, perfumes, carpets, fine robes, and other things needed, such as needles, which they themselves did not produce. Cotton and cotton cloth seemed to lead in the Maasai export trade for a very long time. Honey was also an important part of the market trade, but I do not know whether it was found wild in abundance or was derived from a cultivated beehive industry. Footnote: I received conflicting answers to this question. End of footnote. There were taxes levied on all trading transactions, on caravan transports through the country to other lands, and on foreign traders in the local markets throughout the country. The people paid an income tax in the form of a percentage of farm produce at harvest time or other commodities. The Europeans had been hearing about this prosperous land that barred the whites from entering since the 15th century. Attempts had been made by various European travelers and traders to get inside this interior country for several centuries, all without success. Some sought permission just to pass through, but again without success. Even the usual white strategy of contacting and forming friendly relations with possible heirs to the throne and dissident factions did not succeed. Even though Arabs and Europeans were increasingly based in all the surrounding countries during the 19th century. It was during the 19th century, however, that the Maasai exclusion of foreigners became less rigid, and there began a gradual relaxation of restrictions, especially of Muslim traders. Some were allowed to settle, and while it is true that the vanguard were black Muslims from the now wholly Islamized neighboring black states, they paved the way and made it smoother for their white Muslim brothers. Moreover, an increasing number of young, modern Maasai leaders began to consider the age-old policy of excluding whites as unenlightened, if not downright uncivilized. What did a great military power, the greatest in Africa, have to fear from a few white faces in the land? But what about the great prophecy, the prophecy that when the first white man appeared in the land, the nation would die? Nothing in Maasai land was better known and more universally believed than this prophecy. It was backed up because early Africans regarded white as evil in itself. Still, the young moderns could declare the prophecy to be just another old saying, manifestly untrue, because some Arabs had been admitted into the country long ago and the nation still lived stronger than ever. So it seemed. Meanwhile, Europeans were closing in on the continent and had the Maasai state surrounded, the British on the Gold Coast and in Ashanti to the south, the Germans next door in Togoland, while the French were pressing down from the north and the Ivory Coast on the west. All had their agents busily gathering as much data as they could about this powerful and overly proud black nation. At first, these agents had to operate from the outside. Dupuy from Ashanti, Coel from Sierra Leone, and Kraus from Togoland. There were many others. Kraus, a German in Togoland, was supposed to be the first European to slip into the country with a caravan. The great prophecy was now about to be fulfilled, almost precisely. The first white European had entered the country. The next white man came in boldly in 1888, backed by the supreme powers of the French Empire, albeit called a republic. This emissary of conquest was Louis Binger. He came to place the country under the protection of France. He met a strong leader still ready to fight in the Magho Naba Sanum. He rejected the proffered French protectorate as a ruse for conquest, resented Binger's haughty and disrespectful attitude, and ordered him out of the country at once. The Magho Naba knew that at that very moment German troops were marching toward his borders. Binger's real importance in the history of the African people, however, was his reaffirmation of the white man's unchanging attitude toward the blacks. Said he, "I feel that a white man traveling in this country, whoever he may be, should not prostrate himself before a black king, however powerful the latter may be." He was not expected to do this. It is necessary that a white man should inspire respect and consideration wherever he goes. They should come as masters, as the superior class of the society, and not have to bow their heads before indigenous chiefs to whom They are definitely superior in all respects. Footnote: quoted in E.P. Skinner, The Maasai of the Upper Volta. End of footnote. In short, and in even plainer language, the lowest white scum of Europe, the most depraved, are nevertheless the superiors of the greatest black kings. The Caucasian Creed. It is a creed for destruction and death. Millions have already died for it and because of it. How many millions more? The future holds this secret. Meanwhile, the 1888 German army under von Francois halted at the Maasai border. The great Zongagongos war drums had sounded throughout Maasai land and easily reached the ears of the German forces. They were not fools. The death-defying Maasai armies were as well known as were their industries and flourishing trade. The Germans also knew that the Maasai forces were waiting for them, probably impatiently, under the personal command of the Tansoba himself, Minister of War. One may wonder why von Francois did not realize even before leaving Togoland how foolhardy it would be to invade the country of the Maasai. In any event, he turned his forces back and thus avoided certain annihilation. The fact is that neither of the three great powers contending for Maasai land wanted to risk its forces in armed combat with these blacks. Another stratagem was developed: a war of attrition. Hit these fighting blacks where it would hurt the most. Weaken them within by destroying their great international caravan routes. Throw the country into an economic panic. The British, French, and Germans all participated in the great conspiracy. While the war against Maasai commerce was quietly pushed, the friendly missions to the Mogul Naba went forward, one after another. This was easy now. After the death of Sanum, his weaker and more European-minded brother became Magho Naba. Had it not been for a stronger and not so trusting council, he would have been taken in more easily. The wide use of black agents, usually mulattoes, continued to be the white man's secret weapon in becoming the masters of the black world. When the blacks were on top, they could pose as loyal members of the black race, as many of them were in fact, or they could, having white blood, ally themselves with the whites and serve their interests. The whites always made this both easy and attractive, not only by emphasizing their superiority by blood, but by giving them better education and economic opportunities than blacks, under constant survival pressures, could ever hope to achieve. This system became worldwide in dividing the race and creating hostile color bars within it. For since the mulattoes had a better education and therefore a higher income than their black half-brothers and sisters, they, like the whites, regarded this superior social and economic status as the index of inherent superiority itself. Here, superiority seemed to be a demonstrated fact of life, not a theory. And that was why the mulatto, or Creole, George Ekem Ferguson from Sierra Leone, now playing the role of a loyal black African, was able not only to reach the Magho Naba without any trouble, but even to negotiate a treaty on behalf of the British, something that all the Europeans had been unable to do. The internal situation was changing. The fierce spirit of nationalism that diverted the German Togo threat had somehow declined. Now the shadows lengthened. The whites had also been busily building up and training strong black armies. blacks trained to hate, kill, and conquer blacks. Blood of blacks was to sprinkle and further darken the pages of their history. The French were the most efficient in this development. The baffling phenomenon of blacks more readily fighting and dying for the white man's cause than they are for their own. Indeed, Africa was conquered for the whites by the blacks, and thereafter kept under colonial control by black police and black soldiers. Very little white blood was ever spilled. Black troops, small staffs of white officers, and a core group of European soldiers. Instructions were strict and brief. Always use the blacks. Keep European forces in reserve or in the rear. And so it was that in July 1896, a French lieutenant named Voulet and his staff led a strong army of black cavalry and infantry across the Maasai borders to battle their way to Ouagadougou. The last of the great black states in West Africa was now making its last stand under Mago Naba Wobogo, who seemed to grow in courage as his country collapsed all around him. In 1897, the French, unable to secure the surrender of the Maasai leader, who continued to elude them and stage counterattacks, finally appointed a Mago Naba who would serve them. Maasai guerrillas continued the war from the bush year after year, long after all hope for victory was gone. They were fighting on just as though they did not know that the first white man had long since come, and that therefore the nation had died. They fought on because, while their empire passed, the deathless Maasai spirit lived on, in witness whereof their own Mago Naba, the last of the elected line, fought with them side by side from the bush and never surrendered to France. The great prophecy of the Maasai turned out to be the prophecy for all Africa. When the first white man appears in the land, the nation will die. Chapter 9. Central Africa, Evidence from a Small State. The Kingdom of Cuba. We must not lose sight of what we are doing, the important points of what we have been doing. A partial view of the early history of the blacks, from the loss of their Egyptian homeland to the coming of the Europeans, has been presented through a summary study of a representative number of states. A continent-wide view of what happened to the whole by looking at typical situations. A people forever migrating, forever on the move, forever in flight from threats to survival. A new location found. Sighs of relief and thanksgiving for a new breathing spell, and new efforts at reunification and state building all over again. But every decade of unsettled life, every decade of wandering over deserts, savannas, and through the forests, every such decade was one of retrogression, of disintegration, decades of decline, and no newly established state was able to reach the levels of achievements of the past before it was engulfed either by the Islamic East or the Christian West. This is what we have witnessed, no matter what black state was studied or in what region of Africa it was located. One of these wandering groups, unlike the Congolese and Angolans, began to migrate from the Atlantic seaboard before the whites arrived, was free from contacts with them much longer, and therefore founded a new nation that lasted much longer. The core group was made up of blacks who came to be known as Bushungs. They were moving from place to place toward the interior and finally began the development of the new state during the period when the white storm clouds were slowly rising in all directions. The 200 years between 1475 and 1675. the most critical in the history of the blacks. It was during this period that the great noose of encirclement was completed and fixed, and the blacks of Africa found themselves hemmed in and threatened from all directions, from the north, from the east, from the west, and finally from the south. The white man's march toward world conquest and world domination was in full swing. This most critical period in the history of the race, I say, was such because this closing in on the blacks from all directions was the beginning of the final death blows to what remained of their own civilization. There were dire consequences in terms of their psychological impact on Africans under perpetual danger. A new fatalism emerged that carried the sentence of ultimate doom to the minds of thousands. Some gave up resistance to anything, including a resistance to slavery and resistance to the barbarism that engulfed those who either went backwards or stood still for mental atrophy. Some tried to save themselves by serving the invaders' cause, even if it meant enslaving and killing their own people. Some believed that because the white man came in big ships with big earth-shaking guns, cannons, surely they must be the gods of the world. Others saw no sense in trying to maintain the traditional brotherhood and attempts at unity in the face of such overwhelming odds. Rather, the drive must be to secure these guns and ammunition from the whites, even if it meant ceaseless wars to secure the slaves the whites demanded. Secure them by warring on their own kinsmen in neighboring territories. And still others resolved never to yield, to move and keep on moving rather than submit, to rebuild and keep rebuilding, never giving up, and to fight for unity as the only route to survival. Voluntary unity if possible, unity by force if all else failed. These last others were the ones who had the spirit that accounts for the survival of the most bruised and battered of the races of mankind. Such a representative group were the Bushungs. This their record will show. As the Portuguese slave raid spread, the Bushungs moved inland from the Atlantic, enlisting new followers as they moved or temporarily stopped. They were headed toward the Congo region. Fleeing from the whites was not the only problem for them, as it was not the only problem for the millions who had trampled over Africa before them. So when they had settled on the lower Congo early in the 16th century, their immediate foes were the fierce Yaga warriors, a roaming tribe that seemed to be more interested in raids of destruction than in settling anywhere. They were destroyers, not builders, and they were set on a course to prevent others from settling and building. And while large groups of them did split off from the main body to merge with others and form states, they seemed to be nothing more nor less than bloodthirsty barbarians who engaged in warfare for the sheer thrill of warfare. These eventually opened war against the Bushung state that was forming over a wide area along the Congo. Under relentless and savage attacks by the Yaga warriors, the Bushungs were forced to retreat along the Kasai and Sanguru rivers, many groups splitting off from the main body and going in different directions. The main body, led by its chief, Woot, entered the plain of Ayul in Kasai and began the formation of a little-known state during the third quarter of the 16th century. It is precisely because it was small and generally unheard of that I selected it for a summary study. There was another reason. It was typical of hundreds of other small black states which, unlike the world-renowned Ghana, Malay, and Songhay. The migrating blacks had built all over Africa, but which seemed to be so insignificant to the conquering Europeans that they were swept away, their people scattered, with no Vincennes to seek out its oral historians to hear how things came to be. What was achieved or failed to be achieved before death came to their society at last. The little kingdom of Cuba, then having its history recaptured, will be telling their story also, telling it substantially as it was in all fundamental particulars. The Bashung, or Central Organizing Group, was allied in a federation of voluntary kindred groups and other tribes, numbering 18 at the outset. The Kwa and the Kete were indigenous, the Kwa, as previously stated, having lived there since the world began. They offered no opposition to the invaders, seemed to welcome them, and became members of the Federal Union under Woot as the elected king. Footnote: there is a record listing Woot in a much earlier period. End of footnote. Many of the splintered off segments from the central groups came in later from different directions to join the federation. Other members were the Mongo, Pende, Ilebo, Shua, Kel, Kaam, Kayil Wing, Lalua, Luba, Najinde, Maluk, Payang, Ngumbe, Baying, Kufa, and Mbingi Ngongo. From the very beginning, the core group of Bashung set an example for nation building for all Africa, but few African states ever followed it. First of all, the total population at the formation of the Federal Kingdom can be estimated as between 75,000 and 100,000, of which number the Bashungs were 80%. All the other tribes combined, therefore, were only 1/5 of the total population. This means that even under the most liberal democratic system, the Bashungs could have dominated and ruled all the other tribes by the sheer weight and power of overwhelming numbers. They did not choose to do so. Here was what might be considered to be a justifiable occasion to depart from the traditional African constitution with its all-embracing democratic system. Quite to the contrary, they followed it to the letter by simply transforming the village council of elders into a council of state, in which each tribe, now constituting a constituent province, was represented as an equal by its own chief or a representative of its choice. The members of the state council were the electors who chose the king. As it was throughout Africa, the council represented the people, and therefore all powers not delegated rested with the council. The significance of this was that the smallest tribe or province, which might be only 2% of the population, was equal in the council to the Bashung group that was 80% of the population, a situation which head counters might criticize as the very antithesis of democracy. Footnote: the Kaam might be the smallest minority in the Kaam states, but only a Kaam could be the chosen counselor. End of footnote. But the numerically dominant Bashungs seem to have been statesmen with a larger view of what democracy means if it is to operate as a unifying force with divergent and formally independent groups. What they did in effect was to make a frontal attack on tribalism, not by futile denunciations or exhortations, but by actually detribalizing themselves first of all. They not only treated all of the different language groups as equals, but they promoted a national policy of glorifying those cultural variations in any groups which were so outstanding that they should be adopted nationally. Hence, every tribe that in isolation had developed something noteworthy but peculiar to itself, no matter how strange or different from all others, could see its unique culture pattern become a national institution and be filled with both pride and gratitude. If the Pende had a different kind of dance and excelled with it, theirs would become the national dance of Cuba. If the Luba excelled in the architectural arts, they would be the leading planners and builders, and so on in all human endeavors. Each group could win national distinction in one way or another for excellence in one or more fields, including agriculture and cattle breeding. The kingdom was south of Zambia in northern Katanga, covering the province of Kasai between the Sankore and Kasai rivers. There were 5 rulers during the short period of 19 years between 1568 and 1587, one being a woman. It is not known whether the council sitting as an electoral college set what seems to indicate 4-year terms. After 1587, longer but still fixed terms for kings or queens also seem to be indicated. It appears that these limited terms of office by kings continued during the supremacy of the council. For a long time, 10 years in office seemed to be the limit. This brings us to a third reason for selecting Cuba as both a sample and example state. Cuba shows how the blacks themselves do undermine and destroy some of their own best institutions and replace black democracy with black autocracy without the slightest external influence or aid whatsoever. What is more, and often overlooked, a king may become a despot by the will of the people. This development, incidentally, is a further justification of my rejection of 2 equally false doctrines. One is the contention of whites that the great institutions in Africa were Caucasian in origin, and the other is the contention of blacks that great African institutions were destroyed by Caucasians and other outsiders and by them alone. What it all means is that the African people act and react just as all other peoples do, with the same motivations, conditions, or similar circumstances, aims, and objectives. The democratic directions of this state was well established in 1587, when Lash Yaeng Mabal assumed the leadership. The economy was still operating along provincial interest lines and apparently without state direction or participation. The market system was the only integrating economic activity along broad national lines. The Bashungs were still the leading boat makers, fishermen, and hunters. Because they were the most numerous, this tended to oversupply Cuba markets with fish and game. On the other hand, farm production was not only far below demand, but it was also too limited in variety. This meant a very limited diet of millet, bananas, peanuts, fish, and fowl. The cloth-making industries expanded as the ironsmith and other crafts developed. The building trades were the busiest in the new nation building. These included architects, carpenters, brickmakers, and masons. The political organization. The political structure actually began with the family council or clan council, which is the basic social unit of kinsmen. During the formative period of the state, each clan had its own village. As new immigrants swelled villages into towns and cities, these became divided into clan sections or wards. Each ward sent its elder as a representative to the village, town, or city council, over which presided the village headman, town subchief, or city chief. These chiefs in turn served as representatives of their areas on the provincial council, over which the paramount chief of the whole tribe presided. The paramount chiefs of the central provinces or states, the original 18 founders, represented their provinces in the central state council, over which the elected king of Cuba presided. Conquered states and tribes, which came after the federal union was formed, were not eligible for representation on the state council, and their chiefs therefore could not participate in the election of kings. There were other special benefits and privileges enjoyed by the 18 elector chiefs, which other chiefs did not have, or, more pointedly, the newcomers had burdens and responsibilities from which the elector chiefs were free. The heaviest of these were the tributary taxes levied on all chiefs except the original 18. This too was to cause trouble later. The government of Cuba. 1. The Council of State. A. The king presiding. B. The linguist, interpreter, and special aid to king. C. The chief of chiefs. Prime minister. The title chief of chiefs actually is that of the king. Here it means to say to all the chiefs of Cuba. When you see and speak to my chief minister, you see and speak to the king. D. The governors of provinces, paramount chiefs. Each paramount chief, or one of his elected generals, was in supreme command of all military forces in his province. The king, who was also a governor of his particular tribal province, had only the soldiers of his province under his command. 2. Administrators, not members of the state council. A. First chief of the treasury. B. Chief of border defenses. C. Supervisor general of tax collection, goods and services. D. Chief of the king's household and protector of ancestral tombs and regalia. E. Chief of roads and markets. F. Collector General for tributary states. This office was created in the wake of Mbung, a Ling's imperialist expansion in 1650. There were 26 kings during the 342 years of Cuban history, or from about 1568 to 1910. As in the cases of Ethiopia, Egypt, Makuria, and the other states studied, here also only a few of the outstanding leaders will be mentioned. In thus rigidly limiting the scope, we necessarily passed over many great leaders and important events, just as we shall be doing in the case of Cuba. Here also we are not as interested in chronological details as we are in such things as the development of national policies to unite diverse tribes in a patriotic devotion to one nation, and other policies that would clearly defeat that objective. The founder or founders of a nation constitute the specially honored group throughout Africa, and it is the source of royalty itself. So Cuba was still following the African Constitution when it made the central or nuclear group of 18 founders the permanent ruling council, to the exclusion of strangers. In Africa, all those who came after the community or nation is established. Yet it is equally clear that as newcomers increased the population and as the nation expanded by conquering neighboring societies, the reasons for future conflicts were also being expanded. These reasons, noted here in Cuba, were Africa-wide and account for the internal conflicts in the new African states today, even though all discontent has not come to the surface. And, as in the case of Cuba, the trouble stems from the failure to include every segment of the population in a national program of absolute equality and the opportunity to participate so fully in every phase of the national life that a sense of patriotism and belonging to the nation will gradually outweigh that of belonging to a tribe. In short, what we so depreciatingly call tribalism is in fact the necessary, cohesive, and social mechanism for survival and defense against threats to survival. The tribe is the unit through which the race itself has survived during all of its migrating and scattered circumstances. The enemies that beset it were black as well as white. This the tribes of today know as well as their black brothers outside of the Circle of 18 knew 400 years ago in Cuba. Tribalism will disappear only when the reasons for its existence in the first place disappear. The most noteworthy thing about Cuba in this connection, however, was that despite the great disorganizing factor just mentioned, its original program of uniting many language groups into one nation was so successful that it has not been equaled by any other nation in modern Africa. For look what actually happened. Many tribes, including the Bashun group, merged so completely that they lost their individual tribal identity and language and became one people, speaking one language derived from all the others, the Bakuba, or people of Cuba. This e pluribus unum process that went on continuously all over Africa is what makes the work of ethnologists and linguists so baffling, and their dogmatic conclusions often misleading, imprecise, and sometimes simply false. Splitting off from a major into a dozen smaller groups, each developing a different language or dialect, then the remerger of any 12 splintered groups into another major group, forming once again one people and one language out of many, and so on until the next segmentation of many and the later reformation of the many into a society and language group again. It is, therefore, unlikely, to put it modestly, that any anthropologist or linguist on Africa could take a group of Bakuba today and determine which had ancestors who were Bashung under Queen Ngogati, or Payang when Lashang Mabal was king, or Njinde when Mbu Mbush reigned 1680 to 1695, etc. Even members of a group as distinctive as the Pygmies, Kwa, lost their identity through intermarriages with almost all the other groups. Their mingling with other groups was more widespread because, unlike them, they did not occupy a particular province but were scattered in all of them. The descendants of a Kwa Maluk marriage in King Mishe Matun's day, 1620, could not be described as having Pygmoid features today, or Maluk either. The reason is simple. There have been too many other crossings and recrossings during the 300 to 400 years that have passed. The religion of Cuba. There was no problem of religious unity in Cuba because there was no problem of religious conflicts in traditional Africa. The blacks, having a common origin and a common center of civilization, had the same fundamental religious beliefs throughout the continent, just as all of their other basic institutions were similar. The inevitable variations were insignificant when compared with the universal similarities. The Cubans believed, as all Africans believed, in one almighty God, the creator of the universe. There were numerous ways of expressing the one God concept. He might be identified with the sun and called the sun god, or as a variation of this, he might be called the sky god. The numerous other gods, far from being in conflict with the great God, were a necessary part of his divine plan, his own deputies and emissaries who had direct charge of the various departments of life that concerned human needs: the earth, soil, water, illness, health, fertility, planting, harvest, the forests, war, hunting, fishing, rain, etc. There were lesser gods under these. Their rank or importance was determined by their role and the extent of their role. Different tribes might have different tribal gods, or a group of kindred tribes might have the same sub-gods. Each family or clan might or might not have its own clan god, and each member of the family might or might not have his own personal god. In short, the traditional African religion respecting an almighty God and a hierarchy of lesser deities was later taken over by Christianity in the form of patron saints and higher deities who rank next to God himself. It is said that religion in Cuba did not include ancestor worship. This ancestor worship thing is another one of those overdone myths about Africans. The Bakuba did not worship their ancestors, but neither did other Africans. If Western writers are using the term in the sense that one worships God, and of course they are using worship in this sense, just as they pretend not to understand the role of the numerous African deities, but understand the role of these same deities in Western civilization if we call them patron saints. In the same way as just about every other aspect of African life and history has been misrepresented and distorted. Yet one can understand why a people for whom the idea of immortality is merely a creed would find it hard to understand the all-encompassing religious philosophy of a people who actually believed in life beyond death. From this central belief, numerous other beliefs developed naturally. An important one was that relatives who had passed on maintained a continuing interest in the welfare of those left behind. To justify and preserve this continuing oversight of their ancestors, the living did those things that might merit ancestral approbation. There was ancestor reverence, not ancestor worship. This reverence for elders began in early life with the living and increased with the dead. When food was periodically placed at the graves, nobody expected the ancestral spirits to eat it. Only fools outside of Africa alleged that they did. What they were doing was a demonstration that the communal spirit of sharing was being maintained. Furthermore, if the ancestors approved of their behavior, they were in a position to intercede on their behalf with the deities in times of crisis. The blacks' conception of God was on a scale too grand to be acceptable to Western minds, so they had to reduce it by using a term that is equated with paganism, primitive, backwardness, and barbarism. The word is animism. But the historian and anthropologist are witnesses against themselves, still proving the very opposite of what they intend. In documenting animism as the chief characteristic of the religion of the blacks from remotest times, they are also documenting the fact that the blacks' belief in the existence as well as the nature of one universal God also goes back to times immemorial. And what is animism? As applied to Africans, it is the belief that the spirit of the Creator or the universal God permeates all of his creations, living and dead. Therefore, any object, animate or inanimate, may be sacred. This concept of God and his creations would be regarded as highly civilized if expressed by a Westerner in some such terms as a reverence for life. Indeed, precisely the same African religious belief becomes the doctrine of immanence in Christian civilization. The Bakuba, people of Cuba, believed that two contending spirits affected man, the spirit of good and the spirit of evil. Evil was thought to be expressed most clearly in witchcraft, which in turn characterized persons engaged in the practice of trying to do harm to others. In Cuba, as throughout Africa, the penalty for witchcraft was either death or banishment. The much misrepresented witch doctor, far from engaging in the practice himself, had the task of combating the practice by trying to help its victims. Hence the title witch doctor, which came to be applied to all African doctors indiscriminately because of the widespread belief that almost all human ills resulted from the work of evil spirits through evil operations. Witches. A long chapter could be devoted to the training of the native doctors and their practice of medicine. This is not our purpose at this point, but it should be noted in passing that writers have generally focused their attention on the entirely superficial externals that disguised the African doctor's real practice of the healing arts. They spent years in the forest studying the medicinal properties of various plants and herbs. They went through the same long periods of apprenticeship that the members of all the other skilled crafts had to go through under a master. The people were not fools. The prescribed medicine had to be beneficial. If not, the doctor was held to account far more rigidly than doctors are in our times. The African doctor's entire future in his community depended upon his successful ministrations, and these must overshadow inevitable failures now and then. And while the psychological ritual of hideous mask to frighten off evil spirits, the wild dance and mystical speech were all intended to impress the people with the mysteries of healing, carried over to modern medicine in Latin prescriptions. After all of this, the native physician still had to produce satisfactory results or be disgraced. Religion was involved in the practice of medicine, as religion was involved in every aspect of African life. Disease was believed to be the result of some misdeed on the part of the individual himself or the working of an evil spirit. If widespread, the community as a whole may have sinned, either by commission or omission of something that offended either the deities or the ever watchful ancestors. Songs, dances, and sacrifices were communal activities designed to re-establish the proper relationship between the people and the unseen powers. History and philosophy. Each Cuban tribe was responsible for its own history, and the state was responsible for the history of the nation. It was oral history. The oral historian, again as in the case of all other crafts, was a trained historian. His basic training was in a mnemotechnical system. This training in memorization began as an apprentice to a recognized historian other than the principal oral historian. There were special occasions for members of the clan to assemble to listen to the story of the clan, and another occasion for the general community to assemble for the overall history of the nation. The absence of written history made the task of the oral historian very exacting. He was generally held so strictly accountable for any errors made in his account that at times the reaction to mistakes made seems to have been unreasonable. For while he was allowed the widest latitude in commentaries of his own, and even in fantastic embellishments designed to shock his listeners or entertain them, he dared not err in reciting the factual data of history. It seems quite clear that not only the elders, who were also well versed in oral tradition, knew the difference between the mythical and the truly historical account, but the people also understood what was intended as amusement and what was their real story. Aside from tall tales, the historian often used proverbs reflecting the philosophy of great leaders and that of the race, praise songs of great men and great events, songs which we would call the blues, which told of past failures and heartaches, and dances of victories won and of thanksgiving. But the assembled elders were always keeping a sharp watch out for any serious errors on the part of the oral historian. He might be removed or even banished. In either case, his career would be ended in disgrace, and his disgrace might wreck his life among his people. On the other hand, if successful, the rewards were great, because the oral historian was the community's storehouse of wisdom and one of its most honored personalities. He was the core of the education system. The lineage was the key to the history of the extended family, the tribe, and the nation. Within the lineage were the social, religious, economic, and political ties that held together the family, tribe, and nation. Cheyenne the Great. Cheyenne the First was one of the greatest leaders that the black race ever produced, and considering the conditions and circumstances of his time, I think he was the greatest. He became king of Cuba in 1630, and during the relatively short period of 10 years, he set in motion an economic revolution that transformed the nation and gave it a new forward direction. He was not only far ahead of his own time in perceiving that economic development was the only way to restore the ancient greatness of the blacks, but he is still ahead of the whole black world today in the revival of economic activities on all possible fronts. The economy had remained on the subsistence level. It could hardly be otherwise because the nation was still in its formative stage, still very young. The main activities were still in the fields of agriculture, fishing, weaving, mat making, basketry, wood carving, carpentry, furniture making, pottery, iron and coppersmiths, sculpture and painting. There was a remarkable advance in all the arts, especially the pictorial arts, since it was from the latter that the blacks developed their writing system in earlier times and lost it through migrations. One may wonder whether there was any rediscovery and revival of writing in Cuba. Oral history does not tell us, or does it? We do not know. What we do know is that the kind of stable society and institutions were developing in this nation from which writing develops as a compelling and almost indispensable need. Siam's economic revolution stimulated many facets of the national renaissance about which we know very little. For the revolution of 1630 was a revolution in thinking and a search for new and better ways of doing things. The new king was interested in new styles and a break from the traditional art forms. His drive was for national consolidation and internal development rather than the wars of conquests that so much occupied the time and energies of his predecessors. The slowly developing economy now experienced a sense of urgency and national direction. New crops were introduced: sorghum, corn, millet, not entirely new in the area, tobacco, yams, and beans. The external influence here was black external influence, and now hardly external to Cuba, because some of the tribes now constituting the nation came from areas where these crops were grown. Would yams and tobacco grow in Cuba? Let's find out. Siam seemed to have been saying on all fronts, all down the line. The skilled crafts were expanded and methods of production improved and speeded up by new techniques. New weaving and embroidery methods were notable. The break with tradition was most clearly seen in the experiments in new art patterns and new styles in wood carving. All this economic activity meant a marked transition from a subsistence to a surplus economy, and this of course led to general prosperity through the expansion of markets and foreign trade. Since Cuba was not within the orbit of the caravan routes of international commerce, her foreign trade was with other African areas. Cuban trade missions were sent near and far to promote trade through the establishment of markets at important trading centers in nearby and distant states. This was the most important aspect of Siam's economic revolution. In the decline of the civilization of the blacks, as they splintered off and scattered here and there over Africa and over the world, they lost this pioneering spirit of business enterprise. The most urgent need in recapturing their lost status in the modern world of aggressive competition. The traders were also organized into societies. Every occupation except agriculture had its society or guild. Farmers were not so organized because just about everybody was a farmer in addition to his trade. Any townsman who did not have a farm somewhere would have been considered strange. One's trade or profession then was seen as possible only because of the basic economy, and for that reason everyone was responsible for a share in agricultural production. The general prosperity engendered by the economic revolution did not bring general internal peace. The inevitable increase in population was further expanded by the annexation of new territories and the influx of the endless streams of migrating people who were attracted to this new land of opportunity. But they were strangers, and this fact, as noted above, was a cause of general unrest among them, and even greater unrest among the conquered groups. It appears that the national prosperity served to heighten the tensions rather than reduce them. More trouble came from the Bai-Yang elements in the country, members of a major tribe that had challenged the Bushun leadership even before the move from Ayu. Rebellions also broke out just before Siam assumed the leadership. The Bai-Yang and Kete succeeded in capturing and destroying the capital city, while the unsubdued Bai-Yang continued their attacks from the area still under their control. These internal conflicts were of great historical importance because of the far-reaching consequences. The most important overall outcome was radical changes in the traditional constitution. To begin with, religion was drawn upon as an indirect means of social control by enhancing the divine role of the king. The traditional role of the king as the chief elder and therefore the chief representative of the people before God was very easily changed now to the conception of the king as the lieutenant of God on earth. As God's lieutenant on earth, the king could assume powers not recognized by the Constitution and go unchallenged. But above and beyond this, the internal turmoil was regarded as such a threat to the nation's existence by the loyal chiefs and the people that even more powers than the king had dared to assume were bestowed upon him to enable him to crush rebellions by direct action and restore internal peace. Here then is how a democracy may become an absolute monarchy, not by a coup d'etat, but by the consent of the people themselves. They seem to be thinking only about the others, strangers causing trouble, when they allowed the council to give the king the power over life and death. Another fatal blow to the African democratic system was allowing the king to raise and maintain his own national army. The national army, as we know, had always been made up of contingents under the supreme command of the council, operating through the respective paramount chiefs and provincial kings. This single change can be said to have completed the triumph of the King of Cuba as an absolute monarch. He had already acquired extraordinary powers quite naturally as the kingdom expanded over new territory. New administrative offices had to be made. Some of these were so important that the king encountered no open opposition when he also appointed them as members of the hitherto exclusive state council. This marked the end of the traditional council as it had functioned under the African Constitution. The core council of the 18 elector states was now outnumbered by appointees of the king. It appears that Siam made no display and very little use of his new powers vis-a-vis the elector chiefs. His chief interest continued to be in the field of internal improvement, building a capital city, and upgrading the social amenities that reflect a highly advanced society. These included new forms of court etiquette and procedures, resplendent regalia, etc. One of Siam's stratagems for securing the loyalty and support of important chiefs and other notables was the appointment of their sons to many important posts. This move was significant because it bypassed the nephews in favor of the sons, thus satisfying the natural but never spoken desire of most fathers in a matrilineal society. The King General. Siam left a record of achievements that none of his successors could match. He was a legend even in his own lifetime. The people had never known or heard about such a leader and had never experienced in their own lives the direct benefits of such leadership. It had to be magic, and therefore Siam had been the great magician. Since magic in Africa was simply another religious means of invoking the aid of a deity, to call their chief intercessor with God a magician meant that he was actually securing benefits for the people, and that he was indeed the lieutenant of God on earth. In short, magic was another form of prayer, song, or dance in the appeals to supernatural powers for help. Mbung Liang, Siam's successor, was not a great magician. He was a warrior king, a great general. He did not have to carry on the economic revolution. It carried on itself from the momentum Siam had given it. Mbung Liang devoted himself to further wars of conquest and the expansion of the royal power, which these wars made easy. The age-grade military system started by Siam was expanded from a militia to a strong standing army, strong for the period. Prisoners of war, now slaves, formed the king's personal army. They were stationed in separate villages of their own. Now the king was powerful enough to attempt to make the modest changes in the matrilineal system under Siam more thoroughgoing and permanent in the royal family itself. The royal nephews were all placed under permanent house arrest, and sons of the king became heirs to the throne. Meanwhile, they were appointed to important governing posts in different parts of the kingdom. And while it has been suggested that this radical breach of constitutional law was intended to reduce the factional power struggles in the royal family, what it did was to sharpen such struggles along more clearly defined lines. Mbung had divided not only the royal but all the chiefs and people into the defenders of the traditional constitution on the one hand, and the progressive reformers on the other. This meant more unrest and more rebellions. The King General dealt with these with an iron hand, was successful, and proceeded with another important assault on the Constitution. He outlawed migrations from the country. This had been one of the black man's greatest freedoms, the right of every dissatisfied individual or group to withdraw from the community, migrate elsewhere, and either join some other group or set up a new chiefdom. The universal use of this freedom, let it be remembered at every point, is one of the reasons for so many different little societies and language groups throughout the continent, while at the same time indicating a common origin and background. This relatively small and generally unknown kingdom in the Congo region was a microcosm of black Africa in other respects, and as in other African states, it presents the concrete evidence and specific validation of much of the history of the black people. There was still another development in Cuba that was occurring all over Africa, a development of the highest importance for ethnologists, but one which they generally bypass or treat very lightly. This had to do with still another way new tribes, new chiefdoms, and new language groups were formed, ultimately leaving not a trace of what the respective members of such groups had been in former times. A new tribe and chiefdom of this kind was formed by strays and stragglers, individuals and very small groups that had become detached from their main society during the migrations. Speaking different languages and dialects, they were unaffiliated persons who were lost in the corporate society of Cuba. Even to become second-class citizens as newcomers, strangers had to be members of a single group large enough to have the traditional tribal socio-political structure headed by a chief. Because of these conditions and circumstances, many stray individuals and small groups from different tribes united and began the formation of a new tribe, a new language from the merger of many, and a new tradition or oral history. Here too is how and why oral tradition may become confused and misleading during the first 2 or 3 generations. For the first chief and his family, chosen as founders of the new chiefdom, may attempt to overplay their role in the founding and progress of the new society. The central point that is stressed here again, however, is that the historical process in Africa of segmentation, re-emerging, segmentation, and re-emerging ad infinitum defies all attempts by Western anthropologists to divide and classify the race into opposing ethnic societies. It cannot be done either by linguistics or by conclusions arrived at on the basis of widely different physical features and or characteristics. All these observations can be drawn from the most eventful 50 years in the history of Cuba, 1630 to 1680. Notwithstanding the unprecedented changes in the Constitution, ironically enough, the periods of Cuba's glory and greatest achievements were under the leadership of her 3 great autocratic kings, Siam the Great, Mbung Liang, and Mbo Mbush, 1650 to 1680. With the death of Mbo Mbush, an era of relative peace, stability, and progress came to an end. But that era left us with a perplexing question. Considering the history of the nation before Siam and after Mbush, that question is whether democracy actually served the welfare of the people as well as autocracy. It is an awful question, but here is a specific case where the question rises under its own power. In view of the record, no one has to raise it. It therefore has to be faced. It may be that the tradition-bound councils, which we glorify so much because they represented the people and served as a check on chiefs and kings, may also have served to check progress under the leadership of dedicated chiefs and kings of far-seeing vision. This in turn introduces the question of the role of leadership in the affairs of men, and particularly in the history of every people that had great leaders who lit the blaze which banished the darkness from their marching paths. Since leadership is indispensable in any group situation, large or small, the ultimate solution in a democracy may be centered around the question not of how much power a leader has, but rather in whose interest and for whose welfare that power is to be used. This presupposes an alert people who know when and where to draw the line between their welfare and the actions of a powerful leader. When Mbung went to the extreme by appointing and deposing chiefs at his pleasure, the people could have checked him. Therefore, the great kings who did so much to build a strong nation also planted the seeds for its destruction from within long before the Europeans completed its destruction from without. From 1680 until the coming of the Europeans in the 1880s, intermittent internal strife darkened the whole period. The struggles centered around the various constitutional violations and changes. These were the main issues, whether the rebellions were led by whole tribes or were civil strife led by royal sons on the one hand and royal nephews on the other. Through it all, however, foreign and domestic trade somehow continued to flourish. In fact, the Cuban markets were so widespread outside of the country that these enterprising blacks attracted the attention of the now world-conquering Europeans. They now had business to explore up and down the Kasai and Sankuru rivers, checking on the operations of the Bakuba. Once again, the most crucial points in the history of the blacks were being epitomized by a single small nation. It was to escape the Europeans that, centuries before, the people who formed the Cuban state had continued their migrations from the Atlantic seaboard and journeyed far into the interior. They had come on and along the same rivers the advanced scouts of the enemy were now exploring. The blacks, as usual, were too busy fighting among themselves to mark the heralds of their doom or see the significance of their coming. Up to this time, they had been wise enough to adhere to the rule followed by most African states by rigidly barring all non-Africans from crossing their borders. The record of over 4,000 years showed that in each and every case where the rule of exclusion was relaxed and Asians or Europeans were admitted under whatever pretext, the ultimate fate of the blacks was sealed. First, a lone Portuguese came, seeking trade. Who would be silly enough to fear a lone white man? And were not the Cubans, the great traders, always looking for new markets? Nor were the few Germans who came later any occasion for concern other than new opportunities for trade. The exploring expeditions up and down the rivers did not cause alarm. Trading relations with the Europeans were indeed established and were becoming more and more profitable. The Europeans were not yet permitted to settle within the country, but no matter, they were, as we have said, long-range schemers. The pattern of worldwide imperialism had been determined long ago, and the techniques of penetration and dominance were fixed and universally applied. So, instead of invading the country by force, something they were never prepared to do initially anyway, they ringed the country with trading posts along its borders. To these outposts, missionaries assembled to form missions for God and the empire, and were later followed by armed detachments, ostensibly to protect the trading routes and new markets from imaginary raiders. To make matters worse, the European crisis began to develop near the end of the longest and most strife-ridden reign in Cuban history. King Mbop Mbonk Ma Mbul was in the fifth decade of his rule, tired and worn out, both by age and endless fighting. Far from seeing the gathering Europeans as a threat, he and his immediate successors seem to have regarded them as a godsend that would solve two critical problems. The Portuguese offered to buy all of the captured rebels and other troublemakers and the replenishing of a drained treasury by the sale of these war prisoners. The first would tend to end civil strife and restore domestic peace, and the second was a new source of great wealth, to be relieved of the cost and trouble of maintaining prisoner of war camps was still another incentive for selling them. For such reasons, the unforgivable sale of blacks into slavery by blacks began. The fact that African chiefs and kings had a quite different conception of slavery than that of the Caucasians does not excuse them, for in the course of time they had to know that in the West the captured blacks became slaves in fact, and not as in Africa, persons who became members of the community, were integrated into families, became members of any of the crafts, had rights to farm land, held offices, and in fact had all the rights and privileges enjoyed by their original captives. So I am saying that while at first the African slave sellers may not have known the fate to which they were consigning their brothers, in time they did learn, and for this reason these blacks will stand condemned forever before the bar of history, King Ma Mbul along with the others. The sale of malcontents into slavery did not end the civil strife because, for one thing, all the rebels were neither captured nor defeated. Besides, the permanent center of conflict was in the royal lineage itself. The general upheaval after 1885, the year the European conquest of all Africa began, made it easy for the whites to enter and spread all over the country. The traders and missionaries were the first to take over the country by first allying themselves with opposing chiefdoms and opposing royal factions, urging on each to keep up the fight against the others. Indeed, the missionaries in Cuba were missionaries of damnation, not salvation. They wore the deceptive garb of religion, but their activities were not only almost wholly political, but were concerned with furthering the disintegration and collapse of this little black nation. They obviously did not come to help, spiritually or otherwise. They came to hinder, at least until the country was completely under white rule. Their next step, therefore, was to actually set up chiefdoms themselves, install puppet chiefs, and rule the country through the chiefdoms over which they and the traders had control. When the 20th century dawned, a dying Cuba was gasping for breath, making its last desperate attempts to free itself from the choking hands it thought had come to bestow Christian blessings. But it was too late. The temporary restoration of the king was too late. The Congo Free State's gesture of assistance was too late. Death arrived according to a schedule, and that was determined by the whites. In 1916, the European-controlled Kat-Apé, the last to hold the fictitious title of king to disguise white rule, passed from the scene, and the kingdom of Cuba, having long since died, now had its death certified by the equally small state of Belgium, that now ruled a black African region 10 times its size. Cuba was the African experience in so many important respects that it was taken as a case study typical of that experience. We have therefore seen how many of the migrations ended after the people had been uprooted from one place after another. Some to the farthest regions went, found what they believed to be a place of refuge, and began to build again as a separate, isolated society, slowly developing new forms of speech and variations from the original culture. Some found refuge in swamps, caves, and forests, or deserts, where the natural environment alone was an effective barrier to progress and an unspoken command to retrogress to barbarism. Still others, such as the Bashungs, united with other tribes to form a new nation. Out of this new nation there emerged not only a new people composed of many diverse groups, but also a new language, similarly made up of different languages and dialects. It was also significant that the new state was formed under the guidelines of the traditional African constitution. Kings were to be elected, and the power center was in the Council of State. There appeared to be a studied program of nation building by glorifying the unique cultural offerings of each society and making its contributions a part of the whole nation's heritage. Significant, too, was the fact that religion, like other basic institutions, was essentially the same as it was in the heartland of the race. The sky god was still the sun god, and the sun was simply the obvious way to symbolize the reality of the one God concept, the creator of the universe. The role of the great leaders as benefactors in human affairs was repeated and made clear again in the life and work of Shyam the Great, and in that of at least two of his successors. Shyam's economic revolution that promoted remarkable progress and prosperity made his new title of Lieutenant of God on Earth readily acceptable. For were not those leaders who looked after the welfare of the people the instruments of the divine will? As we have seen, a political phenomenon develops from this circumstance in which the people's confidence in the leader is so great that he may be allowed to exercise powers unlimited to further advance the public welfare. It is the genesis of absolutism. Therefore, the study of this state was also a study of how an African democracy evolved into an autocracy without any external influence whatsoever. Cuba revealed something else. We also saw that there was a black imperialism in Africa, all African, and without outside influence. Indeed, we saw the microcosm of all the conquests of blacks by blacks, the oppression and enslavement of blacks by blacks, all of which left us the heritage of suspicion, distrust, and hatred that accounts for tribalism, disunity, fear, and unrest today. In spite of it all, the Cuban state was relatively secure as a black power entity until they allowed the whites to come in. At that point, the history of the blacks in Egypt and everywhere else was being repeated, and in exactly the same way. The blacks had learned nothing from their previous experiences with whites. The blacks were therefore doomed to repeat the same big mistakes over and over, meanwhile losing both their civilization and their freedom. As the last days of the kingdom show, the separatist chiefdoms struggling for power actually sought alliances with the whites to overcome this or that black faction. They did this in Egypt and lost. There they continued to form alliances with whites against blacks even after black rule had been pushed southward below the first cataract. The whites were only too anxious to oblige in thus helping the blacks to speed up the work in which they were so busily engaged. Social disorganization and the internecine strife that led to white control of their lives. One may wonder if Kat Apé, the last of the figurehead kings under Belgian rule, ever reflected on how and why the blacks so often sealed their own doom. Chapter 10. White Devils from the West. Before the 16th century, most Africans on the continent had never seen a real white face. Since in many societies all devils and other evil spirits were white, the ritual to ward these off was always led by chanting dancers whose faces and bodies were hideously painted with white chalk. That there were in fact white humans living, white devils, was unbelievable. Probably few reports are better known than those of first contacts, where the boldest of the unbelievers would venture to rub the skin of whites to see if the paint would come off. Over 1,000 years had passed since Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and Turks had taken over Egypt, and Arabs now also ruled the eastern Sudan. Arab-Hebrew rule was steadfast in isolated Abyssinia, while the Arabs along the east coast, operating from their Zanzibar stronghold, had not themselves ventured far into the interior. Their Afro-Arab agents generally spearheaded slave-hunting operations. Ghana and Mali had disappeared, and now Songhay was making its last stand against Arab, colored, and Berber armies from across the desert. Even there, where black armies clashed with invading white armies, the masses never saw white people. This refers not only to the countless thousands who fled upon the approach of enemy troops, but also to those who remained scattered over the country in their villages. Now things were changing rapidly, and the people were becoming sharply aware that they were being hemmed in from all directions. To begin with, the Arabs were spreading out and penetrating formerly forbidden borders of black states. Being the longest of the whites in Africa and the freest in amalgamation, because of this there were millions of brown Arabs, dark-skinned Arabs, and near-white Arabs. They could therefore enter black territory from which whites were barred. These black Arabs, many were unmixed, confused African leaders everywhere, increased the tensions and tribal wars among them, and helped mightily in destroying the independence of African states. Having discussed this in connection with the fall of the Maasai states and elsewhere, my return to the same subject again is to keep a focus on the racist self-imposed chains as well as on those imposed by the whites. A further reason is that blacks themselves do not like to discuss these internal handicaps at all, not even among themselves. We prefer to pretend that certain things do not exist. This fact in itself is a weakness that strengthens the white power position over the blacks. The Portuguese were the first white European people to arrive in West and Central Africa. They were not long in adopting the Arab strategy in dividing the blacks against themselves, a strategy since adopted by all white people. The Congo-Angola story. The Portuguese arrived at the mouth of the Great Congo River in West Africa in 1488. Their aim was to make their tiny European state into a vast African Indian empire. They had two men of vision to inspire the all-out efforts to realize the dream, Joao I and his son Henry. Africa had been secure from invasion from this quarter during all the centuries the Western world believed that the earth was flat. Now the myth had been exploded when in 1434 G.L. Eanes dared to sail beyond the area where the Atlantic Ocean was supposed to end and ships plunged into the void. He sailed around Cape Boador. Thenceforth, the blacks of West Africa had to confront the white devils from Europe and the Americas. The Portuguese, as ignorant of the African people as they had been about the shape of the earth, were not prepared to find highly advanced states there. The kingdom of the Congo was their first great surprise, because its political structure and expertly organized administrative machinery equaled that of Portugal or any other European state known to them. That system requires no discussion here because it followed the same constitutional pattern as that of the other African states already described. The Congo's economic system of agriculture and handicraft industries, organized into guilds, was the same. Apprenticeship training for all skilled occupations was the same, and the general pattern of social organization was also the same as other African societies. The Congo Kingdom was prosperous, carrying on external trade by both land and rivers with states farther north, east, and west. The states to the south, later to become Angola, were in an uneasy commotion due to the increasing presence of foreigners on the coast, on nearby islands, and now sailing up the rivers toward the interior. Migrations from the Angola states increased, even though the Portuguese were then bypassing the region in favor of the more highly advanced Kingdom of Congo. Or was it the flight of so many potential slaves from the coastal areas that caused the Portuguese to move up the river closer to the population centers? It was more likely a strategic move. By establishing a stronghold in the Congo Kingdom, the Angola region would be caught between Portuguese armed forces on the Angolan northern border and those on the seacoast and offshore islands. In short, Portugal was getting in a position to take over this whole region of black states. Many historians and apologists for Portuguese imperialism in Africa use the Congo Kingdom as the classic example of the Portuguese policy of racial equality. For did they not themselves declare this to be their policy? And did not the King of Portugal himself address the King of Congo as brother? What happened was that the Portuguese captains had met Congo leaders, not just the king, who were in fact not only their equal, but men so anxious to advance their nation further that they were willing and anxious for anything new and better that the white world had to offer. They took the Westerners at their word. They had painted their monarch as the greatest king in the world that had advanced to a pinnacle of civilization under the guidance of a universal religion that was headed by a supreme pontiff who was appointed by the Son of God himself. Moreover, this same successor to the first head of the church, the Apostle Peter, would not only welcome the King of Congo and his people into the great Christian fold, but would send missionaries and teachers to help make his kingdom the greatest in Africa. Portuguese records indicate that far more than religion and Western education was offered. Material benefits, such as great wealth from trade, were persuasive. The Kingdom of Congo, therefore, is a case study of the processes of westernizing the very first group of blacks on the African continent. Footnote: the ancient Ethiopian church, in Makoria and Alwa, had no conscious westernization program beyond the changes in names, and these, like those of Jews, were Bible names. End of footnote. This, however, was only one of the means to a much greater end. Nothing could have been farther from Portugal's real objective than bringing Christianity and a higher civilization to Africa. Christian civilization served as the charm words in the white man's magic, with the incantations which hypnotized both his victims and himself. They believed they were being introduced to a better life, while the latter convinced himself that even the enslaved people were better off under the white standard for civilization, beside which there was no other. He was therefore serving God himself in Africa. For did not the churches throughout the Western world so proclaim? And were not the Christian missionaries the most effective servants of empire? The court at Lisbon had planned well. For such a mini-state as Portugal, an ambition for an empire bigger than the continent of Europe, and then daring enough to operate the plan, this must compel a degree of admiration for the kind of Caucasian genius and uninhibited aggressiveness that enabled very small groups of men to go forth to conquer and dominate almost all the peoples on this planet. Portugal's presence in West and Central Africa aimed at nothing less than building an empire across Africa from west to east, from Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean, a vast swath across the continent that would also serve directly as the imperial highway connection with the projected Indian Empire. The African Indian Empire was Portugal's grand design. The Congo interlude was merely a needed stepping stone and base of operations. But they were smart enough to realize that the foundation for a permanent empire in the land of another people, and built with their own sweat and blood, would be more successful if the minds of the people could be captured first. One did not go in with guns blazing. Only fools did this, except in cases where the natives were too damn smart and saw through every scheme, no matter how shining the cross or how white the extended hand. In such cases, it was their own fault, yet for their own salvation, that Christian cannons had to blast away. First of all, however, the really big thing was to change the blacks into Christians, which changed them into Westerners, which was to change them into the white man's image. The previously mentioned process, the outcome of which caused blacks to reject and become ashamed of both their culture and themselves, the only people on earth to do so. And this is why it is important to have a close-up look at the process of westernization in the Kingdom of Congo, where it began. The missionaries began their work on kings and notables. There was nothing new in this approach. Indeed, the Congolese were so anxious for the new education and its vehicle, Christianity, that the priests found their task easy. First of all, to become a Christian, one had to be baptized and given a Christian name. Christian names were Western names, and they all took the form used in the conquering country. The first Congolese king to become a Christian was Nzinga Kuwu in 1492, taking the Portuguese name of João I. Hundreds of other blacks immediately followed his example. Princes, chiefs, ministers, and some of the masses. The most notable Congolese kings who became black Portuguese were Afonsos, Alvarez, Dom Pedros, Diogos, etc. Overbearing Jesuit fathers were installed as counselors to the king, one functioning as a prime minister. This move at once destroyed the troublesome traditional council that controlled chiefs and kings, and with such councils no European power could operate. The age of absolutism, with the rise of the nation-state in Europe, was directly reflected in the Congo kingdom. With this Portuguese wedge between the king and the people, the Congo rulers now found themselves free to make important decisions without reference to black counselors. Footnote: since the Congolese rulers were migrants into the territory and extended their kingdom over indigenous people, the king's appointment of key officials was one of the same routes to autocracy I have discussed in connection with the rise of new African states following migrations. End of footnote. They therefore tended to become absolute monarchs, insofar as their own people were concerned, but generally puppets in the hands of Europeans. The exceptions were Afonso I and Diogo I. The idea of divine kingship was promoted through the anointment and crowning of kings by Portuguese bishops. Kings now ruled as sons of the church, chosen by divine decree to serve it. This means serving the Portuguese by meeting their demands, always made as friendly suggestions from brothers who were equal in Christ. Even the traditional political system was made to appear as a Portuguese creation. It was already highly and efficiently organized before any Europeans came, organized with each village and town under a chief, called Manai, each district under a Manai, and each of the 6 major provinces that made up the kingdom was under the administration of a governor, also bearing the title of Manai. Now, in addition to the widespread use of Portuguese names, important Portuguese titles appeared, such as dukes and infantes. A new class of princes, hitherto never used in Africa because the Western conception of royalty was absent. Here then is another case where the external influence school can have a field day. Since nothing is better known and nowhere denied than the fact that the Africans who adopted European or Asian institutions, such as Islam and Christianity for example, were not only influenced by them, but often transformed into black Arabs, black Portuguese, black Frenchmen, black Englishmen, and so on. In fact, it was this very transforming external influence that played a decisive role in first destroying the best in African civilization, while at the same time giving worldwide publicity to all remaining elements of barbarism that could be found. The new masters of the continent were in the position of all power and could therefore make their viewpoints the viewpoints of the world. The system of reducing blacks to non-persons was so thoroughgoing that not only did the various people of the world regard them as such, but tragedy of tragedies, the blacks themselves came to feel inferior and to hate themselves and all of their kind. Magic? Here now indeed a magical thing had happened, since these whites, who called themselves Portuguese, had arrived. As the 15th century moved on toward the 19th, the Europeans became less and less white devils and more white masters, backed up by awesome firepower. White was no longer the face of evil in the black world. It had changed places with black. Now black was the badge of evil, all that was bad, even bad luck. To make a white man look evil, you had to dress him in black. Life's final tragedy, death, called for mourning in black. Happy events, such as baptisms and weddings, required the wearing of white. God himself, being white, had cursed the blacks and made them the servants of man. Man being white man. For was not he made in the image of God? To worship God, in effect, was to worship the white man. A volume could be written on the scores of these little psychological gimmicks that are now so deeply embedded in cultural thought that they are taken as a simple matter of course and require no comment. Yet they are the subtle weapons which have been more devastating in conquering the blacks and reducing them to an inferior status than armed might. Caucasian victory was complete and seemingly permanent when the blacks throughout the world joined the whites in glorifying all things white and condemning all things black, or even tinged with black, including themselves. Here we are at the very heart of the race problem. This self-abnegation, self-effacement, the loss of self-identity by cutting their roots with the past and thereby losing the very links with their history from which a people draws strength, inspiration to move forward to even higher ground, and in fact the reason for being. In short, in the incongruous attempts to replace his own values with those of the white man, the black man lost his own personality and therefore his manhood almost absolutely. Nearly 500 years have passed since the first Europeans landed on the coast of West Africa, and their phase of transforming blacks from men to half-men began. Yet, even with this long background, there are countless millions of frustrated blacks, frustrated by the perpetual annoyance of the blurred vision and the blank wall as they struggle to see life through the blue eyes of Caucasians. The status of African people throughout the world remains too precarious to deal with their history by merely chronicling important events. The situation demands that greater efforts be made to determine the meaning of those events, their effect on the people, the overall change in the direction of history, and what new direction the race must take. The major and immediate Portuguese aim in Africa was not the conquest of blacks. Rather, their first aim was to destroy Arab power in Africa and the Islamic control of just about all of the overland trade routes to the east. For this cause, Columbus had sailed, and other European nations took to the high seas. The Portuguese sought to use religion as the usual spearhead. That Christian states were in Africa from the earliest times had not been completely forgotten. Footnote: there was no reason why the ancient African church should have been forgotten at all. The Vatican records and those at Constantinople were available. End of footnote. One that had escaped Muslim destruction was located in what had been a southeastern border state of the ancient Ethiopian Empire, identified by the Portuguese as a kingdom ruled by a King Prester John. The idea was to unite the Christian forces of Europe with those of Africa in an all-out war against the Arabs. But what was not generally known was that the kingdom of Axum, expanding to become the empire of Abyssinia, was ruled alternatively by Christian Arabs and colored Christian Hebrews. All Arabs were not Muslims. All Hebrews were not Jews in religion. It appears that African Hebrew and Christian Arab communities were in southern Arabia and Yemen, just across from the East African country they later conquered. The Portuguese, however, did not reach the African Christian kingdom at the time they sought it for the promotion of their campaign against Islam. They had therefore begun the work of creating a black Christian kingdom in their own image. This was Congo. By 1512, no one needed to guess or speculate about the Portuguese plans. Their king, Manuel, made them clear in documentary form. The Regimento. This is one of the interesting and significant documents in the history of black people because it was the first detailed blueprint for the conquest of the black man's mind, acculturation via Christianity, his body, slavery, and his country. This historic document, however, was couched in all the endearing words and phraseology of equality and brotherly love, from which fact historians have declared the Portuguese African policy to be one of equality, replete with humanitarianism. But the Congolese king, Afonso, his Portuguese name notwithstanding, saw through the elaborate plan to reorganize his country and began to throw up roadblocks, albeit too late. Manuel levied on the king a heavy tribute in slaves, ivory, and copper to pay the cost of his Christian civilization program in the country, his various expeditions there, and for the, quote, huge expenses in connection with the education of a few Congolese children in Portugal, including the king's son. Manuel's next most important move was to make certain that his Code de Congo was carried out. He therefore sent Simão de Silva, both as his ambassador and, in effect, Governor General or Viceroy of Congo. While Simão de Silva's real functions were clearly outlined, these were covered over by the usual title of courtesy, advisor to the king or the king's counselor. In this capacity, he was the co-administrator of the nation, a supreme judge, and had control over army and finance. He was to have a comprehensive geographical survey of the country to determine the extent of its natural wealth for direct exploitation. Things quickly got out of hand. The Portuguese settler population, based mainly on the coast and offshore islands, desired the quicker riches that would flow from the increasing demand for black slaves. The settlers therefore pursued a more aggressive course of action, ignoring the Lisbon court's attempt to cover the real operations with the friendly language of diplomacy. Up to the 16th century, the people we are calling slaves were not slaves in the modern sense, but laborers either captured as prisoners of war or persons imprisoned for various offenses. So during the first stages of the slave trade, many African chiefs and kings actually thought they were supplying workers needed abroad and at a great profit to themselves. They had had no experience with the white man's slave system or its equation with race. Not at first, we have said, but as the decades passed, and the Congo state is a good example, many Africans became enmeshed in the horrors of the trade, knew what they were doing, and in the pursuit of guns and riches became as brutal as the whites in dealing with their own kind. Guns. Black leaders saw these new weapons of death as the real source of the white man's power and the immediate threat to their own existence. The earth-shaking cannons that were being brought into Africa seemed to herald the death of a whole race or its total enslavement. The Africans became insistent in their demand for guns as articles of trade. There was then, as now, a silent embargo on arms to black Africa, a sort of white gentleman's agreement. The demand for guns by the chief was pitted against the demand for slaves by the Europeans and Arabs. The Arab slavers had no trouble securing firearms. The chiefs could seriously hamper the trade if their demands for guns were not met. Besides, many slave traders were quick to see that the supply of slaves would double and triple if firearms were given to certain strategically located kingdoms and chiefdoms. For these would then seek to become big, wealthy powers, expanding their territories over weaker black states, and capturing millions of prisoners to be enslaved in the process. The more aggressive traders were willing to arm such African states as one of the risks capitalists must take in the pursuit of wealth. The more imperialist-minded saw an outcome even more important: that this would be a built-in motivation for perpetual warfare among the blacks themselves, creating an everlasting hatred between groups, destroying every basis for unity, and above all, keep them so busily hating and fighting each other that they would forget their real enemies, the white devils from the sea. The Portuguese Christianization of the Congo created something more than chaos. It was a revolting mess, no matter from what angle it is viewed. To begin with, priests were not only among the leading slave traders, but they also owned slave ships to carry the, quote, black cargoes to distant lands. Priests also had their harems of black slave girls, some having as many as 20 each. They were called, quote, house servants by these holy fathers. The great majority of the whites were the scum of the land from which they came. Even the half-educated priests were generally of the very lowest character, morally and otherwise. The slave situation became more and more desperate and out of hand as every white man, down to the lowly worker, became a trader. The builders sent over to erect fortifications and other permanent installations for the Portuguese, stone and brick masons, carpenters, engineers, painters, metal and other craftsmen were all slave traders. Sailors and unskilled Portuguese laborers had their own quotas of slaves, especially slave girls. For let this truth emerge from the many facts which are buried, and let it stand out clearly. One of the main attractions of slavery, and the magnet that drew thousands of white men on, was their sexual freedom, unlimited, with all the black girls and women who were enslaved and helpless in the power of their masters. These wholesale raids on black womanhood continued to swell the mulatto population, the majority of which, again, as in the case of Egypt and the Sudan, became the faithful servants and loyal representatives of the conquering races to which their fathers belonged. The Congolese king, Afonso, found himself in the middle of fires from several directions, and hamstrung by the Portuguese advisor who had acquired veto power even over the king's actions. And Afonso was far from being a weakling. He tried, too late, to gain control of the slave trade, which control now became most urgent, as every black that competing raiders could get their hands on was enslaved, including some members of the royal household and numerous title holders throughout the country. On the other hand, the King of Portugal declared a royal monopoly over the trade, and this not only frustrated Afonso's efforts, but clashed head-on with the interests of the powerful and independent slave merchants, the real controlling settlers on the seacoast and inlands. These were representatives of the great chartered companies that controlled the commerce of the world. Since they operated under royal charters and the court was a principal shareholder in all such enterprises, they could not openly defy the king. But the distance from Lisbon enabled them to bypass De Silva and any other representative of the king and carry on as they wished. The mission fathers, the quote, war dogs of the Lord, Jesuits, were most helpful as spearheads into the interior chiefdoms to form slave-hunting alliances in exchange for discarded guns. For those who require the specific details and examples of just how advancing black states were destroyed throughout the African continent, and wants the facts repeated over and over again, here then is still another example in both Angola and the Kingdom of Congo. The strategy for destruction seldom varied, and so giving added weight to my concept of a grand Caucasian consensus on matters concerning non-white peoples. The aspect now under discussion was the practice of having white groups spread out over the country into the various provinces, heavily laden with gifts of goodwill, and getting themselves attached to the courts of local chiefs as friendly advisors who were going to guarantee the security of the chiefs and their people, and even extend their power over other peoples, all of which would mean great riches for the chiefs. A few old guns replacing spears seemed to be sufficient evidence that these whites were indeed saviors as well as friends. The French name for them was agents provocateurs. The American name would have been CIA or AID. No matter how strong and effective the administrative machinery of the central government at San Salvador had been, it was being undermined and destroyed by the well-planned European activities in the provinces. The identical activities that had been carried on in the Egyptian provinces 3,000 years before, in Cuba, and would be repeated all over Africa. The aim was to provoke war between the blacks, pitting the gun-armed groups against those who only had shields and spears, and thus skyrocketing the number of captives for slavery from a few thousands into millions. Not only were whole villages destroyed, but entire provinces were depopulated, and their formerly proud and free citizens marched off in chains, collared and joined together with heavy poles, just as though the chains that bruised and bound hands and ankles were not enough. Many royal lineages were among the captives, including chiefs, which is exactly how it should have been if any of the people were to be enslaved. According to African tradition, leader and people were one and the same, sharing a common lot. This sense of oneness, however, applied only to the members of one's tribe and not to Africans outside of it. Another tragic fact of black history. This is why the chiefs and kings would secure prisoners of war by attacking other states. Only a savage chieftain would sell his own people into slavery. The Europeans learned this very quickly and found that it fitted in well with the general plan to keep the blacks divided, forever suspicious of each other, and to have these mutual hatreds and suspicions historically derived not from anything the Europeans had done, but from the blacks' own record of tribal warfare. As the slave raids spread throughout Angola and Congo, the blacks continued to flee again overland and up the rivers toward the central and southern areas, toward the great savanna regions and the lakes. Some, as we have seen in the case of Cuba, found security long enough to rebuild remarkable states again. Others found security only in the hidden recess of decay and decline. Meanwhile, the fierce Yaga warriors were still on a rampage, fighting with or against any group, including the white slave traders. But since the Yaga generally waged war only against their own kind, Africans, the Portuguese were less hesitant in supplying them with guns. The wars to capture slaves had become so widespread among and within the various states, and the slave trails to the coast were so heavy with barefooted traffic that it is difficult to see why any alliances with the Yaga were needed unless it was thought to be necessary to make up for the unbelievable death toll among the captives. For every 2 million blacks enslaved, over 1 million died. The record indicates rather clearly that many millions preferred death to slavery. I just said the record indicates, but you will never find a single Portuguese, Dutch, Spanish, English, or American document that explicitly says any such thing. The archives in Lisbon are rich to overflowing with African documents going back 500 years. By wading through a great mass of such written records, the historian often gets a picture that was not intended for painting, and messages from the same documents which were not sent, which is merely another way of saying again that written documents often reveal far more than their authors intended. You will therefore search in vain for an account written as the following. It is not true that all women and even children were likewise marched in chains. This would have been unnecessary anyway, because we had learned that these black women are so loyal to their men that they would follow them even into hell. Capture their men and you did not have to capture them. Yet many of these same women would seek death directly by attacking us and our armed guards. These, of course, were beaten and chained the same as the male slaves. Another problem was the large number of suicides during the 200-mile trek to the slave pens on the coast. The greatest number died from poison, which hundreds of women would conceal on their bodies for the purpose, passing it to friends and kinsmen in the darkness of night before giving it to their children and finally taking it themselves. All this slowed us down during the night when we should have moved faster because it was cooler. Yet the dead and the dying had to have their chains chopped off from the living. Many babies were deliberately smothered to death by their dying mothers. We do not believe that the other deaths were caused by the long march, as some allege. For while it is true that we ourselves are carried in hammocks, the bearers are changed every 10 or 15 miles. The biggest and strongest boys are selected to carry us. They are usually between 10 and 30 years old. They also collapse sometimes, but only 5 have died during this year. It must be remembered that these blacks are quite used to walking very long distances with heavy burdens. There are many problems in this business. The captains, taking it easy on the coast, are always complaining about our slow movement and the many weeks it takes on the march. They never take into account how much we are slowed down by tramping and stumbling over the skeletons and rotting dead bodies of slaves that went along these trails before us, sometimes years before us. The stench of those who died recently is unbearable, yet we bear it. We also lose much time trying to find routes down which are free of the dead and dying. Then there are scores and scores of perfectly healthy blacks who drop dead without any apparent cause. Some say they die out of sheer spite, another way of defeating us. We work in fear, for our guns are often useless in the increasing number of ambush attacks along these death-ridden trails, and while the Congolese kings now harass us in their attempts to check the spread of the trade, the real danger is in the Angola region, the region of the Black Terror, in the form of a death-defying black queen, Anne Nzinga. Who ever heard of a woman general leading her armies in person? The truth is that she is the greatest military strategist that ever confronted the armed forces of Portugal. Her tactics keep our commanders sweating in confusion and dismay. Her aim is nothing less than the total destruction of the slave trade. To this end, and what alarms us most, she has developed a system of infiltrating our black troops with her own men, causing whole companies to rebel, desert, and join her armies in what she calls a war of liberation. Portuguese casualties are always heavier than reported, for she stages surprise attacks with lightning speed, always aiming first to capture guns and cannons. And while we now surround ourselves with armed guards on these long marches, we never know how many of our black soldiers are the Queen's own men. This would have been a true account up to 1663, when the 40 years of unremitting warfare that Queen Nzinga waged against the Portuguese to free Angola ended with her passing. Africa had lost her greatest daughter, the slaves their greatest emancipator. Where is this explicitly written? Nowhere. It has been pointed out that Afonso was himself a statesman, and far from being a mere puppet in the hands of the Portuguese. Even though the process got underway with his conversion to Christianity and the replacement of his own African name with a Portuguese one, he was awakened by the code and began to resist and reject those provisions which were designed to make Africans black Portuguese in the name of Christ, while destroying their sovereignty at the same time. The fact that the enemy prevailed in the end does not detract from his stature as a great African. The pressures had increased as Portuguese riches from the slave trade, far from satisfying their greed, led them in excited searches for gold, silver, copper, and lead they believed to be in abundance in the region, but concealed by the blacks. Pressures from the African population increased with the widespread slave hunts and raids. Historians have highlighted the role of African chiefs and kings in the slave trade. Little is said about the general African opposition to the trade or about the kings and chiefs who led the fight against it. Yet, by the very nature of the situation, these had to be as well known as the blacks who enriched themselves from the traffic. Queen Nzinga was not the only African abolitionist. It just happened that in her case, she was not only involved in treaty negotiations of record, but operated over so many Angolan areas that she could not be easily excluded from history. The Congolese, opposing their kings, were fighting both slavery and the Christian church that promoted it. Even the broader education they all so passionately desired turned out to be a farce, another Western bait. The quote-unquote schools, rigidly restricted in number and attendance, were little more than Catholic catechistical classes, under semi-literate priests who were themselves not only slave dealers, but the personification of all that is meant by corruption and immorality. All of Afonso's efforts to get at least one good school established in Congo were blocked, For one thing, no real widespread education of the blacks was intended. That would have meant sending over well-trained teachers instead of the unwanted dregs of Portuguese society. But even if Portugal had the best intentions, she herself did not have many educated men in the 16th century, and her own illiterate masses were just as ignorant as those in the rest of Europe. The situation had become worse on all fronts when Diogo became king of Congo in 1545. Supported by the Lisbon court, factions that could still make or break kings and influence their policies. On the other hand, the powerful trader population had their principal strongholds at strategic Luanda and Sao Tome, from which points they continued to expand slave operations in, below, around, and beyond Congo, all in defiance of Congolese kings and the king of Portugal himself. They were greatly aided by the king, Angola, of Ndongo, the strongest state in the Angola region. Footnote: the name Angola, later taken from the title for the king, was not yet applied to the region that is now the Portuguese colony of Angola. End of footnote. But Ndongo was nominally under the Congo as a tributary state. In 1556, war between the major conflicting groups, hitherto undercover, broke out, open and full scale. Royal Portuguese forces allied with those of Congo against Portuguese trader forces allied with Ndongo. Portuguese against Portuguese, and Africans against Africans. So it appears on paper in the records. The simple truth is that it was a war of Africans against Africans, with the Portuguese forces safely in the rear. The black troops were to be used in all dangerous situations, and white lives safeguarded whenever possible. This was so no silent gentleman's agreement or an aspect of the grand Caucasian consensus. It was rather an explicit royal decree from Lisbon. It was so very unnecessary, this royal order to put blacks in the front lines of battle. This would have been done anyway as a simple matter of course. The Congolese were defeated, and Ndongo and the slave traders now controlled the whole trade. And although the war waged against them was instigated by Lisbon and directed by Manuel's own representatives in Congo, the victorious traders used Ndongo for negotiations, leading to a new alliance with Lisbon and the foundation for taking over all of Angola as a colony of Portugal. The defeat of Congo was the defeat of Congo, not Portugal. Even the Portuguese counselors to Diogo could now deny any responsibility for the disaster with a straight face. Yet, when Diogo died 5 years later, 1561, they were still actively on the job to choose his successor, thus promoting further turmoil in an already disintegrating nation. The murder of one king after another became almost routine. Attacks from enemy neighbors, quick to take advantage of the royal weaklings and internal chaos, marked the declining years of Congo as a great power. Yaga warriors almost gave it a death blow in 1568, but not quite. Things moved rapidly. In 1575, Angola became a colony of Portugal by a royal decree only, and Mother Congo, fighting for her own life, could only weep at the permanent loss of her great offspring. But does not the very mention of 1575 as the year Angola became a Portuguese possession Does not this seem to be sort of closing the book on the most important events prior to and after 1575, making it appear that the Congo's near collapse led to an almost immediate and easy takeover of Angola as a colony? This is the way historians generally read. Well, it was not that way at all. The disintegration of the Congolese state seemed to be complete, but it was not. There was still another revival under another line of great kings, and although the conquest of Angola was ordered by Lisbon in 1571 and began in 1575, the Portuguese, to their great surprise, had to fight their longest and bloodiest war, almost foot by foot, before Angola was finally taken nearly a half century later. They had not counted on being confronted with a black queen who would turn out to be one of the bravest generals that ever commanded an army. They had not counted on the new queen of Ndongo, and Nzinga. Queen Nzinga, the unconquerable. Greatness was born out of the savage oppression of the Africans, and out of that oppression it grew like a giant. Just why the Portuguese drew so much blood with the lash from already chained and helpless slaves is beyond all human understanding, since, if for no other reason, the victims were articles of commerce and the source of the very riches slavers sought. Besides, over half of the captured blacks died before reaching their destination. Self-interest, then, should have stayed the murderous hands of the slavers. Nothing did, and that fact was one of the reasons that Queen Nzinga said that the real savages in Africa were the whites. They created the conditions that brought her to the fore. The Portuguese were so aggressive in their program of dividing the blacks and keeping them fighting among themselves that they overshot the mark, simply went too far. The system of spreading out over the country into the provinces and allying themselves with the various chiefs has been mentioned more than once. But after 1608, the commander-in-chief of the Portuguese army tightened the noose. This was Bento Cardoso. Under his plan, Angola was to be further depopulated by a massive onslaught for slaves through a closely coordinated system in which every chief in the land would be quote-unquote owned by a Portuguese and directly responsible to him for a stated quota of slaves. This would bypass the Angolan king of Ndongo, to whom the provincial chiefs paid their taxes and slaves. This would also mean increased warfare between the chiefdoms in order to meet the increased quotas demanded by raiding into each other's territories. Chiefs failing to secure the required number of slaves were themselves enslaved. Over 100 chiefs and other notables were sold into slavery in a single year, and another 100 murdered by the Portuguese. Footnote: some accounts give 80 as the number massacred. End of footnote. We may safely assume that the actual number of chiefs enslaved or murdered was greater than that stated above, since the Portuguese, like other nations, generally cut casualty figures for the record. The situation to be considered here, however, is the widespread confusion and terror among a hunted and leaderless people. To make matters even worse, if that was possible, the half-savage Yaga, who would join anybody for their favorite game of looting and raping, became allies of Cardoso. The Angolan king, who had been cooperating with the slave traders, now saw himself being ruined on all fronts, losing his people and his profits. He therefore began to resist the Portuguese. The people, even though they knew that their king himself was a slaver, in sheer desperation flocked to support the war of resistance. Footnote: the people were actually rallying behind the king's sister, Nzinga, who had opposed him for engaging in slave trade. End of footnote. It paid off. Both the Portuguese and their Yaga allies were checked, and the war dragged on year after year. After Cabaça, the capital city, fell to the Portuguese, their losses had become so heavy that the new governor, who had been sent from Lisbon with firm orders to complete the conquest of Angola once and for all, nevertheless was forced to sue for peace without victory. The Portuguese had suffered a disastrous defeat by the blacks, but the official version and excuse was that there was general illness in their ranks. Yet the Portuguese insisted on holding Cabaça. The Africans therefore rejected peace proposals as a trick, and the war was resumed in a land of famine, where food crops and the slave trade itself had come to a standstill. In this desperate state of affairs, the fighting somehow continued, with both sides obviously weakened and in disarray. It was during this period, in 1619, that a new Portuguese commander managed to murder over 100 chiefs. At this point, the Pope intervened, insisting that the wholesale slaughter be ended and peace be pursued. In 1622, a new governor was sent from Lisbon to make peace. Portugal had been appointing governors of Angola for over 40 years without having control over it. The peace conference was held at Luanda. The black delegation was headed by the country's ablest and most uncompromising diplomat, Anne Nzinga, not yet queen, but sister of the king. The woman power behind a weak king, and the one responsible for inspiring the people to continue the war of resistance when every hope was gone, unless she herself had become their last hope. But even before the peace conference began, and at the risk of wrecking it, the governor's Caucasian arrogance could not be restrained. He had decided on a studied insult at the outset by providing chairs in the conference room only for himself and his counselors, with the idea of forcing the black princess to stand humbly before his noble presence. He remained seated, of course, staring haughtily as she entered the room. She took in the situation at a glance with a contemptuous smile, while her attendants moved with a swiftness that seemed to suggest that they had anticipated this stupid behavior by the Portuguese. They quickly rolled out the beautifully designed royal carpet they had brought before Nzinga, after which one of them went down on all fours and expertly formed himself into a royal throne, upon which the princess sat easily without being a strain on her devoted follower. Yet she rose at regular intervals, knowing that other attendants were vying for the honor of thus giving to these whites still another defeat. I gather from the different ways this incident is reported that the Western mind is unable to grasp its real meaning. Some historians saw it as a cruel and inhuman use of slaves, ignoring the fact that Nzinga's chief claim to fame was that she was the greatest abolitionist of slavery, that she herself had no slaves and not the slightest need for any. One reason might well be that she was so much loved and even blindly followed by her people that it was believed that all would die to the last man and woman following her leadership. Such were the men, not slaves, who gladly formed a human couch before the astonished Portuguese for their leader. She faced the Portuguese governor and spoke as a ruler of the land, and not as a subject of the King of Portugal. She did not recognize the man in the big chair as governor because she did not recognize the existence of a Portuguese colony of Angola. She only saw before her what her people had seen approaching their shores over 100 years before. Pompous white devils bent on the destruction of the non-white world. The Ndongo terms for peace were presented as uncompromising demands, and it was clear from the beginning that the Portuguese would have fared better with the man. For before any kind of treaty was signed, Portugal had to agree: 1. To evacuate Cabaça and all nearby fortifications. 2. The Portuguese were to wage war against the Yaga, a harsh provision since the Yaga had been Portugal's allies in trying to crush Ndongo. 3. All chiefs who had become vassals of the Portuguese king were to be freed and enabled to return to former tributary status at home. And finally, the important concession Nzinga made was to return the Portuguese prisoners of war she held. The Treaty of 1622 was supposed to end all fighting in the whole West Central region, but the governor, as though to make up for his defeat in the peace negotiations with Nzinga, marched off to invade Congo again almost immediately. The treaty then became dead insofar as its execution was concerned, but Nzinga's brother died the next year and she became queen of Ndongo. The distressed Portuguese, in order to discredit her, put out the story that she had poisoned him. And while there was not a scintilla of evidence or any basis at all for the concoction, historians have shown their unbiased objectivity by faithfully carrying on the charge for over 300 years. Yet, if lying is a legitimate aspect of warfare, the Portuguese may have felt justified in trying to destroy such an implacable foe in any way they could. Footnote: I am not unaware that Nzinga hated her brother, not only because he was a slave trader, but also because he had murdered her young son, who, being the king's nephew, was heir to the throne. End of footnote. Their greatest trouble was yet to come. Nzinga became queen in 1623 and went into action at once. Her first major move was to send an ultimatum to the Portuguese authorities demanding the immediate execution of the terms of the treaty. Otherwise, war would be declared. While the Portuguese were preparing to meet the Queen's armies, the Dutch fleet appeared as a new threat. The Dutch, themselves great slavers, certainly did not come as liberators of the hard-pressed blacks. Their aim was to break the Portuguese monopoly and secure their share of the slave trade and the mineral wealth of West and Central Africa. To further these ends, they used the blacks as other white people did and still do. So no time was lost in forming an alliance with Pedro II, King of Congo, in his war with the Portuguese. The Dutch had already captured 7 Portuguese slave ships at sea, sunk other vessels in the harbors at Luanda and Mpenda, and were raising hell generally. All this gave Queen Nzinga more time to prepare for the inevitable. She even reversed her demands for a Portuguese war against the Yaga and formed a military alliance with them herself. Knowing how very unreliable the Yaga were, she sought to make the alliance binding by promising to marry the Yaga chief, Kasanji, and adopting certain desirable Yaga customs. Nzinga's greatest act, however, and probably the one that makes her one of the greatest women in history, was in 1624 when she declared all territory in Angola over which she had control was free country. All slaves reaching it from whatever quarter were forever free. She went further, since it was clear to her that white power in Africa rested squarely on the use of black troops against black people. She undertook the first and only carefully organized effort to undermine and destroy the effective employment and use of black soldiers by whites. The first and only black leader in history who was ever known to undertake such a task. She had carefully selected groups of her own soldiers to infiltrate the Portuguese black armies, first separating and spreading out individually into Portuguese-held territory and allowing themselves to be induced by Portuguese recruiting agents to join their forces. The quiet and effective work of Nzinga's agents among the black troops of Portugal was one of the most glorious yet unsung pages in African history. For whole companies rebelled and deserted to the colors of the Black Queen, taking with them the much-needed guns and ammunition which she had been unable to secure except by swiftly moving surprise attacks on enemy units. The Queen's armies were further strengthened by the runaway slaves who streamed into the only certain haven for the free on the whole continent of Africa. To the Portuguese, Queen Nzinga had passed the last word in unheard-of audacity when she was able to influence scores of vassal chiefs to rebel against them and join the cause of their own race. This was too much. This woman had to be destroyed. It had to come to that. The Portuguese sent their ultimatum to the Queen from their Luanda stronghold, Portugal's Lisbon in Africa. It demanded the immediate return of all chiefs, soldiers, and slaves to Portuguese territory. That is, all who had fled therefrom. Refusal would mean war. The ultimatum concluded. The fact was that a state of war already existed since the Queen's own ultimatum of the previous year. The Portuguese were afraid to move against her then, and they were even more afraid to move against her stronger forces now. Although they continued to give the Dutch threat as the reason for delaying the required all-out attack. Meanwhile, the usual strategy of first instigating factional strife among the blacks was by no means forgotten. It was just that there was so much unity and patriotism in this dominant Angola state, so much fanatical devotion to this terrible black queen, that internal subversion was almost impossible. They tried to overcome all this by formally declaring that Nzinga was not legally Queen of Ndango, the throne vacant, and one of their own vassal chiefs, Idi Kiluanji, was declared king. The Portuguese marshaled all of their forces on land and sea, their special river fleets in particular, to crush Nzinga before the Dutch struck again. But the Queen herself opened the offensive, striking first at the Portuguese puppet king and his forces. The Portuguese captured her principal island stronghold in the Kwanza River in July 1626, thus dividing her forces, and by a swift encircling movement designed to capture the Queen, cut off her main supporting regiments and forced her not only to retreat but to withdraw from her country. Joy reigned at Luanda and Sao Tome. With Nzinga's flight from Angola, it appeared that the black menace was over and victory complete. Idi Kiluanji was crowned King Philip I of Ndango. The solidarity of the blacks remained unbroken, however, and their loyalty to Nzinga remained steadfast. She was just away a little while and would soon return. Any child in the most distant bush could tell you that their queen was just away on business. So who was this Philip the First? His name said he was a Portuguese, so he couldn't be king of Indango. All Angolan kings and queens were so African that they couldn't be tricked out of their own African names. The queen herself had dropped Anna from her name when she discovered that baptizing a black into Christianity meant surrendering his soul and body not to any Christ but to the white man. And oral tradition further has it that the people not only rejected Philip the First, but made fun of the very idea that he considered himself to be king. Their blind faith in their queen and the certainty of her return, according to the same oral record, was not really so blind. Those who understood the coded drum messages spread the news that all guerrilla attacks which occurred throughout the land were attacks which were personally directed by the queen, and that in fact she was raising a new army of liberation. Her loyal chiefs and people in Ndango were to stand by, ready. The written record, no matter how slanted, supports the oral, for in November 1627 she crossed the borders back into her country at the head of a strong army, made stronger and stronger as her loyal chiefs and wildly cheering people, including her fanatically devoted freedmen, flocked to her standard as she swept forward to recapture the Kwanzaa stronghold held by Philip the First and put him to flight. The Portuguese continued to be amazed at this display of black unity, and under a woman's leadership at that. Black unity was now seen clearly as black power, and that meant an unconquerable people. The Portuguese were resolved to break that unity and the power that developed from it. The revolt against them had become general as Nzinga's victorious forces advanced. The Portuguese retreated to their own strongholds on the coast, giving the Dutch threat as an excuse, and not the threat of being annihilated by the Queen's forces. But as there was in fact no imminent Dutch threat, the Portuguese regrouped and strengthened their forces for an all-out war to destroy Nzinga, and this time not to cease fighting until this was done. They began by giving orders and offering a big reward for her capture, dead or alive. Their slave troops, still the backbone of the Portuguese armed forces, were given the special inducements of land and freedom for her capture. Realizing that such an all-out attempt to capture her meant that countless thousands of her people would die in her defense, she outwitted the Portuguese again by slipping out of the country, instructing her lieutenants to spread the word everywhere that she had fled the country, mistakenly entered the territory of an enemy, and had been killed. To give point to the story, there was general weeping and mourning throughout Ndango. Real weeping and mourning, because the masses believed the story to be true. So did the Portuguese. The only reason for the war having been removed by Providence, the bishop could celebrate a special mass in celebration of this special blessing, and the colony of Angola could at last be organized after over 50 years of obstruction. All things now seem to be happy and going well according to the original grand design. Then, in 1629, the Portuguese stood aghast when Queen Nzinga burst upon them from the grave, sweeping all opposition before her. She brought in her fierce Yaga allies with her, apparently willing to do even this to defeat the whites. The Portuguese were completely defeated. She had not only retaken her own country, but had meanwhile become queen of Matamba also, having replaced the weak queen there. Nzinga was now an empress of two countries. She now redoubled her campaign against slavery and the slave trade by making both Ndango and Matamba havens for all who could escape from the slaver by rebelling or otherwise. Footnote: Queen Nzinga's anti-slavery crusade did not mean that she herself did not hold her own captives in bondage, including the Portuguese. The Portuguese had changed the nature of slavery into a racial pattern, and Nzinga was particularly ruthless with captured black chiefs who were allies of the whites. She did not hesitate to sell such chiefs and their followers into slavery. End of footnote. Chiefs engaged in the traffic in nearby states now stood in fear of her wrath. The Portuguese saw the handwriting on the wall. In order not to lose every foothold in the area, Lisbon suddenly remembered that it had never carried out the treaty signed with Nzinga in 1622, and declared that Portugal's wars against her had been unjust. High-level embassies were sent to the Queen in 1639 in efforts to effect a settlement. Nzinga received them, listened to their protestations of eternal friendship, and went ahead with determination in reorganizing both of her kingdoms and undermining colonial rule in areas held by the enemy. That every white man in Africa was an enemy of the blacks was a matter about which there was no room for debate in her mind. Even the holy robes of the priests in Angola not only covered their real mission as agents of empire, but also covered their insatiable lust for the black bodies of their helpless slave girls. Footnote: The Queen was further outraged over the success of the Portuguese in capturing both of her younger sisters. This gave the enemy a most powerful bargaining weapon, yet she continued to reject all of their principal demands, with the result that her sisters, to whom she was deeply devoted, remained in captivity for many years. End of footnote. She had been forced by the actualities of black-white relations to distrust all whites, along with their tricky treaties. By 1641, the Dutch had made great progress in reducing the power of Portugal along the coast, and Nzinga's adamant position made their situation an impossible one to maintain. So a despairing governor and the council had no choice but to declare war against her once again, a full-scale war. But the situation was now most favorable for the Angolans. Their neighbor, Congo, had become more active in its own war against the Portuguese, and besides, a new and greater king had assumed the leadership. This was Garcia II, who continued the policy of cooperating with the Dutch where and when Congolese interests were involved. Some black leaders had learned to use the whites as they had always used them, when it served their own interest. The other happy development for Ndango was that the Dutch invasion of Portuguese-held areas had actually begun in 1641 before any moves could be made against either of the two black states, Congo and Ndango. Footnote: We must continue to skip over much in every region that is briefly covered in this work. This is often painful, as here, for example, I am unable to deal with the quite relevant struggle of the unconquerable Dembo people against the Portuguese in slavery. But this must wait until black history is written in depth, period by period, region by region, and state by state. End of footnote. Nzinga continued her campaign against the Portuguese, winning victories everywhere a battle was joined. With Dutch aid, the great Portuguese stronghold of Masangano fell in 1648. The Dutch, having previously captured Luanda, now found themselves threatened by the steady reinforcements that continued to pour in from Portuguese Brazil. The Dutch withdrew, leaving the blacks in the area, who had helped them to capture and defend this, the most important Portuguese city in Africa, to fend for themselves alone. While the chiefs and their forces did indeed put up a gallant fight, they were massacred in one of the most savage onslaughts on record. The recapture of Luanda by Salvador de Sá, the new governor, and his crushing of black opposition there led him to initiate new peace efforts with Congo and Nzinga's two kingdoms. The Congolese king refused to answer his letter, but did send a monk to hear the governor's terms. Nzinga also agreed to efforts at negotiations. These gestures by the two African leaders led Salvador de Sá to advise the King of Portugal that all the African states were cowed and their power broken. He knew better, of course, for even the chiefs and their people in his own Portuguese-held territory were still fighting on despite the massacres, and probably because of them. If the Portuguese had been able to conquer either Congo or Ndongo Matamba, no peace offers would have been made. Hadn't they tried it over and over and failed? To be able to conquer both now was out of the question. So the old conquest route was being tried again. The beguiling smiles and protestations of friendship, finding concrete expression in negotiations for peace. The language of diplomacy reached its most brilliant heights of deception in those velvety clauses of proposed treaties with the Africans. If they signed them, would be signing themselves and their people into perpetual bondage. This fact was supposed to be assured by the other fact that the relevant clauses were so ambiguous that they could be interpreted in several different ways. In this case, in whatever way the Portuguese chose to interpret them. The very same provisions of the treaties could be read and explained to the blacks in such language that it would appear that the Europeans were not only humbling themselves, but also proclaiming that outcome as a glorious victory for the Africans. For of course no blacks, not even an Nzinga, was supposed to be intelligent enough, sharply intelligent enough, to see through all this. But, stripping away all the glittering verbiage, Nzinga saw at a glance that what it all meant was that she was to be a vassal of the Portuguese king, and one paying him a big annual tribute. She would die first, and no one should have known this better than the Portuguese, who at the time of this latest treaty offer had been at war with her and repeatedly defeated for over 28 years. They had met one of the giants of the human race, which they found impossible to recognize as such because she appeared on the planet not only as a woman, but one with black skin. Nzinga therefore kept them anxiously waiting for action on the treaty, toying with it for 6 years, while giving her war-torn land and tired-out people a period for rest and recovery. She was the same queen who had twice fled the country, not to save herself, but to save her people from a slaughter that her flight would prevent. For the same reason, she did not want the war resumed again, after over 40 years of warfare. On the other hand, she would not surrender her country to Portugal and its slave trade. The areas of Angola they still held, including the important islands of Luanda and Sao Tome, belonged to the Angolan people, and some of these areas belonged directly to her own kingdoms of Ndongo and Matamba. Finally then, in 1656, Tired and weary from 4 decades of relentless struggles, she signed a treaty that was revised and made acceptable to her. Her greatest concession allowed the Portuguese puppet king, ID, to head the territory conceded to them. There were 7 more years of a busy life for Queen Nzinga. Pushing Reconstruction, the resettlement of ex-slaves, and undertaking the development of an economy of free men and women that would be able to succeed without the slave trade. She could not have been unaware that with the Portuguese still strongly entrenched in the most strategic areas, unless she was succeeded by equally great leaders, all of her labors in defense of the freedom of the blacks would ultimately be in vain. That was the burning question in 1663, as a dull autumn sun lengthened the shadows over the palace grounds, where thousands stood in tears. Were there any more Garcias anywhere? Would God send them another Nzinga to hold the line against the truly white devils? The sun slowly went down behind the Angolan trees, and darkness spread over the land. Over 300 years later, the blacks of Angola are still fighting the Portuguese and still waiting for the sunrise. In the heart-torn state of national mourning, the Queen's Council permitted 2 priests to come in and perform the last rites of the church. Since the Queen had renounced the Catholic religion many years before her passing, had banned missions from her country as centers of subversion, this appearance of priests at the royal bedside may be explained either as a once a Catholic always a Catholic theory, or as an attempt by Catholic Portugal to give the appearance of final victory on all fronts. In this case, it would mean that the most unconquerable of foes, recanting and submissive, had been conquered by their religion in the end. And so it is written in the official documents of Portugal, written that Nzinga returned to the church that had baptized her. Anna, the written record used by almost all historians of Africa. Yet she was one of the very first of the blacks to see that the Portuguese conquest, the slave trade, and the church were all inseparably one and the same. The long years of warfare had been equally against all 3, the unholy trinity. She never surrendered to either. In 1963, 300 years after her death, her people, now Catholic themselves, did not believe she ever returned to the church. Footnote: for a more detailed study of Queen Nzinga, see Roy Arthur Glasgow's The Warrior Queen, John Wiley and Sons, 1969, and Queen Nzinga and the Mbundu Resistance to the Portuguese Slave Trade, scheduled for publication 1971 by Oxford University Press. Note in particular the great difference in the account of the last days of the Queen and that of mine. End of footnote. Chapter 11. The Last of the Black Empires. On a balmy spring afternoon in 1964, I came out of a large cave where archaeologists had been working and climbed up the highest of the 6 hills in the area. In the valley, and as far as the eyes could see, there was so much of the same breathtaking natural beauty that had been seen everywhere in the country that one might wonder whether the Garden of Eden surpassed it. I was standing in the heart of Mano Motapa, now white-ruled Rhodesia, the last of the black empires in Africa. Abyssinia, or modern Ethiopia, has been under Semitic or Solomonic rule for centuries. The ruling house traces its line to King Solomon. Up to this point, we have been dealing very largely with states created or expanded by migrating groups before the coming of Asians and Europeans into their territories. We have therefore been looking at purely African-created institutions, but the picture has been very much skewed by the fact that very little attention was given to the advanced state of early civilization in other parts of the continent prior to the incursions of this or that group of immigrants after the 1200s AD. This kind of treatment has misled many in the belief that a highly advanced civilization existed only in the Nile regions of ancient Ethiopia, Egypt, and the Sudan, and would spread southward therefrom by the various waves of immigrants. The simple truth is that there were northward migrations as well as southward from the earliest times. That these early black brothers from the south probably brought more to their black brothers in Egypt than they borrowed from them is becoming clearer as our research develops. The stepped-up waves of crisis migrations after the destruction of the Ethiopian Empire should not obscure the central facts. The invading immigrants then often found the already existing states as well organized and with institutions as highly advanced as their own had been before the 13th century. But almost without exception, they all had one thing in common, the one thing that made each one so easy to conquer, first by black invaders and later by white invaders. They were all small. The smaller and weaker the state, the more fiercely independent it was. The African continent presented a vast panorama of many states, at once a vast panorama of disunity and weakness. The reorganizing invaders tended to expand territorially over many of these adjacent states, thus forcing a kind of artificial unity. Unlike the Cuba of Siam and the Angola of Nzinga, few undertook the great task of developing a sense of national community among the many diverse groups that made up the state. The Vakaranga immigrants who developed the empire of Mano Motapa followed the general practice of establishing effective political rule while promoting economic development. As forecast above, however, we shall look briefly at the people and their civilization some centuries before the Vakaranga advent in the early 1400s. The land and the people to be covered by the empire extended from the north above the Zambezi River, included Rhodesia, westward to the Kalahari, eastward over Mozambique to the Indian Ocean, and southward into the Transvaal in South Africa below the Limpopo River, Vembe. Since the archaeological evidence gathered all over this vast territory makes it clear that iron technology and allied crafts were well advanced here long before the Christian era, the spread of the economic revolution over Africa by the Iron Age may have come from this southern center as well as from Meroe in the northeast. From the period roughly indicated as early as 300 BC, the states which were to form the empire of Mano Motapa were engaged in a wide range of diversified economic activities that led not only to interstate trade but foreign commerce over the Indian Ocean as well. This economic development was inextricably an index of the development of their civilization. The drive for the attainment of excellence in everything produced was reflected in their artistic endeavors, even on common utilities where art could hardly be expected. The huge jars for storing grain were glazed and as beautifully channeled as the cups used by priests and kings. Here, as elsewhere in early Africa, there seems to have been an insatiable drive for beauty and perfection. There was an underlying philosophy. Each craftsman felt that his finished work was at once a reflection and actual measure of what he himself was, his character. The industrial activities, particularly mining, overshadowed agriculture and even threatened the existence of this very basic economy. Over 4,000 ancient mining sites have been discovered, and no one claims that these are all. Iron ore, gold, and to a lesser extent copper and tin were the leading industrial activities, although ivory and ivory carvings always played a considerable role in the total economy. These widespread industrial activities, along with the ever-increasing number of cattle brought in by migrating pastoral groups, drove the farmers to the hills, to a new type of terrace farming on every available hillside, and the building of mounds for the same purpose where there were no hills. As difficult as all this was, the genius of African man was further tested in overcoming the more formidable problem of water and an irrigation system for hillsides and mounds. Widespread mining meant widespread deforestation because of the demand for timber for charcoal production, another industry by itself. Soil erosion kept pace unchecked. The steady disappearance of grasslands was assured by cattle and other roaming animals that fed on grass, the goats being the most ravishing. The agricultural life of the country was sustained by intensive terrace farming in the northeast region, of which Nyanga was the center. By 1200 AD, production and international trade had already reached the high level affluence that was to attract Arabs and Europeans to this land. Gold was the leading export commodity, although there was also a great demand in India for the superior type of ironware processed in Mano Motapa. The African smelting process and type of iron ore peculiar to the region enabled them to produce the best swords, spears, and other weapons that could be found anywhere. The iron industries created an economic revolution, not only in warfare, but also in the production of farming tools, household and kitchenware, and better mining tools. The crafts of blacksmiths, goldsmiths, coppersmiths, and tinsmiths were the most important, each being a well-organized secret society. Quite early and without any Bronze Age period, they experimented with alloys to tin and copper and began the production of bronze and bronze implements on a limited scale. The widespread pottery finds of so many different types indicate the vastness of their ceramics industries. The decorative designs of all pottery, as well as on all other artifacts found, seem to tell us that all of these early craftsmen were artists also. That there were many other highly skilled and professional classes is evident from the total cultural record these early blacks left behind in southern Africa. The several thousand mining sites of so many different kinds, iron, gold, copper, tin, suggest expert prospectors, just as the ruins of nearby temples and other beautifully designed stone structures tell us that there were great black architects and stone masons here, just as they had been in Black Egypt when the first pyramids were built there. But the ancient ruins of so many cities, towns, and villages are the stony pages of the unwritten history we seek. And just as written records of black history were destroyed, here too in Mano Motapa, the first Arabs and Europeans to find these long since deserted sites undertook wrecking and destroying operations on a scale beyond belief. These were your modern men, your civilizers of other men. Hidden and lost in the tangled vines and trees of forest, many stone temples were still defying the centuries of passing time and standing in all the dignity of their colonnaded beauty until the 20th century, when they were wrecked by the same people who had wrecked the race of the builders. The fact that almost all of these ruins were located in or near gold mining areas enabled some writers to quote-unquote explain that the wanton destruction was carried on in a feverish search for gold. But anyone viewing the nature and scale of the demolition of the massive stone structures would find it difficult to see how the search for gold involved the destruction of buildings. Their efforts were in vain, however. So much could be reassembled, reconstructed. So much could not be destroyed at all. There was, therefore, a record left, written in stone, a record that tells the story of blacks who were building a highly developed civilization in southern Africa during the same ancient period that their brothers were amazing the world by their advances in northern Ethiopia, Egypt, and its southern region, Sudan. The empire builders. We have been establishing that the high civilization of Mano Mopada, for which the invading Vakaranga have been credited, antedated their coming by at least 1,500 years. During this long period, before the Rasvai chiefs led their people into the region in 1400, there were many changes and improvements in the methods and styles of the various crafts. The changes are shown by determining the period of such artifacts as pottery and the architectural designs of buildings. The Vakaranga simply continued to build upon and further developed pre-existing states. Their greatest achievement was in welding several strong states and some lesser ones into one great empire. Their second greatest achievement was the reclaiming of the seacoast lands that had been leased by the states to Asians as trading posts, but over which the Asians had gradually assumed absolute sovereignty. It is the same old story of the same techniques of penetration and domination that had to be repeated over and over in these pages as we moved from country to country. Ethiopia, Makoria, Alwa, Ghana, Malai, Songhai, the Maasai states, Congo, Angola, Cuba. All were destroyed as a direct result of the first trading post footholds established in their lands. And so it was for the other states on the continent, large and small. None withstood the sirens' songs of the fabulous riches to be gained from trade. As the history of this region of Africa is generally written, one gathers that the advanced cultures on the seacoast and key islands were of Asian origin, the black barbarians being confined to the interior. The fact is that, while readily granting concessions for trade and settlement to the Asians on lands along the Indian Ocean coastline, Africans did not withdraw, but remained as active sea captains, sailors, traders, boat and shipbuilders, and, in short, in all the ongoing occupations along the coast. The builders of stone cities in the interior also built were Arabs. Indians and later Portuguese settled at Sofala, Chinde, Quelimane, and farther north at Kilwa. When the cattle-breeding Vakaranga came into the country under the leadership of the Rasvai ruling clan, they found the indigenous people more highly advanced than themselves. The fact that so many of the states came into prominence between 13th and 16th centuries were further reorganized and expanded by newcomers has tended to obscure the pre-existing civilization upon which the immigrants built. There were several kinds of invaders. Some were from a homeland only recently broken up. They could make immediate contributions from their own society of whatever was new and advanced, whatever skills or technologies that had not been lost or forgotten. Other migrating groups had been on the move from one settlement to another for so many generations that they had lost some of the most essential elements in the heritage of their distant forebears during these constant movements from place to place. Movements which were the most potent factors in disintegrating civilization itself. And still other invaders were ruthless barbarians, pure and simple. Even these, after being absorbed by an advanced population, were often given the credit for the new advances made by the state. Some of the societies in this great region were on different levels of development. Among these were the Sotho, Tswana, Mata Dayata Daya, or the so-called Bushmen, the Vatanga. The Arabs, of course, had been slowly penetrating the interior from their seacoast footholds for over 200 years before the Vakaranga arrived. By 1400, they had their trading posts scattered throughout the independent states which were to form the empire. According to D.P. Abraham, by 1500, about 10,000 Arabs were stationed at different posts in the interior. They had been penetrating inland all the way from beyond Kilwa to stations southward below Sofala. The major built-in threat was complete before the first great Vakaranga king surveyed the scene. The Great Mutota. The year was 1440. The king was Mutota. In just about any other land, he would be known to history as Mutota the Great. He and his council were apparently quick to see that even the most advanced states, each standing independently and alone, were doomed unless unified into a single nation with a strong central government. This should be achieved by voluntary association if possible. The divisive influence of the Arabs operating in the capitals of the respective states had to be obvious, as they appeared not to feel it necessary to be either as secretive or as subtle as their Portuguese enemies. Both the Arabs and the Europeans had one thing in common, however. Both had the deeply rooted conviction that they knew the blacks and that their power over them and the continued ability to garner their endless wealth rested squarely on keeping them divided and continuously at each other's throats. No one except the blacks themselves needed any argument to show that black unity meant black power, and black power meant an end to white domination, Eastern and Western. Mutota and the new leaders saw and understood this very well. They knew where almost all the gold, copper, iron, and tin had been going from over 4,000 mines. They knew how all the stratagems used by the blacks to bar the Arabs from the interior had failed, and would continue to fail as long as the Arabs controlled all overseas trade by controlling the entire seaboard, and having done so unchallenged for so long that they now claimed sovereignty over the whole coastal area. Therefore, Mutota in 1440 began the campaign to carry out his own quote-unquote grand design, a great plan that aimed at nothing less than uniting blacks in a vast empire that cut across South Africa below the Limpopo River, covered Rhodesia with an indefinite boundary beyond the Zambezi River in Zambia, and over Mozambique to the Indian Ocean, sweeping southward again to repossess the entire coastline fronting the new empire. Now, is all of this the same version as given by Abraham and other Western historians? Would an Arab historian, no matter what the facts might be, present it this way? Of course not. The Western historians, employing their usual club to crush rebellion from the master's viewpoints, would proclaim sheer romanticism. For see, hear now, listen. Does not Professor Abraham make it quite clear at the very outset that no black man, king or commoner, could have conceived of such a vast undertaking? What black man, unaided by whites, could have Mutota's great and awe-inspiring vision? Abraham and his school might well thank their God that there were many white Arabs around to whom such credit could be given. After a review of so many centuries of the ideological stance of writers where blacks are concerned, anger and outrage should be replaced with amusement. For it has become amusing, to this writer at any rate, to witness the sweating dilemma of these investigators when confronted with any kind of all-black achievements, even in relatively unimportant and routine matters which any human beings, any people of any race anywhere, would be thought capable of achieving. But where blacks are involved in anything considered outstanding, the whites somehow feel threatened. What is threatened, of course, is the deeply rooted presupposition of the innate inferiority of the blacks. If somewhere in their long history a single record of outstanding achievement by blacks was found by whites and declared at once to be such, rather than quote-unquote evidently non-Negroid, if this was ever done, the black world has been unable to discover it, and if there is an error here or a misconception, a correction is welcome. But returning to the traditional white line in this case of the Vakaranga king, Abraham and others say that the Arabs persuaded him to unify and expand the country north and south and to the Indian Ocean. The Arabs, who had nothing to gain from a strong and unified black empire and might lose what they had. Professor Abraham says that the Arabs quote-unquote conceived and implanted in the mind of the Rosfi king a desire for empire. Footnote: D.P. Abraham, Maramuka, an exercise in the combined use of Portuguese records and oral tradition. Journal of African History, Volume 2, Number 2, 1961. End of footnote. The empire was to serve as an effective umbrella, protecting their operations in the country from the Portuguese. Scholarly reasoning? Logical? Of course, except that there were no Portuguese or Portuguese threat in the area in 1440. They did not arrive until 65 years later. Meanwhile, Mutota moved forward. His first move was to recruit and build up strong, well-trained armies each under an able general. He displayed the mark of a great executive by his keen insight in the evaluation and selection of men for posts of high responsibility, and in so doing, securing the active support of the great council of the realm. It is significant, too, that his leadership strategy included recruiting soldiers from the surrounding states which were not yet a part of the projected empire. Another important move was to secure unity through the voluntary association of as many states as possible before any conquest by force was attempted. The usual African pattern of empire building was followed. All states joining the imperial union were not only assured of autonomy, but special rights also, such as membership in the Great Council of the Empire, a privilege denied territories that had to be conquered. With these policies reaffirmed and settled, Mutota's formidable armies began their sweep in the different planned directions and fields of operation. The main drive was northward under the command of the king himself. Within 10 years, all territory between the Limpopo in South Africa to the Zambezi had been brought under imperial rule. The great undertaking was far from completion when Mutota died in 1450. The objectives had been worked out in detailed specifications of a blueprint for expansion, unification, and development of a great empire composed of great states. Unlike most of the societies we have been studying, the Vakaranga clans had become patrilineal. Therefore, Mutota's son, rather than his nephew, was the successor to the throne. This was a happy circumstance, since the son, Matope, turned out to be as great a statesman king and general as his late father. He had the greater task because some of the most powerful states in the blueprint had yet to be won, and breaking Arab control over the seacoast, the greatest undertaking, had not yet been achieved. Matope assumed the leadership aggressively, having the good fortune of securing the same loyalty the ablest generals had given to his father, supported by fanatically devoted soldiers. This was no accident, for Matope himself had been a popular young commander during his father's reign. Above all, Changa and Tagwa, two of Matope's greatest generals, were his friends. The armies were reorganized, strengthened by relentless training, and expanded. This display of both strength and unity among the blacks puzzled the Arabs. This was something new, amazing. They had a long history of dealing with blacks, and nothing was better known than the disunity, mutual suspicions, and the hostility of one group toward another. So how to explain this spectacle of over 30 different tribal groups forming solid phalanxes of unity under black leaders? Moreover, the Arabs, who had always maintained their own black troops under Arab officers, were barred from joining the imperial forces by both Mutota and Matope. All this was seen as a very real threat to the powerful commercial position the Arabs had in all the hitherto independent states, as well as the equally powerful political influence they enjoyed at the capitals of these states, not to mention their independent status on the coast. Matope's campaigns for the unification of many states into one empire was not easy, for although the Arabs pledged and proclaimed their undying loyalty to the new emperor as this mission of empire building advanced, some of the key states that formed the empire were Mbire, Guniswa in the southern region, Chidema, Utanga, Barwe, Manyika, Madanda, Shirangoma form the eastern and southeastern region. It took 30 years of unremitting efforts to complete the empire of Motapa, with its long eastern border bathed at last by the Indian Ocean. Every detail of his father's specifications having been carried out in full, a weary emperor, worn out by the task, retired for the final sleep. The year was 1480. What would happen now? The great imperial system had been completed. Black unity had been achieved among numerous language groups on one of the widest scales in history, from Zambia down into South Africa. Cities of stone dotted the land. The Zimbabwe cities north and south were the deathless symbols of a people's greatness. The long wars of expansion seemed to have stimulated economic development rather than hinder it. The government had gained a more direct control over the mines and mining industries, and this meant more control over the Arabs in the interior and on the coast, especially at Sofala, Kilimani, Senya, and Tete on the Zambezi. The agricultural system was actively promoted by the central government, and indeed, just as the vast building operations that produced the amazingly beautiful temples and huge structures such as the Great Zimbabwe were all government sponsored, so were all the other craft industries. Active government sponsorship, promotion, or encouragement in all these fields did not necessarily mean government ownership or direct control. The Emperor Matope also left the country with a great organized religion, with a powerful and formally organized priesthood, something unusual in Africa outside of ancient Egypt and Ethiopia. The traditional African religion is essentially the same everywhere on the continent, but it is generally unorganized, and therefore has seldom had an organized priesthood with a single recognized creed or body of prescribed beliefs. Yet, just about every African society known believed in one Almighty God, no matter by what name he was called or how many lesser gods there might be. In Motapa, he was called Mawari, the Vakaranga version and contribution toward national unity. But would there be unity now that the last of the two great personalities around whom unity revolved had silently stolen away in the shadows of the great Zimbabwe and was gone forever? The question arises whenever a great leader passes. Political psychology and mass psychology are crucially combined. Whether a great state survives after the death of the leader who made it great and held its disparate parts together by his charisma alone would depend upon the good fortune of having a successor of equal greatness, or the miracle of having developed a strong spirit of national community, of oneness, of a loyalty and a sense of belonging to the nation that transcends this tribe. There were unifying factors which Matope left behind in his great empire. One was that same organized religion led by a highly advanced and literate priesthood. Religious temples at the great Zimbabwe were certainly the national center of religion. The other important factor that should have made unity imperative was the greater prosperity that would flow from economic interdependence and close commercial relations between the constituent states and provinces. The great system of roads and highways, instead of being recaptured by the bush and forest after serving their initial military purpose, could have been converted into permanent national highways crisscrossing the empire and thus serving as the indispensable communication links for administration, trade, travels by the people, and in short, unification. Other factors that should have been a solid foundation for black unity were the similarity of their social institutions and the absolute sameness of their constitutional system. Yet, with Matope's death, the empire began to break up. Why? Notwithstanding all the forces mentioned above that should have made for unity and stability, the actual fact is that the traditional African political system was fundamentally and structurally anti-empire. The very circumstance of the endless process of segmentation, of forever splintering off to form little independent mini-states, developed a built-in disunity, reinforced by the attending growth of different languages. But self-government in each little state and in every village of the smallest state or chiefdom was a way of life, not a theory. Chiefs and elders, as we have seen, were leaders, advisors, and representatives of the people, and not their rulers. The same operating principle prevailed when a group of states united to form a kingdom, and kingdoms united to form an empire, but with a disturbing difference. Centralization tended to erode local autonomy, tended to transfer chiefs from the control of their people to the control of the central government. In the case of conquered territories, this change was abrupt and painful, and it was one of the principal reasons for later rebellions and the breakup of kingdoms and empires. Therefore, to say that Arabs and Europeans, let us say it again, were solely or even mainly responsible for the destruction of all great African states would be glossing over or attempting to ignore the principal internal factor: disunity. What the whites did, Asians and Europeans, was to appraise this continent-wide disunity and quote-unquote cash in on it to the fullest extent possible. They did not have to divide and conquer, even, for the blacks were already divided, just as though they were waiting for the foreign conquerors to come. The foreigners' role was to intensify the disunity, to promote the suspicions and hatred that developed from it, and to check any tendency or movement toward unity among the blacks. Footnote: this strategy of the whites is as clear and unmistakable today as it was centuries ago. It is an aspect of what I have referred to as the quote-unquote grand Caucasian consensus. Yet blacks appear to be heedless of it. End of footnote. All the Arabs had to do in Mano Motapa was to move swiftly during the period of mourning, confusion, and uncertainty following Matope's death. Advisors would surely be needed at the various provincial capitals more than ever. Surely, from these key bases, they actively furthered the destruction of an empire, the very existence of which was a threat to their own power position within it. It was more than a threat, for had not Matope's sweep to the Indian Ocean reduced their control there, leaving them with only 3 trading stations? The Africans, already having the every province for itself psychology, were simply urged to do more speedily what they were doing more slowly in their own way. of Changa and Tagua, it must be said to their honor that both remained loyal to Motota and Matope throughout their lifetime, devoted servants, able generals, and finally governors of two of the most important provinces. A period of devoted service extending over 40 years. Now, however, there appeared to be no reason or even a possibility for transferring the same loyalty and love to Nyahuma, weak son and successor to the great king. The Arabs hastened to exploit this in Guniusua, where Changa was king, with aspirations to become emperor. Tagua, king of Mbire, supported his longtime friend and colleague in the imperial venture. Both occupied the most favorable position for rallying support, for they held the southern region, which was the first center of Karanga power, the center from which the expansion spread, and the location of the first Zimbabwe capital. The Arab strategy must not be overlooked. Beyond the consideration of greater concessions from the winning side, they did not care which side won. They worked for and supported all sides, each against the other. None wanted a strong empire, but they wanted Changa to launch a war against the existing empire under the pretext of building a greater one than what was possible under the new emperor Nyahuma. The Arabs in the north, of course, would urge Nyahuma to crush the pretensions of the upstart Changa in the south. Arabs in both regions did more than just advise. They backed their respective rulers with money and materials and men. Black men, that is. The Arabs owned private armies of black troops. Thus, the Arabs and later the Europeans were always able to send into battle still more blacks against blacks. So now Changa, grown old and uncertain, was given an entirely new vision of greatness. He could not only capture the empire and become as great an emperor as he was a general, but in doing so he could create a great brotherhood of Arabs and Africans. A brotherhood in which Arabs would be his faithful servants as citizens. To crown it all, and in testimony thereof, he was given the unprecedented honor of the Arab title of Amir, so that, as in the case of the immortal Caesar, his very name, Changa Amir, would mean emperor forever. This flattery was too much for the old man to withstand. The new Changa Amir concluded his war against the central government with victory and the death of Nyahuma in battle in 1490. It was again the same old story of the wars that followed, the internal chaos during the rise and fall of one section of the empire after another. The murder of Changamir, or in short, the fragmentation of the empire until what remained was the much reduced northern region and about 600 miles along the Indian Ocean to an inland depth of between 200 and 300 miles. In this much reduced and weakened state, Mano Matapa had to meet a still more ruthless enemy when the Portuguese arrived in 1505. They were aggressive. Their original aim to replace the Arabs first, to break and take over their commercial and political power in all of the now disunited kingdoms, was ruthlessly pursued. This, it will be recalled, was implementing the original grand design that began in Congo and Angola. Within 50 years, they had penetrated all of these kingdoms, securing concessions of land, establishing trading posts, and missions throughout the interior as well as along the Zambezi and the Indian Ocean coast and islands. The Arabs, did not take all this without a fierce struggle, largely centered around attempting to incite the blacks against the Portuguese, and thus creating further chaotic situations out of which they hoped somehow to emerge on top. The murder of a Portuguese priest at the court of the Mono-Motapan Emperor in 1561 was just what the Portuguese needed as a reason for open intervention with eventual Portuguese sovereignty over the entire region. It was an old trick, well known and practiced by the secret agents of great powers, to sacrifice one's own fellow citizens in a foreign land, if by so doing the larger ends of the state might be served. The Portuguese version that the priest's death was quote-unquote engineered by Mohammedans of Mozambique may have or may not have been true. The Portuguese themselves may have done it. This death then meant that the honor of Portugal had been challenged. Instead of attacking the Arabs charged with the crime, however, they directed their pretended outrage at the tottering Black Empire with military intervention. In 1575, an ultimatum, disguised as a treaty, required the emperor to expel all Arabs from the country, grant more land concessions for Portuguese gold mining operations, more trading posts and missions, and finally in 1629 the great objective was reached when the Emperor Muaora acknowledged the King of Portugal as his overlord and became his vassal. Portuguese Caucasianization of the blacks had begun early by having all chiefs, kings, and emperors replace their African names with Portuguese names. There was therefore a long line of emperors: Sebastianos, Felipes, Domingos, and Afonsos, here as in Congo and Angola. Footnote: I have been referring to name changing throughout the book, yet I doubt whether blacks in general fully realize the role this played in loss of the sense of self-worth. End of footnote. The Portuguese land grabs all over the region meant that they were not content with political overlordship and commercial supremacy, but were physically taking over the absolute ownership of the lands of the people in all areas. When the Emperor Domingos summoned up enough courage to resist the onslaught in 1663, he was murdered. This was the year Queen Nzinga died, and Portugal now felt unchallenged. Meanwhile, the Portuguese were riding so high and mighty that they had set up their own capitals in the interior at Massapa and in Manyinka, centers of general administration and commerce. The great Zimbabwe capital city of the empire became a mere shadow of Portuguese power, useful only in carrying out their orders, and, as was the case with the other towns and cities, began to disintegrate toward a state of ruins as the gold wealth of the nation was taken over and depopulation of the country by the slave trade spread. The highly organized African religion under a priesthood that had been so powerful that it had blocked the spread of Islam for over 200 years was now swept aside by the aggressively pushed Christian missions in almost every village. In 1693, the seemingly all-powerful Portuguese were amazed by the rapid development of an unexpected phenomenon. the revival of black unity in the southern provinces, which were the original center of the empire, now still under the leadership of a continuing line of Changamirs. Other formerly separatist kingdoms united under the Changamirs' leadership and opened a full-scale war against the Portuguese, aiming at driving them out of the land. The successful military tactics of Matope and his generals were remembered and followed. Careful, unrushed training and organization, the secret movement of troops in small groups in different directions, all assembling en masse at a stated time and place near the enemy strongholds, then the swift-moving and generally surprise attacks by different armies on different Portuguese centers at the same time. These operations took 2 years of desperate fighting because, of course, the Portuguese forces were better armed. According to the oral records of the blacks, the real reason for the series of victories over the Portuguese was that their black troops only put up token resistance, often not even that, whole companies deserting to join their black brothers. With their black shield thus removed, the Portuguese themselves were now exposed to danger. The number killed was frightening. They fled from the country to zones of comparative safety. The Changamir armies reconquered most of Mano Motapa, and a vigorous anti-Portuguese policy was adopted. This not only aimed at their total exclusion from the interior, but also at ending their influence in what remained of the old empire, which did not come directly under the Changamir rule. Even trade relations with the whites and other contacts had to be carried on through blacks and mulattoes. The greatly reduced Mano Motapa continued to be further destroyed by the endless internal strife among the blacks, frustrated by the state of decline and helplessness, yet unwilling to join forces with the stronger southern kingdoms which were united under the Changamirs. Decade after decade, the same story of chaos, social disorganization, and decline repeated itself. This time, however, neither Portuguese nor Arabs were able to re-establish their former power position throughout the region. For while all this was going on during 17th, 18th, and into the 19th centuries, 3 other threatening storm centers had been rising in South Africa. 2 of these, the British and the Dutch, had moved inland from the Cape, establishing quote-unquote republics, and thereby completing the encirclement of the blacks of Africa, a most significant development to which I have referred several times. The third threat, insofar as Mano Motapa was concerned, was the rapid rise and expansion of the Zulu Empire under Shaka, an empire which developed from a small village state. We have seen that the great migrations over the continent developed from many different causes, too many different forms, and went in all different directions. And we have seen that whole black communities fled before incoming black conquerors, just as they did when whites invaded their land. The great Zulu Emperor King became more ruthless in his onslaughts to unify the blacks in an empire that would be greater and stronger than the undisciplined and therefore falling Mano Motapa, an empire unlike Mano Motapa that would not only serve as one vast and impregnable fortress against the shrewdly scheming whites swarming up from the Cape, but a fortress from which they could be attacked and destroyed. Shaka and his people, like the other countries we have studied, had never seen a white face before the invasions, but he had learned about them more and more as they approached the borders of his country. To resist, he had to unify the blacks first. Kings and chiefs who could not see the danger in so many little independent states had better prepare to submit to the imperial rule of the Zulu, flee or prepare to meet their maker. Countless thousands fled en masse before Shaka's mighty armies. Many tribal states moved as a swelling tide under powerful kings and chiefs, spreading death and destruction over the lands through which they marched, a wild and merciless rampage that expressed their anger over Shaka on all the people in their path. The leading groups that struck the Shangamir kingdoms first were the Ndebele, Swazi, and the Shangana. They crossed the Limpopo in 1830 and swept on to the Zambezi, spreading terror as they moved northward. This left the few Portuguese centers that remained in the unconquered territory exposed to the new danger. That strip of territory was once again all that was left of the former empire of Mano Mutapa. The overall scene was one of British-Dutch pressures on the Black Empire in South Africa. The pressure of the migrating blacks from that empire on other blacks and their destruction of what remained of still another black empire, while the British and the Dutch, in fierce competition with each other, moved steadily forward to take over the whole southern region. The Portuguese still held on to their strongly fortified post, especially along the Zambezi, and were able to reach a partition agreement with the British in 1890. Thus, the Portuguese, in gaining Mozambique, still held a vast black empire. The blacks, who had fled from Shaka's armies and had entered the land before the British, opened war against the whites in 1895. The rebellion was under the general leadership of the Matabele invaders, who therefore could expect no support from the general population. They were defeated by the British. In 1902, the blacks of another important kingdom in the old empire, Barway, rose in rebellion. By then, British power was so firmly established that the outcome was predictable. The last black empire had become white-ruled Rhodesia, and its southernmost territory was now under the iron rule of the Dutch invaders of South Africa. This marked the close of still another tragic era. The last emperor of the last black-ruled empire on the African continent, Chioko Dambam Umpute, knew no more how to deal with the engulfing tides of conquest than most of the black leaders who preceded him. Like Katape, the Bakuba king, when the Belgians took over the Congo, none seemed to have had sufficient insights for the white situation, to have just enough sense of race to enable them to realize that the destiny of a whole people was at stake, and not just their personal well-being or even the fortunes of a single state. The Black Queen of Angola remains the outstanding leader who read the white man straight from A to Z and mapped strategies for the confrontations. When she died, she was still queen of the blacks, and her people were still free. Part 2. And the bridge was suspended between the two eternities, arched so high up there that the watchman could from his tower see all that had gone before and all that was to come. And that is why the anxious, helpless peoples of this crazy world continue to look up in despair and cry, "O watchman, tell us in this endless night just what the signs of promise are." Chapter 12. A View from the Bridge. The summing up. This has been an interpretation of history. I have swept across over 6,000 years with the story of the African people, touching here and there on prehistoric. Footnote: prehistory is another improper term we are stuck with. Its very origin reflects the self-glorification of those who had learned to write, the written records becoming sacred and the principal source of truth. There is actually no such thing as prehistory. Man was leaving historical records millions of years before he began to write them. End of footnote. Beginnings, such as at Wose, and selectively spotlighting the blackout areas in that history in my broad sweep through the millenniums. My own field studies in just about every region on the continent, and my interpretation even of the data of many of the scholars appearing in the bibliography, often led to quite different conclusions than theirs. Indeed, these modern Westerners either ignore or contradict some of the best evidence of the ancient writers on Africa. The conflict of viewpoints on the history of the African people develops as issues in the work, and I suppose that at the present level of civilization, such a conflict should be expected between those who represent the masters of the globe and those who are in rebellion against them. As the writers of the history of the people they oppress, invariably there is a deeply felt need to present the dominated people as childlike creatures, inferior by an ordinance of nature, and therefore helpless without the permanent rule and guiding hand of the master race. Perhaps the highlights in the history of the blacks, which is all this work claims to be, would be even more clearly understood if I had written backwards, beginning with the present. For one thing, less documentation would be required, for by focusing on predominantly black South Africa, Rhodesia, and the present-day Sudan, the whole world could see, almost at a glance, exactly what happened to black Egypt many centuries ago. The script of the play, whites against blacks, is the same. The eternal drive glorifying white blood is the same, finding direct expression in all Caucasian-controlled social and economic systems. In South Africa, the Dutch offsprings by black women are classified coloreds and ranked as a separate ethnic group below the Dutch in social and economic status, but far above the Africans. In Egypt, the coloreds gradually became the majority, as more and more whites came in, and more blacks moved southward. The name Egyptian was taken over by the whites and the northern coloreds as applying to themselves alone. The blacks who were the original Egyptians were no longer called Egyptians, just as the blacks in South Africa today are no longer called South Africans. Only the whites are South Africans. Both in Egypt and South Africa, the scheme was to make the mulattoes a separate ethnic group, superior to the blacks because of Caucasian blood, thus creating mutual hatreds that would make unity difficult if not impossible. By giving all mulattoes privileges and opportunities denied to blacks, the scheme worked not only in South Africa and ancient Egypt, but it was successful throughout the world and still operates in the 1970s. The white man has every reason to proudly view his handiwork in managing people and pronounce it good. In the Sudan, the white Arabs were so successful that their coloreds there consider themselves Arabs, not Africans, and look down contemptuously on the blacks in the southern Sudan, exactly the same as the Egyptian coloreds regarded this same once all-black region, Ethiopia, centuries ago. The picture in the northern Sudan today then is exactly the same as the picture was in northern Ethiopia, Egypt, after it became predominantly Afro-Asian and Afro-European. And the picture in the southern Sudan today is the same all-black picture southern Ethiopia, the Sudan itself, presented over 2,000 years ago. And just as their ancient forefathers battled then against the Egyptian coloreds, the blacks in the southern Sudan, at the very hour these lines were being written, were still arrayed in battle against the Arabs, now predominantly colored, and for the same ancient reasons. Does anyone wonder why this all-important white created color factor is skipped over by white historians? If they were scientific in their approach and objective in their methods, they would deal with the mulatto role in black history, even though it was a major source of white power and the white man's most effective agent in helping to destroy black civilizations everywhere they found. White historians would really grow in stature if they themselves wrote the story, wrote it as it was. This will never happen, of course, for they would be recording how the increased number of coloreds after each white invasion made it easy to credit them with all the great advances the blacks themselves had made. They, the white writers, would be telling how these half-blacks came to be classified as Caucasoids, and how helpful this was in obliterating black Egypt from the pages of history. By this masterstroke, through their own sexual creations, they were able to erase the blacks as the first builders of a great civilization and deliberately rob them of that honor. The long drawn-out process by which all this was accomplished has been detailed in this work. It had to be dealt with along with other factors and forces, because the inferior status of black people throughout the world today tends to confirm the white man's doctrine that they are inferior in fact. His whole system, universally applied, was designed to make them inferior and keep them so. Who then in the 20th century would believe that these same blacks were of the race that had built great cities, developed writing, the arts and sciences, when the whites of Europe were still roaming tribes of barbarian warriors? This being a well-known, though not publicized, fact of history, how then explain the descent of the blacks from the heights reached by their forefathers to the depths in which they find themselves today? This was the central question in all of our research. Most of the important answers are given in preceding chapters. Future research, especially field research, will reveal an even more amazing story. A study of the general history of mankind reveals no people who have suffered so much in every area of life and survived. One thinks immediately of the Jews and the systematic oppression they encountered in every land. But they were not enslaved, not since the days when whites were generally enslaved everywhere, and slavery had nothing to do with race. We have seen that after the murderous revolt of white slaves in the 13th century, white slavery ended, and thereafter the concentration was on blacks alone. The Jews, being white and tenaciously clinging to their own heritage, were able to find escape routes not open to blacks anywhere: business, finance, and science. They were free to study, and study they did, surpassing almost all other peoples in the resulting intellectual supremacy. Learning became a second religion. They had seen that two of the certain ways to overcome their oppressors were the mastery of wealth and intellectual excellence. They therefore became moneylenders to emperors, kings, and popes. Meanwhile, the blacks were still being hunted down and enslaved, and when freed, they were kept as close to the status of slaves as such efforts could achieve. Yet today we are just beginning to learn about the heights from which they were driven. One of the highly important things this study revealed was how the very color of black came to mean slave, and therefore equated with bad luck, inferiority, and shame. We have dared to go beyond the limits and the guidelines set for us by the czars of history and geography to discover that ancient Ethiopia covered North Africa to the Mediterranean Sea, that Egypt was the northeastern division of that empire, and that even as late as 3100 BC, when white Asians held Lower Egypt, Ethiopians still held most of their homeland in Upper Egypt. In short, almost all of Egypt was black as late as 3100 BC. I say as late as 3100 BC to emphasize the fact again that all this is well known to white historians concerned with Africa. They know because when the earliest Greek and Roman writers studied in the land, Egypt was still black. They knew what the history was, and they left the records. Even when Herodotus arrived, black civilization was known to be so ancient that its beginning was lost in a distant past beyond memory. But when he arrived, he found a very mixed Egyptian population of whites, browns, yellows, and blacks. The first three groups now drawing a line between themselves as Egyptians, while giving to the blacks the lowest class status along with the original name of Ethiopians. Original as Greek term. There may have been some justice in this when Herodotus was in Egypt. The masses of non-integrating blacks had themselves rejected both Egypt and the Egyptian names as the Asians and Afro-Asians became the majority, and they had concentrated below a new borderline as Ethiopians in an Ethiopian empire that no longer included Egypt. The most important fact here is that the Greeks were the first Europeans to know that the most advanced civilization of the ancient world was in Africa. The first Europeans to study and be directly influenced by it, and to proclaim it to the world boldly and without reservations. Indeed, It is from Greek history, including their myths and legends, that we get some of the best insights into the early history of the blacks. They drew upon the land of the blacks for architectural designs, city planning, sculpture, science, and even religion. These they reshaped and made Greek. The Greeks were the best traveling students in the world. In their relations with Africa, they exemplified, as no other people had, the eclectic process of civilization and progress. The readiness to borrow from other peoples the best in their culture, to be reshaped or made over to suit one's own ideals and needs. Having lost most of our own written records through both destruction, endless displacement, and the gradual loss of African scribes, the black world owes the debt of everlasting thanks to those early Greek and Roman writers, but mostly Greek, who included much of our ancient history with their own and passed it down through the centuries. We salute them. The early disruption of African civilization, as we have seen, was followed by a long series of absolute blockades to progress. These included the combined forces of nature, ever-expanding deserts, scarcity of water, hostile climate, and the ravages of disease arising largely from conditions of famine. And yet, while the primary causes of disaster had set in motion the dispersions of people from the earliest times, searching for survival sites, through it, all kingdoms and empires were built, destroyed, and built again. These were the slow-moving, voluntary migrations from which so many of the small and large cities developed with different languages and dialects. The invaders raiding into the continent from Asia and Europe formed the second centuries-long battlefronts against which the blacks had to fight for survival. These wars spanned several thousand years, and in an earlier chapter I wondered out loud, and still wonder, how any people, weakened by perpetual hunger and disease, could possibly carry on wars of resistance to the white invaders for over 5,000 years. This they did, and this their descendants must know and remember with pride, that black resistance to white domination covered over 5,000 years. When the enslavers pressed in upon them from the north, from the east, from the west, and from the south, they continued to fight. The resistance to slavery continued while the continent was being depopulated by it, with the active participation of many black chiefs and kings, seeking wealth and the white man's promise of security from all of their black foes. The third battle lines for survival were, therefore, internal, and points up one of the main contributions they made toward their domination by other peoples. As time went on, they became so preoccupied with warring against each other that they seemed to regard the whites as friends by comparison. This seeming contradiction is baffling, for while there is nothing new about a people fighting among themselves, they generally stop if outsiders attack, forget their differences, and join united ranks against the common foe. Caucasians will wage frightful wars against other Caucasians, but will quickly unite, as though by instinct, against non-whites, not only in wars but in international policies. They have developed a kind of built-in solidarity in their relations with non-Caucasian peoples. This fact, as much as anything else, helped to explain their position as masters of the world. On the other hand, and in glaring contrast, disunity and non-cooperation have been characteristic of black societies. And this fact, more than anything else, helps in the understanding not only of why the blacks eventually lost in their battles against the whites, but also why even today they are still unable to deal with the white world. This situation of antagonism, self-hatred, and attending disunity in the race is a matter of such grave concern that I have returned to it again and again throughout these discussions. The only reason for dealing with the role played by the mulattoes in black history, for example, was to show how baffling and complex the problem is. For they were used not only to help disguise the most significant achievements of blacks, but they were also effectively used to further enhance and perpetuate the already existing conflicts and divisions among them. Now they had just as much right to be classified as white as they did to be classified as black. But they found it expedient to operate in both worlds, exploiting the blacks while serving the interests of the whites. There could never be any clear-cut judgment or defense against internal subversion along any color line, because in almost every black society it was possible to find some mulattoes who were as loyal to the race as any could be, and some blackest of the blacks who might be paid agents of the Arabs or Europeans. The state of black Africa, then, was a state of perpetual fears of being hunted down and attacked from without, fears of betrayals by unknown followers from within, fears of attacks by other migrating blacks who were themselves fleeing from danger, fears of hunger, ever-mounting disease, and of the alarming number of deaths that could never become common, no matter how often they occurred. Fears of all kinds, another source of mutual suspicions and distrusts. Centuries of this, and the amazing outcome: the blacks became their own worst enemies, and therefore increasingly a helpless people. The migrations were the moving phenomena in this tragedy. For while we have seen that many of them ended with the rebirth of new states from one end of the continent to the other, states that stood until Arabs and Europeans delivered the final death blows, millions of other blacks were unable to achieve this temporary glory. These were the Africans whose daily task was sheer survival, nothing less, nothing more. Every one of their communities had 4 to 6 months of each year which everyone knew as starving times, the period when children ate dirt and the bark from trees, when it was a great occasion if food enough could be found for 2 or 3 meals a week, when to find a water hole or a little stream that had not completely dried up was even more joyful than finding something to eat, and a time when some mothers would steal away into the bush with their little skeleton-like children with swollen bellies to die quietly in the shade. This was starving times. During this awful period of hell on earth, even the better-off cattle-raising groups outside of the tsetse-fly regions suffered great losses in herds as they wandered far and wide in the frantic search for unparched grassland and water. In none of this we are dealing with the merely unusual misfortunes which are occasionally visited upon almost every people. No, we are dealing here with the unusual, something quite different in the general experience of mankind. For we are reviewing here a permanent situation which, in combination with the forces outlined in foregoing pages, destroyed the civilization of an entire race, checked progress, and forced countless thousands into barbarism. These were the people who sought freedom and security in the forests, swamps, and caves. Some, unable to advance under these conditions, nevertheless battled against sinking to the level of savages. Some rebuilt their states even in the vast forests, and still others, famine-crazed, became savages or semi-barbarians. Many of the groups that descended to this lowest state of existence were isolated in areas where starving times was not a period of months, but of years. The worst outcome from the forced migrations all over Africa in the long search for places of refuge and freedom were the endless splintering off of societies into countless little isolated states. Overall, it is difficult to see how it could have been otherwise. They had to split up. Unity in terms of keeping a very large group together was impossible. Seldom could 10,000 people move en masse, not to mention 100,000. And 100,000 would be a small number if it was a great state that was being disorganized and destroyed. If they were being attacked by invaders, not only expediency but life itself dictated that they split up into small groups, each under an elected leader. In this way, both the chances of escape from the enemy and of finding food and water somewhere were better than would be the case if they moved in one vast body. Some of these separated groups did indeed meet again by chance before they had become total strangers to each other. These often settled in the same general region and near enough to each other to maintain the same language. Others met again generations after the original segmentations, met as strangers speaking in different tongues and with different patterns of culture. Strangers, yet all descendants from the same society. Worse still, the blacks have been so busy being different through all these years that they have been unable to see that underlying all of their cultural varieties is the compelling evidence that they are all members of the same race and have the same common origin. And this is the best and most remarkable outcome of the migrations, with their fragmentations, disunities, and interminable turmoil and crises, that they held on, tenaciously held on, to the fundamentals of the same constitutional principles, the same democratic and political systems, and the same social institutions, maintained from one end of Africa to the other, just as though they were still members of one and the same vast African society. This fact was immediately reflected in the institutions and political structure of every new state that emerged during all those centuries of migrations. Just as the council told Ethiopian kings what they could and could not do, the same remained true throughout the continent where black rule prevailed according to tradition. This was why 3,000 years later, and 3,000 miles farther south, a Shaka could complain bitterly because the Zulu council of yes-men failed to check him in his excesses. Finding himself an absolute autocrat, he was surprised to find that he had been allowed to get away with it. A view from the bridge. What then is the view from the bridge? The outlook is grim. For the black people of the world, there is no bright tomorrow. The blacks may continue to live in their dream world of singing, dancing, marching, praying, and hoping because of the deluding signs of what looks like victories. still trusting in the ultimate justice of the white man, but 1,000 years hence, their descendants will be substantially where the race was 1,000 years before. For the white people, still masters of the world, do not have to yield. They have never changed their real attitude toward black people during all the passing centuries, and there is absolutely nothing upon which to base the belief that they will change in the centuries to come. Concessions on some demands, yes. Expediency dictates this, noting that the black masses accept as leaders any and all Negroes who hold important positions. The whites who control these positions, directly or indirectly, actually determine who the leaders of blacks shall be as independent black organizations emerge. The dangling attractions of government and foundation grants are there to quiet the outspoken but money-hungry leaders. Indeed, some of these leaders were quick in discovering that the most certain route to a handsome grant or loan is pretended outrage and shouting militancy. The whites know this all too well. They are quite willing to pour millions of dollars into all kinds of black community projects precisely because they know that these phony leaders will do nothing that will really improve the conditions under which the black masses live. Blacks are still hopelessly naive if they do not yet understand that the whites never did and do not now intend to include blacks in the doctrine of human equality, equal justice, or anything else that means real equality. The white determination to keep blacks in an inferior position is so deep that they will battle against the enactment of civil rights laws even when they know there will be no real enforcement. The opposition is to the very idea of equality. Those Negroes who are so frantically fighting to escape from the African race by way of integration and amalgamation will continue to meet everlasting and universal opposition from the whites. The Negro drive to be with whites in every situation is equaled by the white determination to prevent it. Yet the whites must truly feel a deep sense of pride in seeing this Negro leadership so clearly validating their own belief in white superiority. Their pretended quality education objective actually collapses under the wheels of buses for racial balance. They are proclaiming to all the world that, regardless of general desegregation in any all-black or predominantly black population, the blacks themselves are utterly incapable of achieving or maintaining high standards of excellence in education or indeed anything else. Here we have, within the race, the intolerable situation of an anti-black group proclaiming the race's inherent inferiority more effectively than the whites ever could, precisely because this group is regarded as quote-unquote black. Furthermore, and even of greater importance, the amalgamationist Negroes generally hold most of the administrative and key teaching posts in the educational system. Through sheer indifference, therefore, they can block the development of the quality education in black schools while at the same time sending their own children to white private schools. Their remaining interest in the black schools is the money derived from their supervisory and teaching positions. Meanwhile, black students in the so-called integrated schools and colleges throughout the United States continue to tell the world that they are as segregated within as they were without. Far from being accepted, daily insults of various kinds occur inside the classrooms, in the halls, and on the outside. When fights break out, as they inevitably do, and the police are called in, they generally arrest the black students, not the white students, no matter who started the trouble. A press report, September 15th, 1972, simply read, quote, "During the recess hour, a black male student was called an offensive name by two white boys and pushed against the wall. A general fight broke out between black and white students. Police were called. 13 black students were arrested and jailed." End quote. Now, of course, all this is public information and is news to no one. But some of the salient facts that seem to stand out clearly are as follows. 1. White America is definitely and unalterably opposed to the integration and amalgamation of the two races. 2. Black America, the masses, are equally opposed to the integration and amalgamation of the races. 3. The drive for more and more amalgamation is and always has been spearheaded by those coloreds who maintain a separatist society within the black race, and who are not, and never have been, identified with the black masses. 4. Since everybody knows that there are millions of light-skinned members of the race, some as white as any Caucasian, who are as African in spirit and are as devoted to the race as anyone else, the crucial question is how long will this other white-oriented group be allowed to block the real progress of the race? 5. Those who seek and hope for admittance into white society should not be criticized or condemned. As previously stated, it is an individual matter of choice, and it is both natural and right if their blood call is to the white race rather than to the black. But they cannot be allowed to use their imposed leadership positions to browbeat all black Americans into the line of march into white society per se, and thus toward the ultimate extinction of blacks as such in this country. It is along this line against their benign genocide that the real battle for survival as a distinct people must be fought. 6. The drive for integration is most damnable on one score alone. It is a deliberate and stepped-up attack on the most significant aspects of the black revolution of the 60s. That revolt was the reversal in the psychology of the race, a quest for its lost manhood by first emancipating the mind from the bondage of over-Caucasianization, and to establish forever the real basis for equality with the rest of mankind from the rediscovered pages of a history that was supposed to be lost because it reveals a long line of giants unsurpassed by any people on earth. The Negro integrationalists are hostile to the black revolution and aim to defeat its main aims by forcing the black children and youth of the nation more directly under white education. Once again, as in slavery, they will be cut off not only from the history of their race, but they will also be cut off from a knowledge of all the other fields in which blacks have excelled, and from which comes the inspiration to, quote unquote, go forth and do likewise. The great mental revolution among the blacks that eventuates in more and more self-respect, a new sense of manhood and self-worth, all this alarms the Negro integrationalists, and they are resolved to defeat it by keeping the blacks firmly under the mind control of white institutions. 7. They are absolutely right about the general lack of quality education in black schools, the very schools in which they are the principal supervisors and teachers, but their minds and interests are elsewhere. Ghetto children are unteachable, they assure themselves, and they and their equally misguided principals and teachers of all kinds will fight to the death a Clark, or any other plan that is expressly designed to improve the teaching and learning processes in black schools. They fear the idea of community control because it presents the possibility that irate parents might demand the removal of the merely job-holding and indifferent principals and teachers. 8. The millions of Africans of mixed blood who have always been steadfast and devoted to the race know that when the white man gives them a preferential status above the unmixed but always below himself, he does so to maintain the myth of superior white blood. Their redemption from the sin of African blood is proportionate to the amount of white blood in their veins. Indeed, if one is light enough or near white, he may even be appointed secretary of a department of the U.S. government and a member of the president's cabinet, and still not equal. Furthermore, white America has found that their purposes were served best by classifying as Negro all persons with any amount of African blood, no matter how small. This obvious injustice has never been openly challenged, even by those directly affected, and bitterly resent being so classified. But the United States refused to follow either the South African system of making their Afro-Dutch offsprings a separate ethnic group by law and calling them coloreds, or the ancient practice of Egypt and the Arab world of classifying mixed breeds as white. This fact has had a tremendous impact on integrationalist Negroes in the United States, leading many to identify with the Arab world rather than Africa, and even to adopt Arab names rather than African names. In fact, because of their powerful hold on Africa through the religion of Islam and the vast colored population in many Arab states, many white Arabs will publicly state, for African ears, that they are a non-white people. However, even if the United States did attempt to reclassify this group as either white or colored, the millions who are bound to the African race by unbreakable ties of love would fight such a move to its death. These have no desire to be either white or colored. For like the late Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, who could have passed for white anywhere in the world, they would say, "Call me black," knowing full well that black refers not to anyone's color, for which none is responsible, but black defines one's attitude towards the homeland of his ancestors, which from times immemorial was called the land of the blacks. So something different developed in black America, for whereas in most other parts of the world the mulattoes form an elite caste, this is true only of certain groups in the United States, such as the Wezats of Maryland and Virginia, also known by other names, and their spillover in Washington, D.C. In general, the divided loyalties split them as anti-African and pro-African, which is the way it always has been. The view from the bridge thus far has been a refocus on the futility of our continuing and childlike faith in the white man's justice, the belief that our protests, marching demonstrations, singing and praying will change his 6,000 years of hostility to us, and that the Negroes who frantically battle for admission to white suburbia and to its private clubs, golf courses, swimming pools, etc., will never be welcomed, even though they may be near white in color. The final focal point in this connection is that the masses, from the blackest of the blacks to the lightest of the lights, do not care at all about socially mixing with the whites. They, the whites on their part, have no reason or inclination to do more than make token concessions from time to time, thus quieting noisy leaders, but never changing the inferior situation of the masses. They still own and control the wealth of Africa, directly and indirectly, and from it, along with that from other areas of the world, they have developed technologies and a world commerce, all fully protected by governments also under their control, that assure them of continued white supremacy. This phenomenal success, this unquestionable position of strength, derived from their conquest of other peoples and their wealth, has led them to believe that they are, as a matter of fact, the superior people and therefore the rightful rulers of this planet. Why, then, should they be expected to yield? Human rights? Equal justice? What are these but narcotic slogans for the masses, even the white masses, which are quickly conceded as ideals and principles everywhere? The masses of poor whites also live on these slogans and ideals of equal justice. They are a pitiful people, often half-starved themselves, yet living and having their being in the happy thought that they are members of the white conquering race, and that the once enslaved blacks among them are living evidence of their own superiority. They enjoy the glory reflected from the domination and the power achieved by the ruling minority of their race, too ignorant to realize that they are used as the tools of hate to support the wealth and power concentrated in relatively few hands. When these poor whites secure the kind of jobs that move them up in the glory land called middle class, they get the most concrete evidence of their innate superiority. They find that the economic system is so structured that, 1, to secure better jobs and advancement, the number one qualification is to be white. 2, that even where only a token number of non-whites are employed, they may be required to have college degrees, and sometimes the masters, while the higher salaried whites, including the supervisors, may not have a high school education. These are not merely may and may not theories. In the United States, the official statistics show that nationwide, black college graduates not only earn $1,040 a year less than white high school graduates, but they earn less than a white 10th grader. The white college graduate averages $3,095 more than the black college graduate. 3. Blacks must pay more to live than whites. The lower wages they receive and the higher prices they must pay are built-in guarantees that they will always occupy an inferior place in the society. Merchants now generally have 2 prices for the same goods, one black and one white. With the uneducated blacks, they are having a field day. They are equally successful in robbing the educated black middle class because of its abiding faith and status-striving complex. These are the Negroes who readily pay $225 a month for a house just vacated by whites who rented it for $125, and Negroes who buy $25,000 homes listed to whites for from $5,000 to $10,000 less, provided, of course, that white folks previously lived there. And the inner city food markets charge higher prices for cheaper brands of canned goods, and equally high prices for leftovers from their first-class stores in surrounding white suburbia. And 4. The insurance companies face this economic war on the blacks boldly and actuarially. They simply charge blacks more for less benefits. Blacks must pay higher premiums than whites for life insurance, for example, because it has been determined that their life expectancy is 10 years less than that of whites. For the insurance industry, it is strictly a matter of business. They know that the total economic system is so structured against the blacks that it is impossible for them to maintain proper health standards. Being black, they must die first, by 10 years. All this gives comfort and assurance to the poor and once poor silent majority. They feel that they have every reason to be silent. For does not this silent and secret war against the blacks, carried on every hour of their existence and deeply structured in the very fabric of national life, public and private, does this not reassure them every day that they are indeed members of the supreme ruling race? The view from the bridge had to focus first on the United States because so much points to this land as the place where the first major racial explosion is likely to occur. One would think that South Africa and Rhodesia feel more secure with huge American investments and military backing than America itself is. A view of the motherland. This brings us to the main reason for the focus on America. It quickly assumed the role of the whole white West as the various powers were forced from their imperial rule in Asia and Africa. Forced, that is to say, from direct political rule or the political functions of colonialism. The world at large, in the greatest misconception of modern times, took this to mean African independence at last, African freedom, and the end of European colonialism. The plain truth is that the African states today are not even half free or independent, for colonialism was from the beginning exactly what it is today, an economic system for the control and exploitation of the wealth of other peoples. It was and it is a private enterprise system. Colonial government was initially company government. When the political task got too big because of the increasing rivalries between the great powers, the mother countries would appoint colonial governors and other administrators. In other words, government by the home country came in as a protecting umbrella for the main objective, economic exploitation. That economic control still prevails all over Africa. It is not neo-colonialism, but the old colonialism itself, still carrying on under the beautiful and high-flying flags of quote-unquote independent African nations. The various mineral resources are so vast and involve so many billions of dollars that individual Africans called upon to decide whom they will serve, their people or the masters of the country's wealth, often decide to serve the latter. The fact that Africa is still in economic bondage to her former political masters brings us back to our point of departure. As the more political colonialism disappeared, the United States rushed in to fill the breach, to take up the banner as the quote-unquote leader of the free world, the Atlantic or Western powers, and hold the line of white supremacy throughout the world. The American military bases scattered all over the world have meaning far beyond any supposed communist threat. Rich European nations no longer need to maintain their usual armies for defense, for their great white brother, Uncle Sam, will gladly draft men to keep American forces there. American armed might is everywhere, ready to rush in to play the self-assigned role. This New World mission of the United States replaces, as far as it can, the more direct rule of the Western powers over the non-white peoples. The threat to black Africa and black people everywhere should be obvious. From the very beginning, for example, the American secret policy was to give little or no assistance to Africa. Outright grants, such as the billions poured into Europe, were never expected by the black nations. The Africans had sense enough to know that such free gifts were for whites only, but they did expect to secure loans on reasonable terms of repayment. The American attitude on loans to African states turned out to be about the same as it would have been if they had been begging for free grants. There was a very definite African policy, however. The policy was not to announce the policy. There was a public announcement of what was intended as a policy early in the 1960s. It said to Africa, in effect, that the United States would continue its friendly interest and, as always, said little or nothing in the matter of loans. Other friendly advice included the well-known information that they could apply to the World Bank. The big American air and military base in Ethiopia made it a favored African state like Libya. American investments in two other African states enabled them to secure loans. Black nations that might overcome the foreign economic stranglehold within their countries by increased production and exports for foreign exchange find their export trade blocked by the tariff walls of the same United States and the same European powers whose industrial machines would be crippled without the wealth, mineral resources, and basic strategic materials they still control and ship out of Africa. In a word, the blacks neither own nor control the wealth of their own land. Supposedly free again, they are unable to rebuild even as well as their migrating forefathers did before the Arab and European conquest. As shown in previous chapters, freed of the white man's control, a control from which most of them were fleeing, they were overriding all obstacles and successfully building and rebuilding new states until they were finally overtaken in the 19th and as late as the beginning of the 20th century. The overall view from the bridge, then, is simply the view of where and how the black people of the world stand today, after a summary review of at least 6,000 years of their history, and whether the focus is on Africa, the Caribbeans, the Americas, or elsewhere, they are now seen standing at the crossroads of history and confused. Out of the stormy past till we now stand at last. Where? Chapter 13. The Black World at the Crossroads. One of the most troublesome facts in the study of history over very long periods of time, such as several centuries, is that a truth may slowly emerge, period after period, until it clearly forms itself into a truth impregnable, a fact nowhere explicitly stated as such in the mass of data covered. As one continues to move on down through the centuries, countless events and situations may continue to make supporting additions to what has already been established as an unassailable fact. Yet that truth may be so repugnant, so utterly void of any rational or intelligent reason for its existence, that hardly any historian would wish to state it in his work. Yet I did just that when I wrote that, quote, "The whites are the implacable foe." the traditional and everlasting enemy of the blacks, unquote. The compelling reason for publicly putting this declaration in its historical context is made clear. The necessary re-education of blacks and a possible solution of racial crisis can begin, strangely enough, only when blacks fully realize this central fact in their lives. The white man is their bitter enemy. For this is not the ranting of wild-eyed militancy, but the calm and unmistakable verdict of several thousand years of documented history. Even the sample case study of 10 black states in this work shows that each and every one of those states was destroyed by whites. Facing this reality does not call for increasing hatred or screaming and utterly futile denunciations. Far from it. For all these shouting emotional outbursts by blacks are in themselves indications of weakness, because they becloud the mind and prevent the calm and clear thinking that is absolutely required for planning if the race is to be saved from final destruction. Destruction is not too strong a term here. Only fools will be unable to see that the race is again being hemmed in, surrounded by its enemies, and cannot survive forever under what might be called a state of gradual siege. Those Negroes who are still pleading with the whites for brotherhood through integration are so deaf and blind that they are unable to get the white enemy's reply to these frantic pleas for acceptance through integration. The reply of whites was so loud and clear that it was heard around the world. When segregation in schools and residencies was outlawed throughout the United States, whites fled from the cities to the suburbs just as though a plague had struck, or some deadly disease was spreading. The blacks were left alone in the cities, now called ghettos or the inner city. This was rejection, total, complete. The black youth of America got this message from the whites first, and they got it quickly. They formed new battle lines. Several millions of quote-unquote middle-class Negroes and their leaders have not received the message yet, and probably never will. For them, the white man is the ship, and all else is the sea. They themselves do not feel competent to develop the highest standards of life in the all-black communities created by the very whites they so much worship. For them, there can be no quality education unless, by hook or crook, some white faces, any kind of white faces, are in the classrooms. Their main drive is to force the fleeing whites to accept them, or, quote, "Please, O you superior people, allow us to bus some of our children to your schools." As they achieve these hollow victories on the integration front, they add a new cry. Give us racial balance. These Negroes have neither the ethnic pride nor the self-respect that is so characteristic of the American Indians, Japanese, and Chinese, and they seem utterly insensitive to being openly rejected by the whites, and battle on with the fantastic idea that they can force the whites to accept them socially. One major reason why young black America understood the white position so quickly was that by some happy circumstance in history, they were more closely attuned to the great common people and therefore shared their common aspirations and common sense. No one has to tell them that there can be no bigger farce than the integration of hated and oppressed blacks with the very white enemies who oppressed them. Both the farce of integration and the everlasting white enemy are regularly highlighted in the world's press. Race riots in integrated U.S. armies in Europe, and even at war in Indochina. Race riots in camps in USA. Race riots on battleships of integrated U.S. Navy, and, in short, open combat between blacks and whites when they are forced together as equals. There is peace and harmony, of course, when the blacks humbly stay in their place, their subordinate place. Using the courts to force whites to accept blacks as equals is quite futile, even when and if all the thousands of court battles are won. White America is overwhelmingly against integration, and white Americans are no different than other whites throughout the world. The only instance in their history when integration was welcomed were when the outcome would put them in a more dominating position, or one of personal security, money, and a prestige they could never otherwise achieve. Hence, because of the high premium many Negroes give to a white skin, the most ordinary whites will eagerly marry any black star or any other blacks, if they have money. But in no period in history, and this point is important, have the masses of blacks sought integration and general amalgamation with the whites. During all of their travails, their pride in race was steadfast. The so-called self-hatred actually reflects a sense of futility and despair over lack of leadership and unity for action. They, the black masses, rejected general integration as a movement to obliterate the black race as such. The black masses still reject it. I have pointed out blind alleys into which we are being led by leaders whose aims and objectives are quite personal and not those of the black masses. Footnote: no one should presume to say what the attitude of any large group of people is without learning what it is directly from the people concerned. Our study of viewpoints began in 1955. The survey started at Tuskegee with 52 school supervisors and principals, teachers, and graduate students from 12 states. They were to conduct polls from time to time in their respective states over a period of years. No formalities, no rush, just two simple questions. Do you want integration? 2. Why? For either yes or no. End of footnote. These black masses demand absolute equality on all fronts, precisely the same rights, privileges, and responsibilities as all other citizens, and without any exceptions whatsoever. This obviously includes the right of every individual to attend the school or college of his choice, rent or buy a home wherever he pleases, marry whom he pleases, white or black, and to freely use all places of public accommodation. All of which is a far, far cry from the doctrine that all of this must necessarily include a white presence to be valid, or a mass movement by the race toward amalgamation. The presence of whites in any given situation should be incidental, if considered at all. What the Negroes referred to above seem incapable of grasping is the difference between a good school and a white school, a good community in which to live and a white community. To them, they are necessarily the same, continuing evidence of the Caucasian success in capturing the mind of blacks. The motherland at the crossroads. The problem is essentially the same in our African homeland. There too, white is still the standard of excellence, of what is right, wise, and best. I personally know a number of African presidents and ministers who will not dare to make important decisions without the guidance of white advisors. Men who often know far less about the questions at hand than the presidents and their ministers, but they all feel the need for a white seal of approval. The blacks, therefore, still have a long way to go in order to achieve absolute equality as free men among free men. They have a long way to go in the United States and the numerous other areas in which they live all over the world. In Africa, at this writing, Tanzania leads in the first hard-headed, masses-oriented socio-economic program that is expressly designed to raise the level of life of the whole people, beginning with those lowest down. It is a truly African program, drawing heavily on African cultural traditions. It was from its very inception too much for those of the elite who think of independence as a mere transfer of power from a white ruling class to a black ruling upper class, leaving the masses no better off than they had been under colonialism. These are the kind of smug and cocksure leaders who are preparing the ground not for military coups, but mass uprisings such as Africa has not yet witnessed. The first line of action should center around the study and development of nationwide, people-involved, self-help cooperative programs, village by village, town by town, and block by block. Each community would do its own development planning, the government's principal role being to provide advisors, training, technical assistance, and loans when and where these are needed. For people with little or no money, barter and exchange are the first steps toward economic salvation, the basis for capital formation. Increased food production should be seen as for both wealth and health. The main emphasis would be inter-community relations between the various language groups in all development programs. This means agreement plans for each area to specialize in producing goods needed but not produced in the other regions. This is the direct route to national unity through cooperation in order to reach the goals desired in common by all language groups in each African state. This calls for thinking, planning, and hard work. Now it is just here within the race where integration is not only needed, but it is mandatory. We shall remain a weak people until we begin the drive for integration of blacks first of all, instead of battling to integrate with other peoples. The second great task of government leadership calls for furthering the home front economic development by aggressively working for African economic unity on a scale never before attempted. Interstate trade and other economic programs designed to deal with Asia and Europe must begin with unity of action in Africa itself. Region by region, and then interregional or continental efforts. If Black Africa is ever to free itself from the present economic morass, nor will we be able to cover our failures by endlessly sweating and fuming over South Africa and Rhodesia. Black Africa can never deal effectively with white-ruled areas until it deals with Black Africa itself first. The foundation for everything we do or wish to do is economic. A word that simply means wealth enough to be really independent and having the means to do what must be done. If we have not noticed that every one of the great black nations studied rose as the result of a variety of wealth-producing activities which enabled them to achieve said goals, if we missed this fact, then we missed the most important lesson they left us in this book. Another significant fact was the widespread trade between the early African states. Somehow they overrode the communications barriers about which we now hear so much. The crying first need throughout the African world, however, is dedicated leaders, not just office-holding bureaucrats. Men and women leaders who will be more and more in the field among the people and less preoccupied in offices with paperwork. These will be people on a mission to improve the lives of the people, rather than enriching themselves. Meanwhile, a frustrated people send up a silent prayer, often heavy with tears. Please, O God, send us a few real leaders, just a few, Lord. Wanted, leaders and African ideologies. The black people of the world have therefore come at last to destiny's crossroads. They must make some fundamental decisions as a single people. The one hopeful sign is that they are slowly and painfully coming to their hitherto beclouded senses, coming to realize that they are one people with a common destiny, and that no matter how scattered over the world, the treatment suffered by one black group is suffered by all. But there is a terrible crisis of leadership at the crossroads. There is no united leadership group or any real effort to create one. The great difficulty is that black leaders, again, unlike the Jews, do not know what their own heritage is. They are almost wholly ignorant of their own cultural source from which independent, original thinking springs and progress is inspired. The Negro leaders who spearhead and carry on the campaigns for integration, amalgamation being the aim, not only do not know the great heritage of the blacks, they do not want to know it. They wish to draw on the Caucasian heritage and become identified with it. They are totally rejected by the whites, but no matter. They keep on trying because the white liberals do encourage them to hope by mixing with them from time to time. Other leaders, equally ignorant of their heritage, simply do not know which way to lead. They too feel compelled to adopt and follow Caucasian ideologies because they do not feel free, equal, and competent enough to develop an ideology of their own, an African-oriented ideology. Hence, many, including some black youth leaders from whom so much was expected, are jumping out of white capitalistic democracy's frying pan straight into white communism's fire. Neither system was designed for the black world. Yet each is only too anxious to use the blacks as they have always been used, a numerical power base for white rule. Moreover, the capitalistic version of democracy and the Soviet version of communism not only could not serve the interest and aspirations of the blacks, but they do not serve the interest of the white masses. Neither of them. Of course, there would be a much larger class and a more powerful class of black commissars and black central committees if communism should spread over the black world, and more black capitalists if capitalism becomes the prevailing way of life. In each case, we have not a theory or a speculation, but a plain operating fact that even a fool can see. Both capitalism and communism have ruling classes that suppress and exploit the people. The masses of people, like so many masses of puppets, are fed and filled with the ideals and principles of both systems. For these they fight and die, screaming these ideals as though they were drugged. Voting creates an illusion of power that does not exist in fact. It works wonderfully well for the rulers, the real decision makers, because the people in capitalistic democracies actually believe they are deciding and running things. One surprising difference between capitalistic and communist countries is that the people in the latter countries know they are powerless. When the United States assumed the leadership role of holding the line of white Western power throughout the world, Russia took over a similar role for the white East European states. The hammer and sickle flag is different than the stars and stripes, but each now represents the same objective. Communism seeks to bring the various peoples of the world under the white supremacy of white communist states under Russian domination. Our capitalistic democracy aims at doing the same thing. White rule under American domination. Hence, the Cold War, which has nothing to do with communism itself. The so-called Cold War is in fact a contest between two of the strongest white powers for world domination. Because communism is not the real issue, as capitalism is not the real issue on the communist side, the United States will form alliances and give all-out aid and support to a communist country just as quickly, some say more quickly, as to a non-communist country. Anything to weaken not communism but Russia, the chief white challenge for world rule. As between these two giants, the choice of the blacks can only be a choice between two groups of white masters, although the yoke and shackles of one are attractively painted red. Nor will the blacks find their salvation in Mao's China or any third world in which they will still be in a subordinate position. To be equal, they must first stand on their own feet. In this capitalism versus communism connection, the immediate trouble confronting the blacks is that so many millions of them have been made so wholly dependent on the white race for so many generations that they have become mentally lazy. For these, dependence has become comfortable. It frees them from the initiative, responsibility, and planning required of independent free men and women. Leave it to the white folks has become their unspoken creed. They have not yet come to realize that this attitude of dependence by so many is responsible for the whole race being characterized as children and men being called boys. To be recognized as men, they seem not to know they must aggressively assume the role of men. And this is why so many black leaders expect the solution to the so-called race problem to be handed to them on the silver platters of white ideologies. This excuses them from both the mental task of working out their own and the labor required for actually carrying through a united action program, first nationwide and then worldwide. It is needless to say what elementary common sense dictates, which is that when the African people achieve enough unity to develop the ideological guidelines for their own advancement, they will draw what is best for them from any or all existing systems as a simple matter of course. For whatever an African organized way of life might be, they would not hesitate any more than Stalin and the Soviet leaders when they brought in capitalists from the United States, Germany, and England, not to adopt capitalism, but to learn those capitalistic skills, techniques, and methods which would be useful in building a great Soviet Union. The emerging communist states drew heavily on capitalism when it served their purpose, openly and without apology. Hence, they became equal with the greatest powers without changing their own ideology. These observations are addressed only to those who seem not to know that one may extract what he needs from capitalism and communism without becoming capitalist or communist. The Black Unity Threat. None seems to have noticed or understood the signals from the white world, signals which tell us how tremendously important the whites regard any movement toward unity among the blacks. Nothing racial seems to upset them more. That is why they insist on being in on any black organizational movement, either as financially supporting members or as advisors, observers, or reporters. To bar them from any exclusively all-black conference is regarded as something a little less than treason, or as some kind of black conspiracy in the making. On the other hand, no blacks are ever present at all-white conferences, where the fate of blacks everywhere is discussed and decided. Unity among the blacks has been prevented for so many centuries that the various mechanisms to keep blacks disorganized have been perfected in the Western system of race control. The white man is keenly aware of the tremendous power of any well-organized group, but an organization of blacks on a scope that would represent the voice of Black America would be a threat and a challenge not only to continued white domination of blacks in the United States, but also foreign policies and practices that affect the lives of African people elsewhere over the world. But the apprehension of whites about the possibility of real black unity appears to be quite as needless now as in the past. For we are still in the meeting and talking stage of our history, and appear not to be ready even to begin the attack on the obviously built-in obstacles. These have been pointed out over and over again in this study. They had to be emphasized and could not possibly be overemphasized, because in addition to the historic reasons for our own self-generated disunity, no other non-white people on earth are in the dangerous situation of having so many of their leaders selected, appointed, sponsored, or financed by the white ruling classes. In the case of blacks in the United States, and the same is true of blacks elsewhere, these Negro heads of important institutions and organizations represent the white man's indirect rule over the black community, It is the voice of these leaders that is accepted as the voice of the race. They do indeed have a great following, drawn almost entirely from the traditional Negro elite or upper middle class: lawyers, government officials, doctors, professors, school administrators, scientists, engineers, heads of integrationalist organizations, etc. They are essentially anti-black, anti-African, and therefore anti-black studies. Hence their frantic drive for integration, which of course will effectively check the alarming development of pride in a race, a sense of cultural identity with one's own bloodline, and a growing knowledge of being members of a race with a record of achievements unsurpassed by any other people, despite the conversion of so much that was black to white. This the Negro leadership would destroy, even at its inception, by forcing the black youth of America more directly under white education, direction, and control. A vengeful striking back at black youth for starting revolt against their mental enslavement in the first place. In a panel discussion with 3 other university presidents, the head of one major white university said, quote, "Integration is a very misleading term. Our black students are as separate from the white students as they are in the general society, and they know it. They come because of the vast number of special scholarships offered to them. This is a wise program from our point of view. It brings more of the future black leaders into a more traditionally American environment. We are not disturbed by their demand for black studies, for these, of course, will be gradually phased out as their emotions cool." End quote. That same month, May 1971, a Negro professor declared, quote, "Black studies are ridiculous in any university. I am not black, and I will not join in this new hypocrisy. I am a Negro, yet outside the United States I am considered white." End quote. On a recent TV program, the head of a militant black movement went even further. In response to a question, he said, quote, "Look at me. I am neither black, Negro, nor African. I am a Moor. My roots are in Asia." He was born in Mississippi. But the moderator pressed, "You call your movement a black movement?" "Ah," the great Moorish leader replied, "that strategy," apparently satisfied that the black masses did not hear him, or if they did, would not understand. Quite relevant to all this, I have made several points above. One was that, notwithstanding the white man's well-developed system of maintaining disunity within the African race, he is still disturbed by any signs of a movement towards unity among blacks, and goes into action in many subtle ways to offset it. The important point is the most disheartening. This is the fact that the white man really has nothing to fear from any effective unity among blacks for a long, long time, because he himself installs and backs most of the key leaders of the race, 2 of which I have just quoted above, and the number is legion. We still have, in the 1970s, therefore, exactly the same unique problem that confronted Africans in Egypt over 6,000 years ago. And we challenge any student of history to point out any other people who are or have been saddled with a perpetually disunifying and progress-checking problem of this magnitude. For while the white man has mingled his blood with non-white peoples from times immemorial, in no other people was the outcome a hostile race within a race. No other non-white people with Caucasian blood, whether Indian, Japanese, or Chinese, feel any compelling reason for integration, a code word for amalgamation with the whites. Quite the contrary, they resist it as a policy or an acceptable general practice. The only hope for the kind of racial unity that will really liberate the blacks in America and command the respect of the world will be a new kind of mass organization on a scale with an action program never before attempted. This will require a new kind of leadership, a leadership with the single purpose of helping the masses up toward a better life. We are noted for our countless organizations, large and small. Each is an independent kingdom, struggling to become an empire under a great chief. This is inevitable in the circumstances, but, as in the history of Africa, not one of these standing alone can meet the mounting crisis of the race. If they will not unite, the race need not continue in despair because of the unyielding pride of individual leaders. A people's mass organization movement can override all obstacles, but will this be done? The subtitle of this book, Great Issues of a Race, from 4500 BC to 2000 AD, has puzzled some readers. 2000 AD, that is the end of this century, and we are not there yet. This subtitle, however, not only reflects the author's conviction that the main obstacles which confronted us in the past and are with us today will still be with us in the year 2000 and after, but also that for the rest of this century it is very likely that the blacks will still be meeting, listening to, and applauding fiery, soul-stirring speeches, protesting and denouncing injustices, or happily relying on politics as the ultimate solution of our problems. The frustrations, confusion of goals, and a sense of helplessness are likely to continue into the next century. What black youth began as the foundation for a new and mighty advance may be, and indeed is being, defeated. But whether the task of what must be done is undertaken by this generation or left to the next, one thing is certain. It can never be said again that the black race does not know exactly what to do, or that not a single member of the race ever carefully studied and then presented a comprehensive plan as one way out. For the final pages of this work offer such a plan. It is not the plan, but a plan, a comprehensive basis for beginning and improving, but beginning. Chapter 14. Organizing a Race for Action. Just as it is in the case of Africa and black people everywhere, the central problem of over 30 million blacks in the United States is unity. Nothing will ever be achieved by such a minority group in white America. Nothing that leads to real adjustment for progress until a powerful unity movement among blacks develops throughout the United States. This must be done to achieve full recognition even as men and women, not to mention full citizenship. As a larger and larger measure of nationwide unity is achieved, the next two steps should be in the direction of chartering a practical line of advance and of action. Once the courses of action are carefully and sensibly planned, the picture of several thousand black organizations each independent and vying for leadership, is substantially the same picture of fragmentation and disunity in Africa that led to the downfall of the whole race. We have also seen that even in earliest times, very often all that was involved was that somebody wanted to be the head, was not getting there fast enough, and therefore organized his own little state. Most of them perished, picked off one by one. The same thing will happen to any black organizations standing alone that disturb the white mind. The obstacles to unity are so great that the outlook is both discouraging and frightening to all but the strong with the will to both survive and overcome. The very first major obstacle to be overcome involves a mental revolution out of which black America faces up to the stark reality that white America as a whole is its enemy, that blacks will be recognized only in a subordinate role, that the scattering of black office holders, high and low, really means nothing to the race as a whole, that there are actually two sets of laws as administered, one for whites and one for blacks, just as there are two sets of wages and prices. And finally, that the blacks' loyalty and devotion to the whites, in spite of all they have done and still do against them, mystifies the whites themselves, and confirms anew their belief that such humble dog attitudes indicate inferiority independently of everything else. Until black Americans are quite clear in their own minds about their real situation in this country, all talk about unity and achieving equal justice will be just that, useless talk. But with a clear understanding of reality, the specific studies and planning for a broad program for securing racial unity, and progress can begin. No one would propose that 30 million blacks be brought under a single umbrella of leadership, nor is that necessary. But an organizing national conference should develop a program designed to form hundreds of organizations into one vast national body of millions, with each society carrying on its own functions as before, except in matters concerning the whole race, or organized by families and individuals, community by community, and state by state. Where the matter concerns the whole race, affiliated groups would speak in one voice through the overall organization of the race. Footnote: examples might be nationwide boycotts, U.S. support and supply of arms and bomber planes to Portugal and South Africa, domestic and international trade policies that affect black world, and similar matters about which not a single existing black organization could have any effect at all. End of footnote. But since the overall race organization will be directly involved in promoting definite action programs on all fronts, the members of all affiliated groups will also be members of the overall race organization. The separatist movement of whites gave Negro integrationalists another shock, showing them how utterly dependent they had been on white enterprise for just about everything, even in all black neighborhoods before the whites left their own exclusive sections. But the shock did not affect their dependent mentality. In an all-black community of 100,000 people, there were only 3 black-owned grocery stores, and very small ones at that, compared with 75 white-operated stores. Not a single black-owned hardware store, 7 white, or laundry, 15 white-owned laundromats, etc. In a city of nearly 1 million blacks, there is not a single black-owned department store or any other important enterprise. We have left it all to the whites, just as though they alone can create jobs and job opportunities. The perpetual hat-in-hand cry of poverty must end. What we have too much of is the poverty of spirit. Nor will the lack of finance alibi stand, for in spite of our lower incomes, we waste millions in luxuries. What we lack is the chain store vision and the enterprising spirit that organizes groups fully able to launch large-scale community-financed undertaking. The white withdrawal created citywide black communities. Most of the first-class services went to the suburbs. The blacks must now fill the gaps on all fronts, must prove their worth. The time for big talking is over. The time for big action is here. That is why a nationwide movement for unity in one vast organization of millions is the road to constructive action through the various black communities of the country. Wanted: all prisoners to enlist. Organizing the race for action must include a carefully developed plan for tapping and drawing on some unused and rejected sources of strength. These are our prisoners and former prisoners, for among the many problems which the blacks themselves must solve is crime, and primarily because almost all crimes committed by blacks are against blacks, not whites. There must be some program of action in sheer self-defense. Both crime and the fears for safety it breeds will begin to disappear in the black community only when some such programs for unity, for opportunities and public education as outlined in this work gets underway. These offenders do not know that they are enlisted in the white man's army to slowly destroy the race. The war takes many unsuspecting forms, including the big and increasingly widespread use of narcotics among blacks, and an armed surrounding suburbia trained by, quote, sportsmen and target clubs, nationwide task forces specifically trained for inner city operations. The list goes on and on. The community must be made safe for people to live and work there happily and without fears for themselves or their children. Therefore, the blacks themselves must have a program. Here is where community control, about which we hear so much, should begin. The first anti-crime steps might be widespread information, which is education, about the true meaning of blacks' crimes, almost exclusively against blacks, and secondly, the community development plans that are designed to create more opportunities for all. There are other possible programs that could radically reduce crime, programs short of the final step. For if all else fails, the community, each community, should open an all-out war along lines determined by the community. No such final course will be necessary, however, if the black community becomes a truly functioning community in fact. For then there would be so much work to be done in an overall race movement that the so-called criminal, in jail or out, would have a society not only to return to, but one that welcomes him warmly and needs him, or her, urgently. As things now stand, all this talk about returning to society is sheer idiocy. What society? The only society I know about is as criminal and oppressive outside of the penal institutions as are its representatives inside of them. The big difference is only in the bigness of society in general. The bigness of crime off the street and up in high places, and the bigness of the hostility to and rejection of the men coming out of prisons by the very same society to which they are expected to return and adjust. We are, whether we realize it or not, imprisoned inseparably with our confined prisoners, ex-prisoners, and those who are headed for places behind walls. We are together. Who is going to be murdered then? Raped? Robbed? The whites? Of course not, and for several clear-cut reasons. The first may not seem obvious, but blacks who so readily make criminal attacks on their own people are unconsciously striking out against the unbearable situation of what appears to be permanent disunity and therefore the utter helplessness of a race whose liberation from oppression can be achieved only by united initiatives of its own. They, the so-called criminals and their youthful followers, expect nothing beneficial from the white world and see no reason for hope in their own. Hence, like caged animals, they strike at what is nearest to them, their own people. They are actually trying to kill a situation they hate, unaware that even in this they are serving the white man well. For the whites need not go all out for genocide schemes for which they are often charged, when blacks are killing themselves off daily on such a large scale. This brings us directly to the second reason why most crimes by blacks are against blacks, and not, as even the whites would expect, against whites. The unequal justice system of white America encourages blacks to commit crimes against blacks, and even rewards them with lighter sentences if convicted. Black life is cheap. Black womanhood is not honored. One may destroy either with both ease and relative protection. All this could be radically changed by a nationwide organization of the race with a new outlook program of a new kind of educational system, training when needed, and above all, enterprises as a job-creating system. The very first moves toward the creation of the kind of society that will give both pride and inspiration to black youth, and the kind of society that will have positive alternatives to crimes, and one to which every prisoner can return with hope. In such a society, the very expression ex-con or ex anything else would be rigorously banned. This would be a part of the new education about which I have spoken. All talk about reform and rehabilitation is just so much nonsense until society itself is reformed. For you can never rehabilitate men and women who have never been habilitated in the first place. You can never reform those who have never been allowed to be formed. Black society still has the spiritual qualities for the task. What is needed now is an honest and unselfish collective leadership. I have gone into some details in both outlining the most disturbing spots cast by the darkening shadows of history, and also trying to pinpoint what the possible signs of promise are. For the black world, history's watchmen could see no sign of promise, no sign of hope outside of a position of strength which unity alone can provide. But there will never be real unity without a plan and a program to sustain it. Petty power struggles, bickering and attacking each other are all signs of a death wish as a race. Which way then, you still enshackled blacks? 6,000 years of their history has answered, unite or perish. The tragedy that bloodied the pages in every period of their history because of disunity should be warning enough for the blacks of Africa, the Caribbeans, and elsewhere. But, being the one people who are generally ignorant of their history, it may well be that many will not see unity as a question of life or death. However, There has been so much history during the time of those now living that the precarious situation of the black race should be obvious to all. Only a largely united people can successfully confront oppressors and, without praying on bended knees or even pleading, secure the removal of all shackling chains. The choice is between unity of action in calm, careful thinking and planning the courses of action through one vast organization of millions. Either this or ultimate damnation. If the race is incapable of unity, it is incapable of survival as a free and equal people, and will deserve all the iniquities imposed upon it, for it will have proved beyond all question that it is indeed unfit to survive as a people free and equal in every respect whatsoever with the other peoples of the earth. What is proposed here is a moratorium on futile rhetoric and the beginning of real racial unity through an action program never attempted before. Therefore, black leadership obstacles will still be with us, and for the same ancient reasons. A mass organization expressly planned to enrich the lives of the people on all fronts, and directly through the people's ownership of and profit sharing in all economic enterprises. This will be too much for many leaders to adopt, except in principle. And any such all-Africa race movement in the United States will certainly be bitterly opposed by all Negro integrationalists, because no whites would be in it. This, in their skewed minds, means black separatism. Black separatists, who are they? The simple truth is that the African people in the United States and throughout the world are not and never have been separatists. In fact, perhaps this has been their weakness. They have never really hated the whites, and they do not really hate whites now. What is taken for hatred when applied to blacks is their reaction against being hated, rejected, and oppressed. And the thinking whites know this very well. When they cry racism in reverse, or reverse discrimination and reverse segregation, they are saying in effect that only we whites may be racist. Only we whites may discriminate or segregate, but not you blacks. All white organizations that exclude blacks everywhere are normal and proper from the white perspective, but an all-black organization excluding whites? Perish the thought. Whites flee en masse from cities throughout the nation to avoid integrated schools and fair housing laws. These are the real separatists, not the blacks who never fled from the whites at all. Yet those blacks who said, "Let them go, let us not pursue them, let us stay where we are, stand on our own feet as men and women, and begin to build and improve our own schools and communities," these, not the whites, are denounced as separatists or black nationalists. The question which blacks must answer and act on, or remain forever exactly where they are, is how can a minority group in a situation distinctly different from that of any other minority successfully live and develop happily in an overwhelmingly white society? This is the question that faces us squarely in the critical times at the crossroads, and the decision must be taken as a race and by the race, rather than by self-appointed leaders. The term crossroads here must be taken more seriously than a mere metaphor, for a people may reach that intersection in life where the routes cross, leading in different directions. We only know the road over which we have just come, so at the crossroads we must pause, uncertain. Which way now? Which way should we go? The numerous movements led by charismatic leaders with catchy slogans to shout, are roads many will take. The biggest crowd-drawing route will always be baited with some kind of religion, led by some prophet or mystic. For religion, any kind of religion, has been the means by which hope was maintained by people without any basis for hope, and the search for real leaders has always been so desperate that the people flock to this or that promoter's movement, hoping that a true leader has been found at last. The personal wealth amassed by these leaders is a matter of pride for many of their followers. To the poor and ignorant who are being fleeced, even the palatial mansion with colorfully uniformed servants reflect the power and glory of their leader. Criticism is silenced, for these leaders are shrewd, natural psychologists. They know exactly what appeals to the deprived masses, what will give them a feeling of being somebody and uplifted. Thousands will continue to be exploited by the smarter ones who know all the tricks that stir the emotion and empty pocketbooks. And apparently, these countless thousands of faithful followers like it. There are several big organizations, each concerned with different aspects of the racial situation, which carry on successful and much needed work in their respective fields. Some were on the battlefront for the race when no one else was there. Without them, the situation of blacks in America would be far worse than it is. If we henceforth advance at all, no matter in what direction or how different, it will be from the foundations the best of these organizations have already laid. How long the black race will stand at the crossroads, uncertain what to do, confused, and, in fact, actually afraid. How long, only future history will tell. But one thing is certain, there is a way out. There is an open, untried road. That untried road to actual unity and the actual improvement of the lives of the black masses everywhere is exactly what is proposed in these pages, proposed in clear, concrete, and specific terms. The direction of civilization. Since, by the actual nature of things, racism will never be wished away, the human race could escape the predicted general war between races and reach a real state of civilization at last through a symbiotic society. There will be no pretense of love and brotherhood, which did not exist in fact. The fierce and increasing battles of the whites against integration illustrate the point most clearly. And this is why people of the African race will have to accept the harsh fact that they are rejected by the whites, back up and begin to reorganize for a position of power that commands respect, not love, and one that will therefore bring about the kind of cooperation and opportunities that eventuate in real equality and equal justice. Equality simply means the removal of every barrier that prevents a human being from realizing his fullest potential. Footnote: the doctrine of human equality has never meant the triumph of ignorance and incompetence over intelligence and industry. It never meant forcing those at the bottom to the top regardless of inability or lack of will. But it does mean that the ladder of opportunity should always be there for everyone to rise as high as he is able to climb and willing to go. End of footnote. To achieve the goal of survival and self-action, progress, the blacks do not have to withdraw anywhere to form a separatist society, for the whites themselves have created an even more completely black separatist society in their mad flights to the suburbs. Here we have all that is meant by symbiosis before our very eyes. living, concrete, and almost complete. For, having thus withdrawn to make their own separatist community more complete, the whites must not be allowed to perpetuate the lower status of blacks by also controlling and dominating the black community from which they fled. But this will mean something far more than the black people's fragmented programs of the 1960s, marching demonstrations, singing, praying in public squares, shouting protest and slogans, or even the frantic screams of "burn, baby, burn." Self-destroying, uncontrolled emotional outbursts must be checked precisely because they becloud the mind, make you just the easy targets the enemy is waiting for, and thereby prevent the kind of deliberate and rational thinking and planning that can not only defend and advance the lift of the community, but can help civilization itself to survive. Now it may well be that perceptive whites will be quick to see, probably even before blacks, that my reference to them as the traditional enemy of the race is not at all a call for increased hatred, tensions, and endless conflicts between the races. For those whites who have read even the high points of the record presented in this work will see with no trouble at all that I have singled out the exact routes to the kind of organized power and influence which will engage a subordinated people in self-improving activities that demonstrate visibly their equality as men and women throughout the world. The perceptive whites will also see quickly enough that reference to them as enemies of the race will be a threat to their absolute supremacy only if it causes the blacks to wake up, begin to realize how fragile is the basis for their present faith in the ultimate justice of the white man, and begin to unite to plan a different course, something they have never done before. Above all, they can see the great difference between the powerful force of a massive body organized on such a scale that it will actually represent the voice and will of blacks in America, and the relative powerlessness of individual organizations and black capitalist groups, important and desirable as each may be in itself. For they know that both the real economic and political power in the United States is silently exercised by the thoroughly organized giant corporations which, supported and financed by the tax-paying public with government grants and subsidies, operate realistic socialism at the top. How was all this power achieved? This is the important question here. Study their steps to unity and be amazed, because no matter how diverse and competitive the giant corporations were, they formed step by step the most thoroughgoing system of overall unity in the world. At the summit of world corporate power, it is neither private nor free enterprise. Small business enterprises are indeed private, but they are free only in imagination. They are the dependent satellites of the all-powerful interlocking corporations and conglomerates. This quiet capitalistic socialism is interesting to study and compare with the openly proclaimed Marxist or state socialism. If we ignore the ideological principles and slogans that influence the masses, all appears actually anti-people and therefore anti-civilization. The main thrust of civilization, like religion itself, was toward a more humane society, piloted and guided by the upward march of the human spirit as man slowly advanced from beasthood to a higher and higher level of humankind. Blessed with a mind that enabled him to think, analyze, discover, and invent, he could now evolve education and promote the development of science and technology to further the advance of the whole human species. The medium of exchange which in relatively recent times became money, was expanded to facilitate the spread of necessities of life for the common welfare. But somewhere back through the years, the whole upward trend was reversed as aggression, inspired by greed, led to the easy acquisition of both wealth and political power by the daring few at the expense of many. Mass poverty and the ignorance and disease which are its inseparable companions spread as the wealth belonging to all the people came to be owned or controlled by the few in every country, no matter what system or ideology it claims. This is not the direction civilization is supposed to take. We have what should be its reflection: advances in science, technology, great skyscraper cities, skies filled with aircraft, moon flights, improvements in everything but man himself, his murderous, greedy soul being still ages back there in the caves of his ancestors. For the blacks, who are the most victimized everywhere, their own situation can be radically changed in a program that regards money only as the means by which they can do the things that must be done through cooperation. For the kind of new cooperative organization we have been discussing will be different from those now existing in fundamental aims and objectives. The concept here is cooperation as the humane law of life, total and actual unity, brotherhood and sisterhood throughout the organization, and not just economic cooperatives such as stores, markets, housing, farms, etc., important as these will be. And we say this united movement toward a more humane economic system in the midst of a dog-eat-dog, money-mad competitive society will be a movement in the direction of real civilization. The challenging question is whether blacks of the 20th century can recover enough of the vision, strength, and will of their forefathers who built the Great Pyramids to undertake the task of the present. The liberation of our minds. This is task number one. It will not be easy and will not be easily achieved in a single generation. The reasons have already been rather clearly set forth. The present-day confused outlook of the African people is the result of centuries of Caucasian acculturation, a quite natural process where one people come under the economic, political, and social domination of another people. The ideologies and value system of the oppressors quite unconsciously become those of the oppressed, even when the result is demonstratively against themselves. But all other oppressed peoples, whether Indian, Chinese, or Japanese, were able to hold on doggedly to their own racial pride and cultural heritage as the last resource for survival as a people. Unlike the blacks, they were never completely cut off from this sustaining lifeline of every people. In order to clear away some of the confusing cobwebs from our minds, we may be helped by rethinking through the following propositions. 1. Black Americans en masse are not going to emigrate to Africa or anywhere else. This is a fact equally true of all large black populations elsewhere outside of Africa. The real spirit of racial identity with the land of our forefathers and a real Pan-Africanism will emerge only in those black population areas which, through their own unified development programs, have reached the level of strength that enables them to maintain a permanent system of exchange in visits, goods, and services with the motherland and other areas. 2. Nobody is going to destroy the American system, and nobody is going to destroy either capitalism or communism. There will be no attempt here to go into detailed analysis to demonstrate why neither capitalism nor communism can be acceptable wholly by the African people. Draw on any beneficial elements in each. Yes, accept either one as our total system? No. Those who have been so brainwashed into ideological blindness that they cannot see that the actual political, economic, and social structures of capitalism and communism are substantially the same upper ruling classes, same elite classes, and the same controlled and exploited masses. Those unable to see this operating over the world before their very eyes will, of course, be unable to see what is presented here. 3. Since most blacks live within what is essentially a capitalist system, when they face up to the fact that neither they nor any other shouting group are going to destroy the system, then they will be in a position to plan how to deal with the system. They not only need not wholly accept it, but they should reject black capitalism as a solution of the economic bondage problems of the masses. For it must certainly be clear by now that my whole focus is on a system that directly benefits the people lower down, the most common people, and not just the further enrichment of blacks who are already well off and far ahead. And Africans in a capitalist state have the freedom to organize and do for themselves things they will never be allowed to do in any communist state. This all-important fact must be acknowledged even by the bitter enemies of the system simply because it is a fact. From this fact comes the opportunity for blacks to unite and develop a more humane economic system of a new kind of community cooperation, owned and controlled by the people in each community. 4. The white man as an enemy of blacks will become less and less a fact, and his hostile or contemptuous attitude will change to more and more respect if and when this race begins to move forward on 3 fronts. A. The first is the kind of massive organization, the very existence of which means the presence of an organized power to be reckoned with. B. The second is a nationwide economic development program promoted by the Unified Race Organization as enterprises of a united people, as distinguished from those of private individuals and corporations. The aims would be the creation of career and general employment opportunities, a national foundation and central banking system to maintain and safeguard the financial resources required to carry on the work of the race, and without which can only remain a pleading and begging people. C. Political action. There is no question about better race relations developing as more and more members of the race register and vote, and the number of black officials elected to office increases. The recent notable increase in the number of black elected officials in the United States, be it remembered, resulted almost entirely from the existence of predominantly black communities after the whites had withdrawn to the suburbs. The bitter irony in this situation is that thousands of Negro integrationists quickly took advantage of this concentration of black political power to be elected to local, state, and national offices. If their program to break up all black communities and scattersight the people among the whites had succeeded, they would never have been elected to office. The few well-known exceptions do not change the picture. Yet the great focus on today's black leaders, young and old, is on politics. That is understandable, for we are still in the talking stage and politics is a profession of talkers. The drive to increase the black vote should go on. The election of blacks to office should be accelerated. Still, the central questions will demand answers sooner or later. What kind of persons are we electing? After the politicians are elected to the various offices, who beside themselves actually benefit from all the campaigning and voting? How much real difference would it make in the situations of blacks in this country if we elected 15 U.S. senators, 100 congressmen, 5,000 state legislators, mayors, etc.? For what is well known is that some black officials, once elected to office, turn out to be as conservative and reactionary as any congressman from the backwoods of Mississippi. Yet, politics are too important to be left forever in present situations. Blacks need more political education on how to choose whom, or evaluating guidelines above the prevailing gift of gab. The respect of the whites, which was the point of departure, in the realm of politics may be very superficial indeed and tentative. Here he is seeking the black vote, seeking help in securing a better job and a better position of political power. Black political power can support, but never replace, an organized economic power system within the race itself that gives it the resources to do what has to be done. The only move that will command the respect for blacks as a people throughout the world. 5. The fifth barrier to the liberation of our minds would have been set forth first if we were proceeding in the order of importance or difficulty, for it is perhaps the most tragic and formidable. That mental blockage of total liberation developed from the way religion has been used to capture, enslave, and exploit the black people of the world for over 1,000 years. For the African people are, and have always been, a very religious and highly spiritual people. But we were also a religiously gullible people, believing that the religion of the foreigners and their belief in one supreme God, though called by different names, were essentially the same as our own. And this was right. What the blacks did not know, however, was that while both Christianity and Islam were in themselves great and acceptable faiths, they were being used by men whose main purposes were conquest and enslavement, in pursuit of economic and political power. The whole continent of Africa was taken over, its wealth exploited, and its people dehumanized through enslavement, all in the name of Jesus Christ, Allah, and civilization. Their success is always assured because when the spotlights of history are turned on and reveal that those conquest aims were for political domination and economic exploitation under the cover of religion, they scream that their religion itself is under attack, and their faithful followers believe it. Thus, the great religions of both Islam and Christianity have been disgraced by evil men with blood-curdling cries of jihad or holy war against black unbelievers, pagans, or the Christian missions of civilization that rationalized European conquests. The future task before black Muslims and black Christians is distinguishing their true religion from how evil men have used it to serve their own non-religious purposes. This writer, for example, is a devout Christian, but that fact does not blind him to the chains of bondage hammered on his race in the name of Christianity, or cause him to try to gloss over or soften the records of history when his own religion is unfavorably exposed. 6. To escape at last from our mental house of bondage, we must see this color-crazy world in a clearer perspective. For color-crazy it is. We should begin by drawing a vast African circle of honor around all those millions of Africans of mixed blood, often referred to as mulattoes, who from the earliest times to the present have stood steadfast and loyally identified with the race of their originally black mothers. They deserved special honor exactly because they did not have to do so when amalgamation of the races spread over Egypt and the Arabic world, and they had compelling reasons for not being identified with black-skinned Africans, for they were classified as white and therefore not subject to enslavement. This fact is of the greatest importance in understanding the history of this race, for if skipped over, as it always has been, that history will remain confused. Therefore, we have pointed out that when the general enslavement of whites and mulattoes ended, and slavery was confined to those with black skins, the color of black itself became the trademark of slavery, and therefore anathema, evil, and the worst that could happen to a human being was to be born black. And this is why we have drawn an African circle of honor around those of mixed blood who, in spite of all this, even through the most frightful centuries, split off from their pro-white and anti-black brothers and sisters to remain with the unfortunate blacks. Where the future of an entire race is the concern, the importance of being fully aware of the great difference in racial attitude that has always existed among those of mixed blood should be self-evident. The course of that future will be determined by a growing mass of intelligence and alertness which enables people to use quite different criteria in the search for honest and reliable leaders. At present, our mental laziness permits any smooth and fast talker to assume leadership. Just knowing about anti-black mulattoes will not remove need to know what each individual stands for. Color is no guide, for the blackest of the blacks may be an arch traitor. The best route emerges before the eyes in every race-wide situation. A race-wide organization, in this case to provide mass education in the homes, the kind of community-wide information that will enable the people to choose dedicated and competent leaders and other essential workers, and ferret out the exploiters who worm their way into key offices which enable them as representatives of the white man to defeat or check any organized all black efforts to advance. 7. In view of the facts already set forth, it should not be surprising why so many American Negroes are identifying themselves with the Arabic Middle East or Asia rather than Africa. The fact that in the United States all Africans and persons with any discernible African blood were legally classified as Negroes made a most important difference, and contrasted sharply with other parts of the world where mulattoes are either classified as white or given the legal status of a separate ethnic group with a privileged status above those with dark or black complexion. Even mulattoes arriving from some of the West Indian islands are often shocked to find the American practice of classifying all of them as Negroes. They resent it, and many will not live in the United States for this reason. By contrast, the anti-black mulattoes in the United States, while resenting the indiscriminate grouping also, have accepted both Negro and colored as proper names, and black tentatively for strategic leadership reasons, have sought a breakthrough by spearheading drives for integration, forced busing for racial balance, and scatter-site housing in white suburbia. Most important, during the past 20 years, increased travel enabled them to learn with certainty that mulattoes are indeed considered white throughout the Muslim Middle East and Muslim North Africa, Egypt, Algeria, Tunis, Morocco, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and the Holy Land of Islam, Saudi Arabia. Now, anyone who is even moderately acquainted with the history of the Arab slave trade for the past 2,000 years would know that as a result, there are not only millions of mulattoes throughout the Arab states, but countless thousands of jet black Africans whose ancestors were born there also. All speak Arabic, are Muslims, and consider themselves Arabs for exactly the same reasons as emphasized before, that blacks born in the United States consider themselves Americans. One can very readily understand why those Negroes who wish to escape black or African identity are pushing for an identity of color with their kind in those countries where they are white and therefore in a class distinctly superior to the still enslaved or subordinated blacks still living there. And they have every right, natural and otherwise, to follow their own inclinations. Indeed, the race would experience the joyful relief that comes with a new birth of freedom if this particular group would stop trying to operate in both the white and black worlds, stop straddling the fence, and get down decisively on the side of its choice. They will never do this, of course, because they enjoy the same double advantage of a most famous ancestor, Leo Africanus, who, when pressed in Rome to say whether he considered himself African or white, replied that he shifted to whatever side it was expedient to be on from time to time. Quote, "When the Africans are on top, I am an African." End quote. This class of mixed bloods will always be an embarrassing threat to the other millions who, although also of mixed blood, are wholly African in spirit and pride. These latter are the Adam Clayton Powells of the race, who are not only above suspicion, but are regarded by the black masses as inseparably their own. That a little learning is a dangerous thing is also indicated among the relatively few who preach about the Jews being a black people, Joseph and Mary being black, and Jesus Christ also black, etc. A group of American Negroes recently went to Israel claiming that they were the original Jews, the lost tribe of Israel, and that therefore the country belonged to them. Movements of this kind would not deserve even a sentence here if they were not indicative of the frustrations and confusion, and the frantic pulling in different directions which further bind the race in chains difficult to break. There are mental chains as well as blinders. Now, the confusion about black Jews derives from the same historic developments which have been explained about white and black Arabs, exactly the same. For we have shown that Jews were in Africa from the earliest times, and that Africans were in Palestine from the earliest times. And just as the Jews ruled in African Egypt for several centuries, so also the Africans ruled over Palestine for several centuries. But, unlike the Arabs, the Jews never engaged in the general enslavement of blacks. In cases of warfare, either side might capture segments of the population to be marched off to work in the victorious nation, a notable instance being the Jewish captivity in Egypt and their later emancipation and return under the leadership of Moses. Not only did many colored Jews cross the Red Sea with Moses, but doubtless many converted jet black Jews, such as the wife of the lawgiver himself. Furthermore, as in the case of the Arabs, we often confuse race with religion, The people we call Jews indiscriminately are Hebrews by race and Jews by religion. Anyone can be a Jew, but not a Hebrew. The Hebrews and the Arabs are both white Semitic peoples, and no number of offsprings by non-Hebrews and non-Arabs or adherents to either religion will ever change this absolute fact. After all those centuries of racial mixing, there was nothing unusual about the appearance of great colored leaders in Palestine or anywhere else in Asia, including, from time to time, their rise to kingship in Israel, Syria, Aram, or Mesopotamia, etc. But the white Jews, Hebrews, and white Arabs remain exactly what they always were, white, and this is why. And who pretends not to know it? That there is a racial crisis today in Israel between the ruling white Jews and the colored Jews who have migrated there from the above-mentioned lands. These are the colored adherents of Judaism from Arab countries, but who never became Muslims. It will be going overboard to drown if we follow fanatics in attempting to black eyes everything and everybody that suit their fancy. It is quite useless and unnecessary to try to make either Jesus Christ or the Prophet Muhammad black or even colored. However, the most important point to be noted in reference to the American Negro group, the lost tribe of Israel, which landed there only to be rejected, is that it illustrates dramatically all that has been presented in these pages about those groups within the African race that are trying hard to escape from it, seeking their identity with a white people, any white people. And we have said, let them go. The only thing we object to and will fight to the end is the attempt to program the whole race again on a march away from itself, or allow them to remain as leaders of the same people from which they wish to flee. 8. Finally, another major obstacle to unity and progress that is hardly ever openly discussed must not only be discussed but attacked in a nationwide program in the home. Obviously, only a massive nationwide organization can deal successfully with any of our massive problems. This one concerns an inheritance from slavery. It is the attitude of indifference and disrespect of blacks toward blacks. To the average black, another black is not as important as anyone of another race. Therefore, black clerks or salespersons will serve whites more quickly and politely than they will serve members of their own race. This evil spirit from slavery pervades all classes, whether lawyers, carpenters, doctors, painters, nurses, shop owners, school heads, teachers, repairmen, garbage and trashmen, paper hangers, taxi drivers, movers and haulers, employees in homes. The only thing you can count on being first class are the charges, which are often higher than what the whites pay for the services these same blacks give at the highest level of their competence. The exceptions to this general rule are not enough to affect such a damaging situation. This is why, in proposing specific steps in organizing a whole people, emphasis is placed on training at the very outset for all persons involved directly in the work. For the great task of developing real mutual respect must be undertaken by people who have it themselves. We are no longer interested in the often hypocritical rhetoric of brothers and sisters. Too often, brothers and sisters are mouthed by some with the biggest Afro bush, while mugging, raping, or killing these same brothers and sisters. Out of this general attitude, which serves the white supremacy position so well, develops an indifference to high standards of excellence in all black situations. The idea that efficiency and expertise are unnecessary in all black situations, and that strict business methods in the areas of auditing, accounting, or strict financial procedures in the collection, deposit, and management of other people's money, these safeguards are thought by many to have no place in the black community. Here we have a contradictory mental twist among blacks. For while distrust of one another is characteristic, when it comes to the thousands of do-good organizations into which we pour our millions of dollars, the idea is that one should trust the brothers and sisters who collect, hold, and control the people's money. Re-education will be required for the two mandatory changes in attitude. One toward each other in terms of mutual respect, and the other a change in attitude about efficiency, expertise in business management, and financial responsibility and administration. Unless we begin to develop and expand these first, a great survival movement will fail, just as many other noble efforts failed because the rush neglected the necessary foundation. Chapter 15. The Shape of Things to Come, a Master Plan. It has been previously stated in substance that although the African people may continue their present course of weakness on into the future with thousands of ununified organizations, powerless and therefore forever dependent, like half men and half women unable to use their own brains, although this tragic situation may continue into an uncertain future, we say it can never be said again that such a hopeless situation persists because no member of the race or any group has ever studied the principal problems and the obstacles to their solutions based on history, and then offered an overall plan as one of the possible lines of march out of the morass. For there have been a number of plans. The weakness of some is that instead of being presented as a proposal, a point of beginning for the express purpose of making such revisions or amendments as the people think best, they are too often presented authoritatively as fait accompli, a reflection of the leader's ego, infallible wisdom, and power. In this section are the specifics of a master plan. It is to be the functioning framework of a unifying race organization of a kind never presented to the black race before. To make all of this crystal clear, what is meant by race organization, how it will differ from anything attempted before, and what should be some of its guiding principles and understandings are enumerated below. For emphasis, a few of the most important propositions are necessary recapitulations of points already presented in preceding pages. The main focus here is on blacks in the United States because, whether they know it or not, they are in the very best situation to be the lead-off example for the whole African world. 1. Race organization here means a nationwide organization of blacks only. But it means much more. The organization should be so structured through all elements of the black population and on an active membership so vast that it would go far beyond the accepted scientific criteria for determining the wishes of a whole people. In other words, the first objective would be to have a representative scheme of organization that would, beyond all doubt, be the voice of Black America and to keep this an actual fact by periodic polls as crucial issues affecting the race as a group arise. No such organization ever existed among us, hence no real unity exists among us. 2. Far from being a separatist movement, as these terms are generally understood, the organization would be cooperative in the fullest and most humane meaning of that word. For the black masses are not going to give up their 400 years of investment in America, 400 years of investments in blood and labor to build up its present great wealth. They are not about to separate, migrate anywhere, leaving all those centuries of toil as a free gift to the whites. This means that we shall continue to battle for equal employment and advancement throughout the United States and in every area of the nation's life. The expansion of voting and elections to public office, and in general, the exercise without exceptions of all the rights and duties of other citizens. This also represents our conviction that the black masses will not be seriously influenced by the pipe dream of a separate, independent nation or republic within the territorial confines of the United States. They have too much common sense for that, and would reject such movements in sheer self-defense, even if the whites withdrew and turned over 5 southern states for such a purpose. Negro integrationists would oppose this, of course, but for an obviously quite different reason. Their drive is to break up existing black communities and scatter the people among hostile whites. A great nationwide organization of blacks, therefore, would be in the only possible position to cooperate and work out common problems with whites as equals, and this is from a position backed by organized power, the only position respected at this stage of human development. 3. It was stated above that we would continue to push for equal employment and political opportunities on all fronts. The sadly missing link, however, is that we ourselves have done little to create employment opportunities. If we say that as a race we are too poor to engage in productive activities that would create thousands of jobs for our young people, if we continue traditional pleas of poverty, our total spending of $42 to $50 billion each year rises up to call us liars. We are able. Those who wish to engage in private enterprise for their own personal benefit will always be free to do so, and there will always be some pride in pointing out this or that rich black capitalist. When we consider the welfare of the whole community, however, we are getting back to a basic African ideology, which is that the welfare of the people as a whole takes priority over that of the individual. The organization will be a national community made up of the numerous black communities. In demanding rights, it will also assume the race's responsibility for creating some of the opportunities itself. The most crucial point to be considered and remembered is the vast difference between what the blacks do as a race from the viewpoint of world opinion and what a black individual does. 4. Not unity just for unity, but unity for great achievements, not one of which can be realized without it. The first great understanding should be that the unity we seek cannot be achieved by organization alone. Even an organization of several million members will have no lasting basis for existence unless the total membership is mutually and individually involved in activities which each feels is important and will be directly beneficial to him in his own lifetime. Direct membership by families may turn out to be more important than one based on a federation of existing organizations. Actual unity will be achieved not by preaching, pleading, or exhortations, but almost unconsciously as people work together for mutual benefits to each other and the advancement of the race as a whole. Meaningful, practical activities which involve even children in attacking the problems of their race will be the cement which we call unity. The second great understanding should be that the economic activities are so fundamental in any truly upward movement, so clearly indispensable at this stage in history, that it should be unnecessary to state it even. The still existing slave mentality causes millions of us to shy away from this basis of life itself, because it requires more initiative, training, and work, and less talk than politics. Consequently, the overall picture we present to the world is that of a race of dependent job seekers, ourselves unable to engage in the large-scale production of any of the necessities of life, whether they are the shoes and clothing we wear or the food we eat. Hence, the billions of dollars we spend each year just in these categories we eagerly give back to the whites to strengthen their power over us, while becoming richer and richer at the same time. Economic development activities are direct survival activities, the means of existence, helping to provide the means of existence. It is as simple as that. The main goals of a great unity movement can never be reached unless the organization has its own self-generating financial resources to protect, defend, and promote the interests of the race. Organizations which must be subsidized by government and foundation grants to exist are not in an independent position. The third understanding should be clear that all community enterprises, contrary to capitalism, will be owned and operated by the people in the community, that they will be the shareholders, that all the trained personnel in each store, plant, or any other enterprise will be shareholders, and therefore part owners of such establishments, that all profits will belong to the people, but full responsibility for the first-class service, efficiency, and general business management will be that of elected managers, and not the general membership. Finally, the scope and nature of the proposed divisions in the last section of this work will doubtless make even clearer the real significance of a nationwide organization. For in addition to the work involved in raising not just the hopes, but the level of life of those lower down, equally important would be what this massive consolidation of unused power can do in the following areas. 1. It can influence American foreign policy and actions in regard to crucial matters affecting African nations just as effectively as American Jews can influence this country's relations with Israel. And, as another example, it could stop the use of millions of black taxpayers' dollars to help Portugal suppress the freedom fighters in its African empire. If a deaf ear is turned to such protests, several million blacks could pledge to withhold the payment of taxes until all armed assistance for the war against Africans ceases, something a disunited people are helpless to do now. This would be real Pan-Africanism. 2. An overall race organization can deal more effectively with some important problems at home more effectively than any smaller independent group can do nationwide. The higher rents and higher prices paid for goods and services in inner cities than those paid in the affluent white suburbs. This open yet silent war against the blacks is being accepted because we are helplessly disorganized. The studies have already been made. The facts have been established. What the people need is a national defender to further expose and attack this and other fronts of the silent war that is quietly being carried on each day against a now helpless people, many of whom are not really aware of its extent. 3. It can carry on a nationwide education program directly into the homes, reversing the poor and deprived homes' negative outlook to a positive one. Heading the information agenda would be a focus on those death-dealing diseases which impair both mind and body in the diseased wombs of mothers. The widest information should be given on the fact that ignorance or indifference to personal health can result in children being born mentally and physically retarded, and thus handicapped for life, not by genetic preconditions, but by the acts of their parents. Home studies for the entire family can be promoted, and the home beautiful can become a principal aim in every black community. 4. It can oversee the welfare of the race by maintaining a check on the extent blacks are secretly used exclusively as guinea pigs in dangerous experiments by various medical projects. Neither the Tuskegee experiments nor the number of our people who needlessly suffered and died from them must be passed over as an unusual and isolated incident. The many years the government and the doctors were able to keep this particular secret should be a matter of grave concern. It is also important to know to what extent Negro physicians participate in such experiments. For, of course, no one should be asked to believe that such experiments could be carried out on blacks only in such large numbers and over such a long period without any black doctors knowing about them. 5. Such a race movement would be superficial indeed if it proceeded without its principal foundation, which is the ownership of vast tracts of farm and timberland in various parts of the country. The current ideological cry of "we must have land" is valid only if we answer the question, for what purpose or to what end? Our sloganeers rarely explain the slogans, but land is for production, and its ownership and use will become more and more necessary for survival, since even now 75% of the American population is concentrated on only 2% of the land in cities and towns. Land should be for a more abundant life, carried on in large-scale production programs such as cattle ranches for beef, hog farms for pork products, turkey farms, poultry and eggs, vegetables of all kinds, corn, wheat, etc. 6. It can have, on behalf of the race it represents, a central national bank as the People's National Depository and Central Financing Agency, a national auditing and accounting service, a general insurance system covering especially those categories where blacks are arbitrarily denied protection or are charged much higher rates than those paid by whites. Home improvement, building, and small loans could all be handled by community credit unions or organized on a somewhat different basis than existing credit unions. For one thing, all community credit unions in various sections of a city would be united as one to reinforce each other's services when needed. 7. It can give new hope and a new sense of direction to the thousands behind prison walls, and in time practically empty the prisons of those convicted of crimes for which the whites go free. The important thing, however, is that the youths, men and women coming out of prisons, would have something to come to. training or retraining for their much needed service in helping to build and advance themselves as they build and advance their race. They have never had such an opportunity. 8. The great change in outlook and the new inspiration that will come to black children and youth are immeasurable. Just to know that their parents are engaged in and actively a part of a great movement will give a new sense of worth and dignity. No longer will it be necessary to shout in unison, "I am somebody." For the children of janitors, trash haulers, maids, and parents in similar occupations, their children will regard them with pride and in a new light. We are great if we are an active part of a great movement. Up to now, black children have been badly cheated. They have never had the inspiring reasons to study and advance, which are constantly before the eyes of white children, and this central fact of difference has led me to suppose that some providential favor must have enabled the black students of the world to do so well in the face of it all. Finally, and obviously, none of the above can be achieved on a nationwide scale without a nationwide movement of several million members, organized as a race, working as a race for its interest as full-fledged American citizens. How to begin, and by whom? In the section titled "The Liberation of Our Minds," the various factors which explain the generally dependent disposition of African people today were outlined in some detail. They reveal the tragic extent to which a dominant group can shape and control even the thinking of the suppressed group. This meant that, unlike other peoples, the blacks voluntarily remained mentally enslaved even after their physical emancipation. That Caucasianization of the blacks was so well done over so many centuries that it is doubtful if real liberation of our minds will be achieved in this generation. Yet the black youth in the 1960s brought about the greatest reversal of the race's attitude toward itself that had ever been achieved before. There is, therefore, no grounds for despair and much ground for faith if we understand that total liberation will be slow even with the best efforts, and that there will always be those who have the white viewpoint on race and will never abandon it. These cannot stop the onward march of the whole people to human equality and dignity. But who will begin to lay the first stone in the foundation of the greatest movement for racial unity and power ever undertaken? And how might such a task begin? Some of us who would otherwise be naturally expected to lead off have already spent so many years in studying the history of the crisis and analyzing the problems that we are now near the end of our journey, and must pass the undertaking to those more able to carry on. This, like every great movement, will be initiated by just one individual. No great gathering or crowd starts a movement. Quite the contrary. When the many assemble, it is because someone has already begun. One person has already thought matters through and resolved that a beginning must be made. He should not be the usual leader whose fiery denunciations of wrongs against blacks may be counted on to stir emotions, and that is all. The one person needed is simply one who is dedicated with a sense of mission for his race, seeking nothing but the opportunity to serve it. There are doubtless countless thousands of such sons and daughters of the race, willing and ready, but either not knowing what to do or afraid of their own capabilities, and leave it to somebody else. Yet, all one person has to do is to ask 5 or 6 other people to study the plan and then meet later to discuss it. Just 5 or 6 persons, not one of whom needs to be a big name. This small initial group of 6 could have each member become a committee of 1, each to nominate 3 other people to study the plan before the next meeting, at which time the 18 members could become the nucleus for a general organizing committee. Further nominations to the organizing committee should be representative of all groups, students, laborers, clerks, etc., as well as professionals. The representatives on the organizing committee may be from national organizations, all black, or smaller organizations, lodges, clubs, etc. This core committee, after a series of meetings during which the master plan has been studied in detail and revisions or amendments have been proposed for future action, could then proceed to develop and carry out plans for the formation of a national organizing committee composed of representatives from various sections of the country. Note that even at the outset of organizing, some funds will be required if effective work is to be done. The work of the National Organizing Committee would be crucial. It would have to 1. Summarize the main features of the plan and outline them in the simplest terms for publication, distribution, and broadcast to the black world. 2. Determine ways and means of funding the organizing process. 3. Determine the best general membership enrollment procedures, such as moving state by state, setting 1-year membership goals for each state, instead of attempting to organize throughout the nation all at once. 4. Divide each state into districts, each with an organizing committee with a chairman. The same divisional scheme for towns and cities, each section having a committee and chairman. 5. Draw heavily on young people, who really started the movement and who should therefore be a most powerful force in carrying it on. 6. Conduct in advance a nationwide poll to determine a. How many black people in America desire the proposed overall organization of the race, and b. How many agree to participate in its activity. 7. Clarify the scheme of organization to emphasize the individuality of membership, i.e., an association or union, etc., may join as such, but its main role would be setting the example for its members who may or may not wish to join. The organization would have its own membership card, and each of its members who joined would have his or her own membership card. In the case of organization by families, the most significant innovation, each family would have a family membership card, and each member of the family from age 5 on would have his or her own membership card. 8. Set the national membership goals as 2-year plans, 3-year plans, 5-year plans, etc., but always in terms of millions. 9. Determine time and place for the first General Assembly for the formal ratification and launching of action program. 10. Have information and publicity committee maintain various media to keep constantly before the people the plans, purposes, or goals of the movement, who is doing what, and the progress being made. 11. Propose annual awards to individuals and groups that have been outstanding in their work for racial unity through organized action. Everything in this final chapter, then, is a guideline for thinking and rethinking about how to deal with the situation in which we live. The plan itself is a proposal. Revisions and amendments will be proposals, all tentative until approved by the people. The functioning organization would be under the overall administration of a National Council of Leaders, headed by a national chairman, following traditional patterns of African Council of Elders. Every state, city, or community division would also be organized under councils of leaders. The organizational structure of the movement should be by major divisions for the major activities, each divided into departments for carrying on their respective programs. Special study and analysis should be given to each division and each department coming under it, for there could be no better way to understand the scope and significance of what is presented here. This should be easy for all, because I have not been dealing with idealistic, unattainable dreams or mere academic theories, but very practical day-to-day problems. In so doing, I have deliberately avoided the academic and often esoteric language of scholarship. Structure by divisions. 1. The Division of Economic Planning and Development. The Division of Economic Planning and Development should be the foundation of the organized efforts and a principal source of support and promotion of the most important activities of the whole race. A guiding principle should be that all promoted community enterprises should be cooperatively owned and controlled by the people of the community, and that each enterprise be under highly trained management and competent service personnel. Departments. A. Department for Promotion of Community Cooperative Enterprises. 1. To conduct surveys to determine what the people want and need. 2. Soundness of the project. 3. Ways and means of community financing and securing trained personnel and management. The community enterprises would be nationwide, and while owned and operated by the people in the various towns and cities, would operate as a nationwide chain of stores and markets for mass buying power and distribution. This would be the system whether the enterprises are food markets, shoe stores, department stores, or any other undertaking which can be developed as a chain store system. B. The Department of Finance, Banking, and Credit Unions. 1. For promoting a consortium of banks operated by members of the race, and the expansion of financing and banking systems. These would be branches of a central national bank of the organization. 2. Credit unions for individual assistance and building and loan services, primarily for communities without needed building and loan services for blacks. C. The Institute of Technology and Personnel Training. This would be a key program of the movement, for while it would engage in the training of expert technicians for the various fields of operations under the plan, a principal objective would be the kind of creative expertise required for large-scale manufacturing operations, shoe manufacturing, men, women, and children's clothes, hats, underwear, canning, frozen foods, furniture, mattress making, and other products. The personnel training sections would have an importance for the race beyond the ordinary. Blacks are generally still quicker and more polite when serving white people. Their attitude toward members of their own race is one of indifference and often insulting. This is known to be true both in Africa and America. Yet this crucial question is not mentioned even in discussion of why Negro businesses fail. This negative and essentially anti-black attitude of blacks toward blacks, a leftover from slavery and our history, must be uncompromisingly and even ruthlessly dealt with in both training and day-to-day administration. D. Central Office of Accounting and Finance Control. Here again is an area in which blacks are weak: money management and control. This Central Office of Accounting and Finance Control would keep a rigorous check on all income and expenditures of the national organization and provide similar auditing and accounting units for the local community organizations and enterprises. E. Department of Land Reclamation and Farming. Principal aim: to secure large tracts of land in various parts of the country to 1. Raise vegetables of all kinds for the various community markets. 2. Hogs, beef, cattle, poultry, and eggs. 3. Farm homes for persons who would work on. And 4. Country camp centers for rest and play. Special note: without the farmlands, we may as well forget about canning and frozen food industries, or reducing the cost of living for our people by supplying their community stores with fresh vegetables, meats, butter, and eggs from their own farms. Vast landholding is the cornerstone of the master plan. F. Transport and distribution. This department would be primarily concerned with long-distance shipping from farms, plants, and other points, and maintaining the trucks, shipping vans, and required maintenance services. G. Central Purchasing and Supply Agency. In addition to its obvious functions, this department would be responsible for the proper location and supervision of the various warehouses required as the community enterprises expand. All of the departments and agencies listed above would be in the Division of Economic Planning and Development. 2. Division of Political Action. 1. Promote and assist voter registration. 2. Provide profile of candidates, local, state, and national. 3. Prepare bills and other measures affecting the group for state legislatures and the U.S. Congress. 4. Liaison with White House. And 5. All actions that can be taken through the political process to protect and promote the welfare of black Americans. 3. Division of Public Education. Purpose: to achieve a higher standard of teaching and student achievement on every level involved in the education of black children and youth, and to develop a better system of general adult education in all black communities. This division would include: A. Foundation for directed research, field studies, and the training of scholars for neglected areas in various aspects of African life and history. B. A general publishing board. 1. Textbooks and other works related to progress of the race. 2. Newspapers and magazines. A. Professional journal, community action newsletters, etc. C. Committee of Visitors. These should be in every community to 1. Become acquainted with teachers, students, and the textbooks and other learning materials. 2. To determine to what extent, if any, the anti-African or anti-black feeling on the part of many teachers of black youth may be hidden the obstacle to their progress in schoolwork. Every committee of school visitors should be elected by the people of the community and should report directly to them. But education here means far more than school education. It means spreading light through a comprehensive program into the deprived areas of the community. New standards for better health, better homes and gardens, neighborhood improvement activities, and sponsoring neighborhood conferences on questions of mutual community and educational interests. A division of education would justify its existence if it did nothing more than conduct studies as a basis for proposing certain guidelines for the race in the United States. The general confusion and mess-up in the Black Studies movement, for example, could have been avoided if the young people had had somewhere to turn for help in determining procedures and priorities. What united guiding voice was there to advise them that all fields could not possibly or sensibly be started at once, that there were neither a fraction of the trained teachers required, nor suitable books or other needed teaching and learning materials? Only 3 or 4 courses could have been profitably started, while research and training prepared the way for a real educational experience in others to be started later. Even then, common sense would have dictated that Black studies can only be carried on in certain schools by certain teachers. To force them into white schools only because they are integrating and find it an expedient policy for the moment is one of those black illusions of achievement that still lead us astray. Equally ridiculous is the assumption that unwilling and uncommitted white and Negro teachers are going to now deal fairly with the very aspects of civilization which they have systematically excluded from instruction all along. If this were not the case, of course, there will be no such phenomenon today as Black studies. 4. Division of Community Services. A. Department of Health and Sanitation. 1. Councils of Physicians, Dentists, Nurses, Medical Aid, Laymen. A. Home Visiting Nurse Service. 2. Community Clinics. 3. Community Clean Block and Alley Program. 4. Better Home Life Counseling Service. 5. A Home Beautiful Program. B. Legal Aid Services. All matters of injustice because of race and the legal work of the movement. 5. Division of Youth Activities. To assume leadership roles in all areas and undertakings for which they are capable, students and non-students should join hands in the race-building efforts. One of their precious responsibilities should be the Department of Children Affairs, ages 5 to 12, which is in their division. The underlying idea here is to have specific and important roles for all children and youth. 6. Division of Pan-African Affairs. This division would maintain direct contacts and the closest relationship with the people and states of Black Africa, the Caribbean, and the other black population centers around the world. The purposes would be specific. 1. To keep them fully informed on what we are doing and how. 2. To learn from them what they are doing and how. 3. To find out what the obstacles are in each black area, including our own, and to counsel together on ways and means of overcoming the seemingly impossible. 4. To explore for and then actually determine definite ways for mutual assistance. When this is done, we will have moved from the case of Pan-African talk to the work of Pan-Africa in action. 5. To trade in the exchange of goods and services, scientific and technical knowledge. 7. Division of Intelligence and Security. This division would maintain highly trained intelligence agents to 1. check internal subversion and activities of agents placed within the organization by others. 2. Secure complete records of all persons employed by or connected with the organization. 3. Promote formation and training of self-protection units everywhere to defend the community against unlawful and unjust raids and other forms of murderous attacks should they occur. This simply means preparedness for defense against attacks by well-known and well-organized citizens paramilitary groups. 8. The Commission for Spiritual Life and Assistance. This should be the race's Great Commission. Its major task would be 1. To determine the direction of civilization. 2. To interpret the spiritual as men and women working on the highest level of humane endeavors to understand the meaning of life while trying to improve it. 3. To enlist the cooperation of white, brown, yellow, red, and any and all other peoples of goodwill in an all-out drive for a better world. 4. To maintain an emergency assistance program for families or communities in distress. 5. And to assume the initiative in seeking the active cooperation of any and all religious faiths and all institutions which are concerned with improving human relations and therefore life itself. 10. Ideology and guidelines. With the development of a movement of this magnitude, the black people may begin to learn at last how utterly futile it is to grasp as their own the ideologies developed by the white world for the people of this white world. They, the black leaders of a still leaderless yet hopeful people, have been and still are expecting the solution of the race's problems to be handed to them on the silver platters of either capitalism or communism. Elements of both of these systems prevailed in Africa several thousand years before either capitalism or Marxism was born in the West. Black people generally could not be expected to know this because, unlike other peoples, they have been completely cut off from their past history and therefore are ignorant of their own philosophy of life, ancient religion, institutions which were borrowed by others. What the need now, therefore, is neither black capitalism nor black communism, both of which benefit those at the top and exploit the masses. But what is needed is an ideology of black Africanism, operating within the framework of the traditional African philosophy of life and the best of its value systems. Guidelines. A. Footnote. For a refresher, read Chapter 6 again, The African Constitution, Birth of Democracy. End of footnote. The movement will seek to achieve the largest possible measure of unity in order, 1. To form the power base as the organized voice of the black people in a particular region or nation. 2. To develop from this position of strength the much needed economic enterprises that will not only create employment opportunities, but, being owned directly by the people in the community, will lower the cost and raise the standard of living for all. B. Financing. There would be a general membership fee. Each community enterprise would be financed initially by the purchase of shares of participating owners. Each share would be at a purchase price in reach of the poorest. Indeed, a special program for shareholding by children should be an important part of the movement. Each share draws a fixed interest as a loan. But unlike capitalism, members do not vote by shares. The member who may be able to buy 100 shares has only one vote, like the member who could buy only one. The objective is a mass membership and a mass patronage of their own enterprises. The additional direct benefits are the patronage dividends received according to the amount purchased in a given period. In private enterprise or black capitalism, this would be profit that the owner makes. Under communism, it goes to the state. Under our community cooperative system, the profit belongs to the people, for the reason for it all is to benefit the people and not to enrich any one person or small group. C. Administration. The organization will be based upon the traditional African constitutional system. 1. There will be no authoritarian presidents or heads. As in traditional Africa, the king or chief was the spokesman of the previously expressed will of the people and the instrument for carrying out that will. The national head or heads of the organization and the head of every unit thereof will function in like manner, issuing no important orders or public statements on behalf of the organization or the race it will represent without consent of the council. 2. The organization will modernize the ancient African Council of Elders only to the extent of changing elders to leaders in order to admit outstanding young people to membership. The Council of Leaders, therefore, become the highest governing authority on each level, local, state, and national, each leader being the elected representative of a constituency to which he is responsible for his actions on the council. This means that on all highly important matters, the leader of the council does not vote independently according to his individual judgment, but must determine in advance the collective will of the people. 3. The highest officer on each level is the chairman of the council. In traditional Africa, this would be the king or chief, who could neither vote nor actively participate in the discussions, since his principal duty was to proclaim and execute the will of the people as it had been determined by their representatives on the council. Within this people-controlled framework, he is still the chief executive officer. 4. To enable the people of the community to have an intelligent or informed opinion about matters of importance. The principal role of leaders is to study and to institute studies upon the basis of which plans are developed and proposals are submitted to the general membership. The leaders propose, they do not order or direct upon their own authority. A direct medium of communication with the people should be the community newsletter. 5. All officers, even though elected for a specified term of years, should be subject to removal for cause at any time by the people. Another African constitutional provision. 6. The organization itself will be one vast union, and no outside organization or union will be allowed to determine its policies, programs, or destiny, no matter under what guise or by what approach the efforts are made. 7. There should be a rigid policy to avoid the development of a top-heavy bureaucracy of high-salaried executives. The success of the movement is going to depend very heavily on the number of people willing to sacrifice in giving some unpaid or not fully paid service. For at least the first 10 years, this will be a sacrifice train. The big salary boys should not get on board. 8. The highest legislative body will be a House of Delegates, representing the various major areas or states according to membership. The House of Delegates would meet every 5 years, but subject to special session called by the chairman of the council or leaders, acting under council's instructions, or it could be called by the people by a referendum. This latter emergency would never occur unless the people lost control of their leaders on the council. D. Every undertaking is to be preceded by study, training, and careful financial planning. There should be long-range and short-range goals. Some goals can be achieved in a relatively short time. Some of a larger magnitude will require several years, even after the first 5 million membership goal is reached, and still others can, like the eternal pyramids, only have their foundations so solidly laid by this generation that the blacks who follow us can continue building on those well-laid foundations at the point where our own labors were ended by time. And something along this line must be the plan. This must be the vision. It is obviously not for the overnight, quick up and quick down boys. This is for black men, women, and their children who seek to find the lost path of their forefathers and start the upward march once again. The final great issue then involves the African race alone. The dismal view from the bridge was reached after a long journey through the centuries. The outlook is distressing because somewhere back down the line of time, the effort to advance toward a higher order of life in something called civilization, by ever widening the gap that separates men from beasts, this effort failed. And it failed because in his sudden and amazing successes in science and technology, man outsmarted himself, concentrating almost entirely on his mind power at the expense of his humanizing spiritual power, became not the master of his machines, but their servant, and in the process of acquiring seemingly limitless power, this segment of the human race became as soulless as its machines and began to destroy or conquer other peoples, seizing their lands and their wealth, while reducing them as nearly as possible to a state of perpetual dependency. In all this, the black people of the world still find themselves in the worst situation of all. The question of today now is, what are the black people themselves going to do? Those who make a profession and money by playing on the emotions, screaming utterly futile invectives and denunciations, these will continue to do so. And those who still preach integration and brotherhood with the whites will keep on marching, singing, and praying, not to God but to the white man, for they are still unable to understand that white America had generally condemned and rejected this peace-loving, brotherly approach of Martin Luther King long before it murdered him. Footnote: it seems to be the general view throughout the black world that polls and other data show that whites are hostile to any kind of movement by blacks for equality, peaceful, non-violent, or otherwise, and that this hostile, anti-King climate produced his murderer as its representative. End of footnote. This present course of a fragmented and unorganized people, if followed, will find the succeeding generations of blacks as weak, leaderless, and powerless as they are today. For their present road is the easy road: mass meetings, big conventions, protest resolutions, and splitting up to follow this or that leader with the greatest gift of gab, all leading exactly nowhere. But to get down to the hard and persistent work of actually doing something. Oh, now we will come to the parting of ways. The mere talker may retreat. All talk about black power is empty until we begin to make black power a reality in the only way it can be done, and that is by building, step by step, a race organization so great that it will not only be the voice of a united people, but will carry on efficiently an economic development program to assist their advance on all other fronts. The Organization for Unity plan presented in this final chapter is an effort to answer the question, which way you still enshackle blacks? To answer in specific terms and in some detail, it sets forth rather clearly one way out. It will be simply great if someone comes up with an even better plan for racial unity through action. Whatever is proposed must be a grand design. Nothing else will serve. It must be bold, daring, an effort of unheard of audacity by blacks, and one that will bring forth the enemy scream of utopian, too unrealistic, or just another grandiose dream. This enemy, and let us not forget it for a single minute, is deeply entrenched within the race as well as outside. This means that we must face up to the fact that we have problems of a kind and obstacles to overcome which no other people have. The task we now face will test the genius of the black race. The blacks in the United States are in the best position as a lead-off example for the rest of the African race. For such a movement would further change the course of history and inspire black youth everywhere, along with their elders, with a new vision, a sense of direction, and the kind of outlook that gives meaning to study as the source of inventions and new discoveries. The challenge to the blacks on this continent is to overcome the centuries of their own American version of tribalism and disunity. It is their greatest challenge in this area of perpetual crisis. They will accept it if they have to come to understand at last that equal rights and equal justice will never come from appeals to the mighty and granted as an act of grace, but only from their own position of power and influence, which develop from a united people engaged in great and vast undertakings of their own. If we fail to accept this challenge at this critical turning point in our history, we will have proved ourselves unworthy of having any descendants, and our very names should be forgotten by them, or cursed by the farthest generation. Biographical Notes. Section A. Standing alone and isolated in the field for over 35 years, William Leo Hansberry was the teacher who introduced me to the systematic study of African history and, of equal importance, to the ancient documentary sources. His massive documentation of early Greek and Roman historians and geographers of Africa covered several years of labor, leaving one to wonder how the utterly false teaching that Africa had no written history spread over the world. For entirely apart from the remarkable contributions of archaeology in the 19th and 20th centuries, there have always been more than sufficient written records to reconstruct the history of the blacks from the earliest times. and I am fully aware that most of the written records have been lost. The works of Hecataeus, for example, were lost. He was one of the first Greeks to study and write in Egypt, while much of the most significant data are fragments scattered here and there throughout many larger works, as though they were thrown in incidentally. There were some works devoted wholly to ancient Egypt and Ethiopia. The one to whom we probably owe the greatest debt is the father of history himself. Herodotus' history was comprehensive, in a sense not equaled by any of the other early writers. Diodorus, however, if not quite the equal of the master, ran a close second. His general history may not have equaled that of Herodotus in lucidity and style, neither of which is a matter of too much concern for the researcher, but it is replete with the kind of historical data without which we would not have the additional sidelights on the darkened pages of black history. Both Herodotus and Diodorus were outstanding in setting forth for posterity the attitude of the white world of their day toward the black world, the extreme reverse of what it is today. The reason is plain. The early blacks were the most advanced of all the peoples known to them. This they did not hesitate to declare and to acknowledge that their own European civilization had borrowed heavily from Africa, and borrowed even more heavily in the field of religion. For this, later Western historians have never forgiven them. Pliny the Elder is a fair example of writers on Africa, referred to above, where one must wade through a mass of irrelevant matter to find the bits and pieces of data scattered throughout large volumes. Yet, these fragments are often of the highest importance, as they are in the case of Pliny's Historia Naturae. In this regard, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey are in a class by themselves. Like many other works that give insights into the early history of Africans, they also have no such purpose. Moreover, the Iliad and Odyssey are non-history history, a myth combining fantasy with facts. Homer's importance in African history, however, has little to do with the precise truth of any particular story. Rather, as in the case of the works of Herodotus and Diodorus, Homer mirrors the very high status of the black world of his day, and the unmistakable deference of the white race to that world. In my studies under Professor Hansberry, I had read the works of the writers discussed above, and most of those mentioned in this section below. But the adverse criticism of a whole school of eminent modern scholars led me back for a more painstaking restudy and critical analysis of all the questions under attack. Interestingly enough, almost all of the statements made by the ancient historians that have been challenged concern, directly or indirectly, the role of the blacks in history. My second approach to Herodotus and the others was with the certainty that I was just as competent to evaluate their works, see exaggerations, and as capable of separating facts from fiction as Sir Alan Gardiner or any of the members of his school of thought. Among other writers who made noteworthy contributions in varying degrees was Strabo, whose Geographica included history along with its main subject matter. Plato and Plutarch are reference sources, the latter's De Isidae et Osirade being more directly relevant. Quite a number of the historians and geographers near the end of the BC era drew heavily on the works of such early writers as Hecataeus, Argatharcharides, Herodotus, and Manetho. If it had been my purpose to mention the early historians on Africa in order of importance, Manetho, the African historian, would have headed the list, for the records of this Greek-speaking native son of the 4th century BC are authoritative sources which no scholar on Egypt ignores. His annals differ in many respects from other records, e.g., those of the great Jewish historian of the period, Josephus, the King List, the Torn Canon, etc. These differences in names, spelling, and dates about which so many scholars sweat and wrangle never did seem to me to be of earth-shaking importance. Quite the contrary, it would have been strange if all of these different chronologies had been uniformly the same. It should be remembered that all of these 4th and 5th century historians were covering events extending back from 4 to 6,000 years before their time. The numerous discoveries of relatively recent archaeology have substantially confirmed their work. Examples are the inscriptions found on numerous palettes, stelae, the walls of tombs and temples, and the Palermo and Rosetta stones. Some of the best histories of the earliest periods were written by archaeologists such as Petrie, and others appearing in the formal bibliography below. Coming on the scene over 2,000 years after Manetho, Herodotus, Diodorus, Strabo, they supplemented the works of these first scholars with additional evidence that had been left in the keeping of the long since dead and forgotten or recovered from the sands. Petrie headed a line of investigators and writers without whose works the world would be intellectually poorer. Breasted, Budge, Arkell, Africanus, Bakey, Boas, Delafosse, Garstand, Griffith, Nims, and others. The illustrious roll is long. The Bible is one of our richest sources for many different sidelights on the black world. With the spread of Islam in Africa and the entrance of France, Arab and French writers dominated the scenes up to and through the 19th centuries. French and Arab sources therefore became indispensable in African research. Indeed, the same may be said of investigators and writers from all the invading countries. The fact that I reject many of their unspoken presuppositions and the inevitable conclusions they reached therefrom has nothing to do with the usefulness of their works or the brilliance of their scholarship. Even some of the authors with whom I most bitterly disagree, nevertheless, led me to rewarding sources I had neither seen nor had been aware of. It is also rewarding, though in an unhappy way, to see no end to the accumulation of examples that further confirm viewpoints I actually wish were untrue. But as the final chapters here were being written, Professor Robert W. July's big 650 pages of a history of the African people came off the press as the latest justification of my indictment of Western historians. I recommend it for reading because it is a 1970 edition of scholarship, skillfully carrying out its traditional work on the blacks. Part 1, Ancient Africa, rearranges, omits, and misrepresents many of the well-known facts in order to fit the main racial theory. The large number of pictures, like the mass of factual data in the book, can easily disguise its main thrust and theme. The black race is inferior. In the bibliography that follows, I left out quite a number of secondary works used because So many of them seem to be little more than repetitions of those selected. My decision to eliminate almost all of the periodical literature used was not easy, especially as regards the special studies in professional journals. However, there is a point where an enough is enough conclusion is reached. Those who have a mania for the latest works published as their guide will miss the boat here, for some of our most valuable sources were the oldest publications. Some can be seen only in libraries and special museum collections. Others are microfilmed. Research sources are no longer a problem. During the last few years, there have been many large and comprehensive Africana bibliographies published in Europe and America. The new interest and work in the field of oral history are among the most significant developments in recent times. My own field studies were largely involved with oral tradition. This fact should be repeated finally in connection with the discussion of sources, because the oral records played an important role in many aspects of this work. End of Chancellor Williams' Destruction of Black Civilization. Read by Exam Info.